Don't complain, no, just be taking like that. Don't complain. All right, good morning, everybody. Maybe it's afternoon. It feels like morning every time I'm here, to be honest. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, Elenio. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone is fine. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Aqua Reño. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jay. Good afternoon, sir. Omonibudu Epeleo. Ẹkáàbọ. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon. Omarkin, good afternoon. Asholak. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. Ẹkáàbọ user. You are doing well. Yes, I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Ẹkáàbọ sórí ètò ẹni ẹkáàbọ. Ó ti dájọ́ pé ẹ̀yin lè ń kí mi káàbọ̀ báyìí sí ó dáa. Kò sí pé èèyàn kan ló ń dá host nsìn, gbogbo àjọ ń host pọ̀ ni. Kulikuli, good afternoon. This is your name and your Kulikuli. Do you like Kulikuli that much? Adebayo, Adebayo, how are you doing? Good to see you. Epele o, Shedadani. We are strongly with you, Sheo. Thank you. Oh boy. Thank you, Ẹkáàbọ. All right. So let's do the needful before we get into the conversation itself. Please, if you're here on TikTok, kindly click on the heart icon beside the name Busui Oris. Please click on the heart icon.
Tani.
All right, so please click on the heart icon beside the name here and kindly join the team. If you're already a member of the team, please do the same and drop a gift, whatever gift you want to drop, whatever you drop is fine. All these things help the live get on the FYP, so please like the live and let's share the live as well. Let's share it on TikTok, let's share it on YouTube, let's share it on Twitter, on Facebook. Just let's share. I'm doing the same as well. And if you're on YouTube, thank you for being here. Please like the live. All right, if you're on YouTube, please like the live. These things help us go far. So please do so. Okay. Please, TikTok guys, a big TikTok family. I'm looking for the best word. And the other day I was editing one of these videos and I kept saying, guys, hello guys, hi guys. And I remember that wait though. But hello guys, yeah. But hello family, hello people, hello guys. So please, on a serious note, please join the team. If you're already a member, please just click on the heart icon, drop a heart to me. It could just be as little as a coin. What this does is that somehow the algorithm puts all these things together and then uses that to push the live sessions. So please, let's do that together. If you're on Facebook as well, it's good to be here. It's good to have you join us. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Let me also do the same thing so that Tabati Berensin will just Thank you on TikTok. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the heart maze. Thank you for the engagement. Just a second. I'm trying to share on the other platforms. Thanks to you guys on YouTube as well. Thank you for liking the live. So apparently there's this heart icon bottom right of your device if on YouTube. Kindly use it as well. Alright, kindly use the heart icon if you're on YouTube as well. Ó ti pọ̀ jù yẹn lọ, má ṣe gra sí mi. No do gra for you. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o. Sell, buy and lease. Good to see you. Oh, I remember you. You're the one who asked the question about Yoruba bots. I remember you. Ẹkáàbọ, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. A number of things, some not so cool, some good news, some interesting things. All right, so like we always do, we'll read the news, we'll have a conversation, or we'll have conversations around the news, and then we'll move on from there to the topic of discussion. Today we're continuing with our series, Awolowo on State Creation. Our on State Creation, and we're using the book Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution, written by Papa himself, Obafemi Awolowo. All right, before we get into that topic, which is going to be very interesting, by the way, I'm looking forward to it myself, because there are a lot of gems right in the book, and also in the other books we're going to be using today. I want to try as much as possible to concentrate only on this book, because there's a lot to learn from it, but if we have to open other books, we will do so as well. But we'll get into all of this once we're done with the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours. So we know that the former president's body has arrived Nigeria from London, and it will be buried later today. I saw a report, an interview with his spokesman. Used to work with him when he was president, that's Garba Shehu, and talked about the burial, the grave site being dug and being made ready for the burial later today. There's a video of it here. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Katsina State for the funeral of former President Muhammadu Buhari. So that's actually quite sad. But then while they're planning to bury him today, the Yaujale was buried yesterday, and the governor of Lagos State, governor of Ogun State, Prince Dakwa Abiodun, and also the governor of Lagos State, Governor Jide Sanwo-Olu, and a lot of dignitaries were there to attend the funeral. So that was yesterday. All right. In the midst of all this, sadly, we have, people will be people. And you have folks, for instance, saying things like, it's a fulfillment of a prophecy. So let me say something that I think any sane person would understand. If a person looks at a 70, 80-year-old person and says to the person that this person is going to die, and when the person dies, a bunch of clowns then say it's a fulfillment of prophecy, it only shows the people's capacity to think, not so much about the person who died. So when you hear things like there was a Jubril of Sudan who died, and people are saying somebody in prison, he was right with what he said, you are wondering, so who actually died? Is it Buhari who died or Jubril? But then again, it's amazing how even educated, so-called educated people, and this is why I said some of the things I said yesterday. Sometimes all some people have is a certificate. They don't really have any education. Like there's no education whatsoever. There's no ability to think. There's no critical thinking going on anywhere. You just take everything hook, line, and sinker. And just because we can all speak English does not mean we're all educated. So the idea that there was a Jubril that died is just preposterous and makes absolutely no sense. But then again, people say president, the former president, and we can only pray that God rest his soul and that God, comforts his family. All right, moving on from there, I'd like to play something from some educated people believe. That's what I'm saying. They're not educated. They have certificates, but they're not educated. The person can have PhD and be very ignorant. So I think one of the mistakes we also make sometimes is to equate literacy with education. People can read and write. Doesn't mean they know jack. So a lot of times we look at people who can read and write and we assume they're educated. Because if you're educated, come on. There's just some things, people would not believe, but it is well. All right, moving on from there, I'd like to play something from a veteran journalist, Babajide Kolade Ojitoju. I was watching this on TV yesterday and I felt I should share it today. It's quite interesting. I've heard about it before from a friend who grew up with Buhari's children from his first marriage, and it's just good to hear this. So let me just share it with you. I don't have to even say it. Just listen to this man because he interviewed Buhari personally, and I thought this is something to share with you. So please take a listen to this.
Buhari sent Safina to Yusuf packing because while he was under house arrest, the Better Life for Rural Women, headed by
the wife of Miriam.
Yes, Miriam Babangida gave her a gift of a 504 saloon car, and the husband now said, "Come on, I was in detention, and you allowed this to happen." So Buhari sent her packing. This was not what anyone told me. This was what he told me by himself inside his house. At Haliru Dantoro in Kaduna, myself and my immediate supervisor, Timothy Bonnet, we went to him because Buhari was very lonely. At that time, people were scared to associate with him because they felt the military could come for them. But we were going there. He gave us an exclusive interview at the news magazine, which sold in a manner that we couldn't have imagined. So we were always going there just to see him. So he told us that I felt betrayed. Why should my wife have anything to do with my tormentors? So that marriage ended, and later the woman died. So the point I'm making, it became popular outside of government. People felt, so the people sent this man packing did not have good intentions for our country. Then some of his very loyal friends, people like Mahmoud Tukur, is deceased now. He's from Adama, a light-skinned man. People like Umar Farouk, people like Adamu, who was his chief of staff at some point and became Minister of Education. People like Dirty Joe, they came up with what is called TBO, the Buhari Organization. The Buhari Organization brought people of like minds together, and they were able to convince Buhari to get into politics, and he continued to trudge on. He will lose election, sometimes in unfair circumstances. They continue to trudge on. And after 2011, when he wept publicly,
Yes.
we never thought we would see him come back to play politics. When he lost at the Supreme Court in after the 2011 election,
Yes.
I covered that Supreme Court judgment. I worked with them to where he addressed the people. He just told them, let's be patient, let's not take the law into our hands. Say Megaskia, you know.
All right, that's Babajide Otoju, but I would like to play a clip from an interview on TVC where Pastor Bakare was, interviewed about, the former president Muhammadu Buhari. So please take a listen to this short clip.
Government, Pastor Bakare, was accused of nepotism, economic mismanagement, insensitive response to insecurity, and some challenges we had in 2020 during the EndSARS protest. In 2021, you also came out publicly to criticize his administration. Did you get to speak with him privately? How would you say he responded to your counsel at the time?
Well, truth be told, I had opportunity to speak to him very privately many times, and I will not go public against anyone who I had close relationship with. Normally, I'll first present it behind the scene. Now, one of the two occasions that I spoke loud and outside of private discussion was what happened in Igboho, Sunday Igboho's house. I was really livid, and I remember saying, "You will never see me again while ministering." And then he sent for me and said, "Do you know I know nothing about it?" I said, "I wouldn't know, it's under your watch." He said, "Look, there are so many things that security people would do, initiatives that they would take, that they will now say they were acting on instruction." So there are occasions like that. But General Buhari was not an economist. He had people that were in charge of that. Yes, some of the economic decisions made back then, we're still seeing the effect in our nation today. But it would be wrong to put everything on the head of one man. Jonathan was accused of mismanagement, of corruption, of this and that. And he came with the hope that there will be an end to corruption. But we saw also that despite the fact that he fought severally to bring people to book and to make sure that the tide of corruption was stemmed in our nation, we still saw that there are people who manipulate things. I was totally livid when I saw the Accountant General of the Federation milking resources. I thought he should be in jail. I also saw what happened to Pencom and all those things when they changed personnel there and they were more or less ravaging the place. Well, it's gone to rest.
I'd like you to listen to Igboho, who Pastor Bakare spoke on, then I'll say what I think once we're done listening to him. So this is Sunday Igboho commenting on the death of the former president Muhammadu Buhari. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank God for my life today. My people, Buhari don't die. Still see life. The Buhari criminal man that is sent DSS and military to come and kill me, maybe in the night, in July 1st, 2021. He died today. See life. My people, we're supposed to learn about this. That criminal man, Buhari, Muhammadu Buhari, he don't die. See, I'm alive today. I thank God. God, thank you for my life today. Criminal Fulani man that is with some Yoruba, with some stupid Yoruba people that gang off and come to my house, middle in the night. They try to take my life, but God said no. If God say yes, nobody can say no. God said no. See life. You don't die today. Thank God. God, I thank you.
There's a video of a young man who responded to Sunday Igboho. I'll play that and then I'll tell you what I think on that matter. Then I'll move to other things. Take a listen to this.
Professor nípa fídíò tí Chief Sunday Igboho ṣe lórí ikú Muhammadu Buhari. Fídíò yẹn ò dáa tó, kò make sense. Alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, fídíò mi yìí mi ò fi di respect Chief Sunday Igboho. Mi ò dẹ̀ fi support Fulani. So, kò ṣí làákàyè kalẹ̀. Fídíò tí Chief Sunday Igboho ṣe lórí ikú Muhammadu Buhari kò ní meaning to me, kò make sense. Kò dáa tó. Ẹni tó bá ronú jinlẹ̀ tó ní làákàyè tí làákàyè pé mo máa rò pé kí ni meaning fídíò yẹn. Okay, lápẹẹrẹ alákọ̀ọ́kọ́, Buhari ó kú sórí oyè. Tó kí Buhari kú sórí oyè, nígbà tó wà lórí presidency ló kú, tẹ́jọ́ ní issue, tẹ́ bá ṣerú fídíò yẹn, ó lọ ó wọlé. So tẹ́ bá rò pé Buhari ọ̀tá yín ni lọ́dọ̀ yín, so pé ọ̀tá yín fòsànlẹ̀ ó kú, ó ti kú lórí, kí ni benefit ẹ̀? Ṣé èèyàn ní kú tẹ́lẹ̀ ni wọ́n la máa kú náà? And then 82 years old man kú 82. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́jọ́ jọ́ta ẹ̀jọ́ jẹ́gbẹ́ kì í ṣàkín ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀yin, ẹ̀jọ́ jákín ẹgbẹ́. So and the battle has won by Buhari. Buhari has won the battle. Intervene achieve during his presidency. He achieve. Mi ò ní tó ṣe fún yín dá o. According to you, I don't want to talk about the what happened between you guys. So because taba pori aja, ama pori koko ta fi ṣe. I don't want to dwell into that. Mi fẹ́ kí fídíò yóò gùn. Mi tẹ́ mi sọ ní pé taba kọ́ta yín ni ó kú. But who achieve to achieve when you achieve to achieve during his presidency? Who did it be jobale? Okay, at the that day, and she will be pay along show for me. Like she cool, she shaking the can. So first we will mark in yes certain. Second Buhari o kuku no. Kuku sori oye. Ikubu na ni boya won pa ni bóyá ó lásìdẹ́ǹsì ní brain crash ní ààrẹ àgbàdé ó sick ó kú normal 82 years gbogbo yẹn kọ 82 years is a good age, is a good age. So ẹ tó bá lo 82 kò sọ pé fọdọ kò.
You know, Papa died in 1987. He was 78. There are some children of perdition who still say things like, oh, he did something and something, this was how he died and something happened to him. 78. 1987 was when he died. This is 2025. 38 years later, 38 years later, you still have certain children of, again, perdition who go around talking about, as though the person they are talking about died in his 20s or 30s. There's no shame for somebody who dies at 82. You're not even sure you're going to be as old as that. And I think the crazy part for me, or the shocking part, as it were, is what Pastor Bakare said about the fact that when he was angry with Buhari on what had happened to Sunday Igboho, Buhari then said to him he did not even know it happened. Of course, the buck stops at his table because he's the Oga. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that it's possible that certain people do certain things, not necessarily with the authorization of the man in power, but just because maybe they think that's the right thing to do for whatever reason. And I think it's important. My point here is just that for a person who died at that age and who didn't die in office, I really don't see any reason to mock him. Ẹwà kú lórí oyè ń sìn báyìí sìn ó máa ṣe gbọ́ pé ó ṣe kinní kan Ọlọ́run á dá lẹ́kùn ó ti ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe ayé tó fẹ́ jẹ ó ti jẹ right ó dẹ̀ gbégbé ayé ó fọmọ sẹ́yìn his name is forever written in Nigeria's history. So, but I mean, it's sad that people will do things without his authorization. But then, of course, also many things that people do without authorization of the president. But of course, we still say, "Oh, no man, take responsibility." At the end of the day, I just feel I should play that without necessarily going deep into it. But I just said that to also say this: that certain people, for some reasons, and I understand, naturally speaking, because if you went through it, you probably wouldn't want to hear anybody explain anything to you. He's the one who. And the SS came to his house, or when he went to Benin Republic. But I just think that gloating over someone who died at age 82, was he meant to live forever? It just doesn't make too much sense. Like you're gloating that he died at 82. It is well. All right. Having said that, I'd like you to listen to President Buhari when he was asked a question in the UK.
No, I'm not going to demand any apology from anybody. What I'm demanding is the return of assets.
By the way, that was in response to the statement by David Cameron that Nigeria was fantastically corrupt. So he was asked if he would demand an apology from the British Prime Minister, and he said it's not about apologies, it's about Nigeria's assets, being held in the UK. So please take a listen to this from the beginning.
No, I'm not going to demand any apology from anybody. What I'm demanding is the return of assets. I have already mentioned how Britain really led and how disgraceful one of the Nigerian executive was. He has to dress like a woman to leave Britain and leave behind his bank account and fix the assets, which Britain is prepared to hand over to us. This is what I'm asking for. What would I do with apology? I need something tangible.
All right. Okay. I'd like to read something from the former head of state, Abdulsalami Abubakar. By the way, they were in the same hospital in the UK. Former Nigerian head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, retired, has confirmed Sahara Reporters' earlier report that he and the late President Muhammadu Buhari were both receiving treatment at the same hospital in London before Buhari passed away. In an interview with Channels Television, monitored by Sahara Reporters on Monday, Abdulsalami said that he had just been discharged from the hospital when news of Buhari's death broke. Unfortunately, quote, "Unfortunately, we're in the same hospital together, but I have been discharged. So when I heard the news of his passing away, I quickly went there to condole with the family and see what could be done in order to get the corpse ready to be taken home," he said. All right, so, by the way, again, the body, of course, is already in Nigeria and being prepared to be buried later today. I'd like to take a very short break to just play a record from when the Ọba tó wàjà ní ilẹ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú, Ọba tó wàjà ní Ìjẹ̀bú-Òde, Ọba Ujale ti Ìjẹ̀bú, Ọba Síkírù Adétọ̀nà, olórin kan tí Barrister tán kọ lọ́dún náà lọ́dún long. 1969, I think it was after that, but there's a song that he did. I think it's in 1960, but I'm not exactly sure. I'd like us to take a listen to the song. It's by Barrister. Sorry, this is definitely is not Barrister. I'll get you the name, but it sounds like it's juju music. It's definitely not Barrister. But please take a listen. I'll find the name of the author of the singer later. Meanwhile, wait, we're on YouTube. Oh. I can't play this now. They will use copyright issues to deal with us. Let's just leave it alone. It's not Barrister. But I think the was being silent. No, we did that yesterday, Daramola. You were not here yesterday. We did a minute silence yesterday. Was it a minute silence? We were silent for a bit, but okay, let's observe a minute silence for both. I mean, it's not a bad idea actually. All right, may their souls rest in peace, and may God comfort their families, the families of the former President Muhammadu Buhari and the former Ojale Obasikiru Adetono. All right, moving on. I'm going to play something from Governor Diko. I think Governor Katsina State, one of the northern states. Okay. Mo ti pé orin ẹ̀tọ́ kí tó rántí pé ẹdúró náà a máa ìwà lórí YouTube náà tí YouTube bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe gbò tí wọ́n ń sìn yẹn wọ́n máa sọ di nǹkan ńlá mọ́yàn lọ́wọ́ ni. With YouTube you can't really play these things without them flagging, Anyway, let's take a listen to this. This is máa sọ nǹkan tó sọ lóyìnbó but Hausa náà fi sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, but take a listen to the governor.
Bayan ya gama mulkin shi ya zauna Katsina kusan shekara 2 yana daura, kusan ba a yin sati 2 sati 3 sati 4 ban je na gaishe shi ba, muka yi labari. To wannan lokacin da na samu ni da shi tsakani da Allah na karu kwarai da gaske, mutum ne mai raha. Ina sai in yi amfani da kalmar da ya ce yake har tausayin Bola nake ji akan wannan abin da na ga yana yi. Kuma akwai maganar da ya gaya min ya ce mani kai Bola namijin duniya ne, ya ce da ya cire tallafin man nan ya ce ni da na yunkuro sai a ce kaza Allah bai yi ba. Kaga shi rana ɗaya bai shawarci kowa ba, ya ce da ya shawarci wani da bai yi ba. Mun samu labarin a shugabannin kasashe guda 3 za su zo tare da shugaban mu mai ci da su za a yi zana'ida, sun turo mana duka da security report na abin da ake ciki, sannan kuma mataimakan shi.
All right, let it play because I just assumed it's possible that we have a Hausa speaker, somebody in the audience, but let me just read a short summary, or a summary, you shouldn't have this tautology. A summary of what he said. Every time I meet Buhari, says Governor Diko, he tells me, go and do what you can, but only God can fix Nigeria. I pity Bola. JFAD. No, let me just read the summary, but you can come up later. You can tell us everything later. So he says, every time I meet Buhari, he tells me, go and do what you can, but only God can fix Nigeria. I pity Bola. Bola is a strong man for removing the fuel subsidy. Whenever I wanted to remove it, people advised against it. But he, without advice from anyone, removed it in one day. If he had sought advice from others, he would not have done it. That's Governor Diko quoting the former President Muhammadu Buhari. All right, moving away from that, let's go to other news. Something good is about to happen in Lagos. Let's Fund for Food will be launched on Wednesday, 23rd July 2025. 500 billion naira produced for Lagos Offtake Guaranteed Fund and Program. So it's called Produce for Lagos. It will be launching on Wednesday, 23rd July. That will be next week. And I think the whole idea is to have what they seek to accomplish with this is 40% reduction in post-harvest losses in participating states, creation of over 4 million jobs nationwide, over 60% reduction in national food imports, annual reduction of 25% in food prices and food inflation. As I get details of this, I'm going to read it out, but then let me just once I get details, I'll let you know. I don't have details yet, but once I do, I will let us know. But something is happening next week. We'll get into the details much later. All right. Moving on to other news. You know, a few days ago, we had this conversation about Ghana, and I really thought that would be the end of it. I'm sorry. This is not the end. But before I get into that, there's a particular... Let's do the Ghana thing. After Ghana, I want to say some things about... some people will send me messages on Anioma, and I felt I'm going to respond, but I would not say anything to respond. Well, let me put it this way. I will not just be the only one responding. I would ensure that leaders from that part of Nigeria respond, and then we'll play their responses. Why are we doing this? Because we need to understand Nigeria. Nigeria, know your neighbors. And it's one thing to, like, what the lot of these clowns are doing, just going everywhere, putting out propaganda. We're going to play the videos from the kings and the leaders of the people, and if time permits, I'm going to read some documents so you understand. Number one, I don't really care for what happens in that region, apart from the fact that the Yoruba people who are indigenous to that place, and whatever arrogance makes people declare that certain places belong to them, they're not doing it in one place, they're doing it everywhere. So let's start with this. By the way, I consider this to be shameful, but it is what it is. It's from Ghana. I'm going to play a few videos, and you can, let us know what you think about this thing. So let's start with this one. Okpo, makoma play lera and agbele no.
Biafra, you guys are jokers. So you guys say Ghanaian, Igbo, Biafra, you guys are jokers. So you guys say Ghanaians, we are fools, eh? You want kingdom inside kingdom. You will now build Igbo school, Igbo hospital, Igbo church, Igbo this, Igbo land. By next 20 years' time, that place will be for Igbos. Then the owner of the land, the Ghanaians, they will now say, oh, I want to go to Igbo school. I want to go to Igbo church. I want to go to Igbo hospital. You are mad. It's different. If you want to build private hospital, that's fine. Private school, that's fine. But the nonsense you people want to do, that you pass Cameroon. Cameroon is your neighbor. You know that Cameroon doesn't take shege from anybody. You pass them, you now jump to, we are the fools, we are the mumu, to come and use us. Trust me. That's where that shadow that you want to build, that shadow you want to run, under your own shadow, we will sort you people out.
Swift, okay, swift, straight, and direct. If you are a Ghanaian landlord or a Ghanaian landlady, before you rent out your apartment, your house, wherever it is, your stores, wherever it is, to any Nigerian, do a background check, please. Please, kindly do a background check. If the person is an Igbo man, double your background check. Please do that, because the bad nuts among them are too many these days, especially the Igbo people. The Igbo people, please, if you rent in your house to them, put a stop to it. If you are Ghanaian right now as I speak, don't rent your house to any Igbo person in Ghana. Why am I saying so? They have a hidden agenda. They have an agenda that will not end well if allowed to manifest in Ghana. So do not give your house, your apartment, whatever it is, to an Igbo person right now in Ghana. We need to show them where the power lies. Mipacho, so we are Ghanaian, na so we fiura, and I was dying was store and Abibia Udima Haya. Se Igbo niba, and Nigeria niba no behaya, Mipacho pi, Yenfishemu and Sana Udiamai. Ebi osu se nipa kro sa ye Igbo ni a ene ye wonhwehwemu no ye no mprenu mpresa ebe ye kra so ye Igbo ni a emfa wo dan enhan no emfa wo stop enhan no.
Come up, and if they come up, I will always give them the chance to speak, so Ghanaians get to see who they are. And again, to all my Ghanaian brothers and sisters, Nigerians have no problem with Ghanaians. We understand Ghanaians are very, very decent human beings. They are the most Pan-African people in the entire continent. They are very cool, level-headed people. We understand your anger, but please understand, it is not all Nigerians. And I hate to generalize, but it's a lot of Igbos. The problem is not this king. The problem is the very few Igbo that will come and speak against it. You have seen them when they come here. You have seen it, and they're extremely manipulative. They will tell you it is Yoruba who are inciting this, it is Fulani who are doing this, it is Hausa who are doing this. They don't have a sense of accountability. And I don't know what the problem is. Maybe I am sorry. I really don't know what the issue is. We went through this problem with the South Africans about a year ago on TikTok. We went and battled with them, the South Africans. I am one of the people who regret, because I did not believe all the stories that the South Africans were saying. And I thought the South Africans were exaggerating. Now it's the same thing. Fortunately, Ghanaians know the difference between Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, because they have dealt with these groups. We are literally neighbors. So Ghanaians, please, this is not all Nigerians. Nigerians understand what you are going through.
While this video was playing, someone in the comment section is saying if they don't rent to them, they will go and build their own. I don't think you really get the point. I want to show you something. They are telling you are misbehaving. They will stop renting to you. But guess what you said in your ridiculous arrogance? If you don't allow us to go and beat down that one, let me show you something. People are destroying shops. You think it's about rent? They are destroying people's livelihood. And as bad as that may seem, it's a reaction to something. But you were not raised to acknowledge wrongdoing. you were raised to be seen as perpetual victims. Therefore, you see nothing wrong, even though your hosts are complaining. You're telling them, after all, we have rights. After all, we can also build. I will hear the constitution you're going to quote to them in Ghana. They are destroying shops, destroying businesses, and they will do anything they have to do to ensure that they don't house folks who don't respect them. But no, it's not your fault. It's every other person's fault. This is xenophobia. Why is this important? I want to play some from something happening in Texas. Okay, it's a human thing. There's no xenophobia in this at all. Just something similar happening in Texas. I want you to take a listen, then I will explain if need be. It's amazing the kind of people that all right, take a listen to this, please.
The Asian community will fight because this is not the Asian community will fight because this is not just for us, this is for our children, and this is for America.
At least some 6 Republicans have indicated support for House Bill 17, which would ban individuals from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea from owning land in Texas. In a social media post late this afternoon, Representative Cole Hefner, the author of HB 17 and the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, writes, "Our Homeland Security Committee hearing is now heading into its 5th hour, and what we've uncovered is deeply concerning. The threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign adversaries are real, and they're targeting our land, our institutions, our technology, and infrastructure, and our freedoms." It carves out an exception for green card holders and U.S. citizens, even if they're from those countries. But Democrats say the bill infringes on the fundamentals of the American dream, homeownership for new Americans. It also gives the governor's office the authority to name other countries to the list, raising concerns from Democrats over politicizing the ban.
So today it's China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. But tomorrow it could be Vietnam, it could be India, it could be your community. But with significant support for the bill from the House Republicans, plus the Senate already passing a similar bill, may not be a battle Democrats can win.
Taco, are you always like this, or is your stupidity just for a few seconds? Because what you are writing, you are spamming the comment section. Like, if this is who you are, I might as well just mute you. But if this is just maybe a spike in your, your blood levels or sugar levels, maybe that's why you're writing nonsense. So I want to assume it's just a spike. So please calm down. All right, let's get back to this. This is Texas. Texas is drawing a line with Senate Bill 17, barring land ownership by citizens from nations deemed hostile to U.S. interests. That's what's happening in Texas. So they're mentioning certain countries that citizens from those places, they will not sell land to them in the quote-unquote saner climb. No saner climb. It doesn't get saner than this, apparently. So in the saner climb, they are mentioning countries that they will not sell land to, and heavens will not fall. Heavens will not fall. This thing that people just move everywhere and constitute nuisance everywhere and say, it's gynecophobia. Nobody would care about whatever you call it. They are not afraid of you. To have phobia means you're afraid. They're not afraid of you. They don't even have any issues with you. They are protecting their space. And if it's happening in Ghana, it's happening in the US, just understand it's human nature to protect. And by the way, the folks who go around shouting people are tribalistic and bigoted and xenophobic and all those big words, they are the worst in their own spaces. You know why? They understand what it means to protect it because they have little of it. If you can protect what is yours so fiercely and kill each other over that same thing, why do you think others do not protect what belongs to them the same way? So don't worry about changing. They'll be telling me that you can build a house. Maybe you build the house in the air in Ghana, be? All right. Okay. Moving on, before we bring people up, I want to play something from Bomofikini SEO. Mombo. I'm going to play something from the Asagba. to respond to those whose job in life is to insult people that they can't controvert. So I'm going to play what he has to say, then I'll play what the Omo also has to say, and then I want you guys to make up your mind whatever it is you want to believe. This is from the Asagba. By the way, Asagba is the king of Asaba. All right, so take a listen to this. By the way, this conversation happened when he played host to Senator Ned Nwoko. Listen to this.
Colleagues in the Senate, they've supported this movement. So what is there in a family of APC people getting the support of the governor to say, goodbye, you people can go, we can stay on our own? I believe it will make it a little bit more matured and even less challenging, as the case may be. That is the only caveat that I believe that we must take on board, so that nothing appears confrontational, nothing appears as if we're trying to force an issue. Because the body language of Mr. President, when I met with him on the 20th of March, underscores exactly what you're saying, that yes, his thinking seemed to be in sync with the point you have made. But we cannot, in all conscience, entertain is the prospect of having people from across the Niger to become part of this undertaking. I've made a statement in Abuja, and I'm repeating same here. This is for South-South, and we can only leave it for South-South. I'm speaking the mind of our people, and we are not equivocating on that. So, we're ready to go on this journey with you. We're going to do all that is possible for us to.
So, I want to see the matter now. From the statement of the Asagba of Asaba, you go fit tell where Anyoma State they go. So for all of you now, the unity beggars, where they shout, they make noise for social media. When I don't understand, you have heard from the Asagba of Asaba, right? This is the latest update. So you get, so all of now they back for social media. You guys are making noise. You're making too much noise every day. You've known from the reaction.
I don't need to add anything. One more video. This was an interview conducted by the one who's always telling everybody that they are all the same, they are all from the clinical. Anything you believe is fine, but I just want to listen to the elders of that space. Please take a listen to this.
Patrick, try to change the Roma and Igbo land. Try to change the nation through the barrel of the gun. His name is indelible. So when you mention Ozogo, you must mention Obanam and Anyoma and Igbo land. So the connection is there.
Okay. This particular history has really led to a lot of the Igbonization of the people, talking about the Rivers Igbos and the Western Igbos. What can you tell us about this?
I think the problem our brothers and sisters in the Southeast are having. Look at English people left England and went to another land and called themselves Australians because they are not in the hinterland anymore. Another set of English people left and went to another land and called themselves New Zealand. Another set left and went to America and called it the New Land, which is America, because they are now not in the hinterland. When they have moved from the mainland to somewhere else, they are also mixing with other people. There are complexities. And Nyoma people, some of us, our origin is from the East. Some Anioma people, their origin is from Igala. Some Anioma people, their origin is from Benin. Some from Yoruba land. And for the reason that some of us have different roots, our leaders in the past 60, 70 years came up with the word Anioma. The A is Aniocha. The N is Indokwa. The I is Eka. The O is Oshimili. Rounding it up with MA, Anioma, the good land. Our elders try to fuse our people since we are from different areas and forming one people. The same thing with our people in River State. They have left the hinterland. What our brothers do not know is that the people of Ikwere, for example, they're in River State and they're living with other people and they're having challenges there. We are also here in Delta State. We're living with the Urhobos, we're living with the Chekiris, we're living with the Jos. We're also having our own peculiar challenges. So when the motherland refuses to see that those who left are having challenges, then something is wrong with that. Because they have to appreciate the fact that we have left the hinterland, that we are now with other people. We're also having our own challenges here, not to be swallowed. Again, the motherland, which is the southeast, have not stabilized the southeast. Because you can't be saying Anioma is part of the Igbo land, Ikwere, Ndoni, they are all parts of the Igbo land. But the centerpiece of the Igbo land is the southeast. That is the core of the Igbo land. And the core of the Igbo land is having crisis. So you must solve your own crisis before you come and help those who have left to solve their own, so you can become one, truly. So when you have the crisis in the southeast of one not investing in the southeast, who will build the southeast for you? Worldwide, everybody is developing their place. Americans, they are developing their own country. You see Americans, they don't go on holidays in Europe. They go from one part of America to another one to make sure that they grow as a people, they develop. You go to Europe, they're all doing everything to protect their own, to invest in their lands. But the problem is that our people in the southeast are everywhere. They're in South Korea, North Korea, everywhere. They're like air. And what is happening in the southeast? Desolate. The southeast is desolate. The investment of the Igbo man is all over Nigeria. And when there is crisis, they are panicking. Because you are now slave in another land where you have invested. You are slave to the other people. You are investing in Kano. You are investing in Kaduna. You are investing in Zaria. You are investing in Lagos. Igbo people have now finished buying up Lagos. They are now in Ogun State. You know what? They are buying swamps in Ogun State and filling it and building houses and industry. What has happened to the land of your birth? What has happened to the land of your forefathers? What has happened to the land of your ancestors? What has happened to the land God Almighty gave to you as an Igbo man? The land is empty because you have decided to go and industrialize another man's land. So you cannot...
Actually, they are not industrializing another man's land. They are trading in other people's land, which is valid, but nah. Majority of the industries in Lagos and Ogun and Oyo are by Yoruba people and by expatriates. Don't anybody deceive you with that thing. Nobody industrialize anything.
Politically, the Igbo man is almost irrelevant. Because you have decided to go and industrialize another man's land. So you cannot carry elephant on your head and be looking for cricket on the ground. If the Igbo man brings 1/3 of his investment in the whole of Nigeria and take it back to the east, the whole world will be running to the east. Nigeria will be running to the east. politically, the Igbo man is almost irrelevant. Because Abga is not able to hold the 5 eastern states the way Tinubu has been able to manage to hold the western states. Understand that in the world, I saw it in England and I saw it in America. The world accepts you at your estimate of yourself. If you are irrelevant, the world will not speak to you. In politics, what are you bringing to the table? What is the Igbo man bringing to the table? Tinubu has almost taken all the southwestern states in his kitty. And in the north, you have a coalition of the old CPC and the ANPP. Do you know they are still having their meetings in case APC collapses? So what has the Igbo man brought into this equation, political equation called Nigeria? Nothing. The Igbo man is buyable. So they go and buy the Igbo man and disorganize the Igbo man because he has allowed himself to be disorganized.
This is just a tiny bit of this interview, but a tiny bit of the things I can either play or read. Like I said, I don't like telling some people's history, and I'm trying not to get into books yet. I'm just playing interviews for people who are confused, who don't know exactly who their parents are. I will go everywhere saying, listen, the space is populated by different people from different places. There are Igbos there, there are Yorubas there, there are Benis there, there are Igalas there. Today, what I want to say is not only about the other thing about policy. I just wanted to play to that point so people will hear it. That location, that area of Nigeria is not Igbo land. Deal with it. Even their own king, Asagba of Asaba, is saying this is not about the southeast, it's a south-south affair. And they know, the people who are indigenous to that place, they know that they are from different places and they have congregated there and they are working themselves out to, you know, they understand the peculiar situations. I'm not even going to be the one to tell you about it. She already said some things about it, but she didn't go deep into it. She mentioned how when you go to this to River State, there are different communities with some of those people there, then there are different communities with the people here. Number one, their composition is not the same thing as the Southeast. They are from different places. Read about the man who even created the 5 Ebos, they call them, the 5 kingdoms that make up Asaba. Before they eventually now chose Asagba as the one who will lead the 5 kingdoms. The man who started it is from Igala. He's an Igala man. But that's not that's not today's topic. It's just that when I speak, please guys, I don't have agenda. I'm not fighting you. But you see, this thing that you guys just do, just be carrying shoulder on air, on nothing, is just ridiculous. That space is not Igbo land. Deal with it. Are there Igbos there? Absolutely. Are there Igbos in Delta State, in former Midwest, present-day Delta? Yes. Are there Igbos who are indigenous to that place? Yes, at least now that's what it is. Is that area Igbo land? No. The makeup of that place from the word go was a, by the way, it was a conglomeration of different people. I like the fact that she also did the same thing that I did the other day, that people were trying to kill themselves over, the idea of Anyoma being an acronym. She literally repeated the same thing. She just repeated the exact same thing. A is Anyocha, N is Ndokwa, I is Ika, O is Oshimili, and then they added the MA, Ma, Anyoma, good land. Somebody say, oh, but all those towns. There's a place in that same Anyocha called Uku Unzu. That place, that word is Igbo. The phrase is an Igbo phrase. Uku Unzu is Igbo. The land belongs to the Olukumi. The word the phrase, the name of that, or the original name of that place was Ekwepu. But because they adopted the Igbo language and everybody started speaking it, and you know what? Whatever they want to do amongst themselves is fine. Until people from across the Niger now says, oh, that place also belongs to us. We also own something there. Oh, guy, you don't know how this thing even came to be Ukunzu. Which is why the folks in that place are now reverting to Ekwefu. There are many towns, there's Ubodumila. which of course is shortened to Ugbodu. Asaba itself is the kingdoms, the five, when the man had no successor, his children or his grandchildren that took over, those five were Igala. But have they been mixed up with folks from Igbo land? Of course. Is that place different? Of course it is. You cannot say, oh, Igbos are not there. You know, there are no Igbos in that. If you say that thing, you're ignorant. Of course, there are Igbo people there. But this thing of saying Guinea corn is our own, all these places, and then there are Yoruba people in that place as well. And like I said, I'm not reading anything on that matter today, because people of God, there are books for days on this subject matter. It's just clowns who think they are talking to their mates, insulting themselves, having this conversation, shouting, hey, he has agenda, he doesn't want us to unite. That's the Omu. She's like the female king, so to speak, of our own people, the Omu of Anyoma Okpanam. That's what she had to say. And I'm not even talking about what she said about politics. So, you know, she was saying, number one, we have a different reality now. And I like the way she also compared with Germany. But not Germany, so she was comparing with England, actually. Like America and England, or Australia and England. And now they have different experiences. And you can't say that, oh, it's an extension of England. But even if you say that, the point is that you will want to talk, say we're an extension of you. Waiting day house. That's what she's asking. Waiting day house. Number one, you know the kind of problem where they face here. All you want to say, oh, we have people there, therefore, it's like you have friends in the UK now, and then you now go there and say the UK belongs to Yoruba people. Like, because there are many fantastic. Peckham is full of Yoruba people. As a matter of fact, if you walk on the streets, like this last, I wasn't there, I watched the video. This last, was it Ramadan? There's a festival we had recently. They were blasting Fuji music, everybody was dancing in the street. The place is essentially Yoruba. Like Yoruba space, but it is not Yoruba land. Are we many there? Yes. Is that our space? No. And even if you want to be shouting in their space, she's asking you, waiting day house. If they talk, say you want our space, your place where they come from, waiting day house. But no fixed house. Just they carry eye, they enter things where no concern you. They say anybody will talk, that person is a bigot, is a tribalist, they destroy your unity. Which unity you get? House, not unite though. I hope with these reports of mine I've responded to it. But if people keep doing this insulting and just talking stuff, they will not get to the part that I will just dedicate maybe one session or so. Just bring out some books and just let everybody understand the history. Folks don't understand their own history. As at 1967, they were trying to change the history of that particular area by saying that they are all from Arochukwu. They are not. Guys, there are Yoruba people in that space. Let me just, maybe that's why I'm even concerned. There are Yoruba people who these Igbo people met there. I said it. They met them there. Which tells you the reason for the name they call the Olukumi. Odiani is not for fun. You met the people in place, you call them Odiani, and then a few years later you're shouting, everywhere is yours. Nah, that's not how it works. So that's from HRM, Royal Majesty Obi Martha Donko, the Omu of Anyoma Okpanam of Delta State. And she has a lot more to say, but we'll see if there's any need for that. We'll play it much later. But that's what I wanted to take on that particular matter. Let's bring people up. We'll have folks respond to some of these things, and then we'll get to the conversation of today, which is Awolowo on state creation. Today is part 3. Then we'll see how far we can go before the end of the session. Thank you very much for listening. If you want to speak, please send your request. As soon as you come up, please mute yourself. And please send your request now. Thank you. I'm at Tona Webiki. All right, please mute 2 minutes each. We'll have Great Ashi first, and then Rewaju. Please, after this Okay, we have 2 more people. Please, no more requests because of time. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please mute. Please. All right. Rewaji, let's go.
Can you meet the person?
Just go on. Go on. All right. Looks like we don't. I mean, if you're coming up and all we are hearing is what's happening at home, it's not cool. Roger, I think you're on the call as well. Olujimi, please go on.
No, I'm not.
Oh dear.
Hello?
Please resend your request. I'll bring you back up. Please resend the request. I'll bring you back up. Olujimi, please go on. Good afternoon.
Right.
2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I really appreciate your what you've been doing to to enlighten us and to tell our youth where we come from and everything. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I've learned a lot from you. You are doing a wonderful job. My contribution, I just want to say a few things, and what I want to say is that the way we should understand our history, we should uphold our culture and our heritage. It's very important. I know that there are settlers that come into our space, but at the end of the day, what we should do is just to uphold our culture, which is very important. And for the Igbos, well, if they are behaved very well, anybody can stay anywhere in part of the world as long as you adhere to the law and the rule of that land. I live here in Canada. I can tell you I cannot misbehave. Even if I'm a citizen of this country, they can uproot me, they can take me back to where I belong. And we'll never forget, I am from Nigeria. I am first Yoruba. And if anything happens here in Canada, I'm going back home. Understand? So we should continue to sensitize our people and our Yoruba too. I don't know how we're going to do it. I know that this program is being taught in English and Yoruba, but I understand, I appreciate you for the fact that you take a time for Yoruba section where you ask people about a lot of things, and I appreciate that too. So I think we should start sensitizing through your program to navigate to our youth. You understand? Because our youth are coming up. They don't understand. They are mixing up with the likes of the Igbos and other tribes, but they should know where they come from. They should never forget. Because by the time, in the next 50, 100 years, we might not be here sincerely. You understand? But what have we done? What have we done to make sure that our heritage, our culture will never be eradicated? But I think through your program, we should try and navigate or try to, do more of publicity. With what you're doing now, we can do other things. So I want to thank you for everything you've been doing. You're wonderful. You are one of a kind. I've never seen someone who has spoken this way. You know the history. You know everything. In fact, you went to the extent that you even know other people's history and telling them.
Now small. I know. Nobody say I know plenty.
No, what I'm telling you that when we at the time that someone came in your program and the person was saying something that is not really real about the history of other people, you corrected the person. It shows that you are enlightening, you understand, and you are really giving us what we really want to hear. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
God protect you and guide your family.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much, especially for that last bit. Thank you. I really appreciate it. God bless you, sir. Thank you. So let's go to Rewaju. That'll be 2 minutes for you. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. All right, please go on.
Good morning. I did quoted the mass link. I think you will know him. His name is George Kimnacho. In fact, he cited there. He cited in his book that people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I'm hearing. So he quoted that people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they're from their place, and he said they are originally from current Ondo State, and it was the influence of the Eastern region political powers at that time that they made they forced their king to change their names, and even his name He said he had the Yoruba name. He has done a Twitter space with us before. I've shared the link of the person previously. I'm not sure, maybe you know him, but I think I've had the opportunity to speak with him on.
Yeah, I did. Sorry. You keep going back and
Yeah, I did.
Sorry. You keep going back and forth. Like maybe on a call. Do you want to take the call when you're
No,
done?
I'm not
Then
on
you
the call.
can now speak.
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, but you were off for a bit. So please continue
No,
and
it was
then
because
finish
you
up.
left.
Your time is actually up, Paul.
It was because you left. It was because you left. That was why. I said I posted a link that, do you know a man called George Nkem Nacho? He wrote a book. In fact, we had, I just...
Is it the Olukumi man?
Yes. Do you know him? George Nkem Nacho.
I know the book. I don't know the man, but I know his book.
No. So we TYF, as I think last year we had a section with him, and he said a lot of things. He said, he even quoted that people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they were from those areas, that our great grandmother was somebody that our own grandfather knows, that those places are Yoruba communities and whatnot. He said a lot of things. And I've been looking to get the book, but because of the day he came to Twitter to have a space, I think I posted the link, the Twitter link previously. He said a lot of things, so I was kind of like fascinated, and it made me aware that, there were things. So his own emphasis was that when the old Eastern region had political power, then they had to force them. It's more or less like they kind of wanted to change their identity through state power. And then when they did that, in fact, recently I saw one of his posts also. He was saying those people agitating for Anioma State, that his own people in Igboho, Olukumi, they are not in support of it, because they would rather be part of South rather than be part of Southeast. And they should not use the fact that because they had political power in the First Republic, and they use state power and state laws to compel them to change their identity, then they've forgotten who they are. The man said a lot of things. Even on his timeline, you will see, because of the new creation of the state, he's really against it. And he did say they were Yoruba people. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. We're not really going deep into it, but it's important that you also provided that that nuance. When they say they want Anioma State, I think it's a fantastic thing, by the way, just to put it out there. I think it would be nice for them to have whatever it is they want to have. I think, it would be great, to see folks actually accomplish what they desire, whether in terms of having their own state and stuff like that. Fantastic, I wouldn't even have anything against that. Not like that would matter, to be honest. But what I think matters is for people to change the history of a place and claim ownership of the place because they want a sixth state. Even when the leadership in that state are saying that even if we get this state, it will still be in the South. Sorry, guys. We have a bunch of clowns who just got lost. right? That even if you get it done, it will be in the south, not the southeast. Do you know why they're talking like? And you know the crazy part? The crazy part is that these clowns don't understand the fact that everybody is pushing you, trying to not be part of what you're doing. There's a reason for that, but no, you won't fix it. Keep insulting everybody. It is well with you. Last speaker for today will be Olujimi. Abi, were you the first one? Somebody came up just now, and I wanted to have him speak.
I've spoken.
Oh, okay. It was under
Olujimi,
gentleman. Oh,
yeah.
J-Fad and Great Ashi. I think you were going to speak earlier. So if you can come up right now, and then we can round it up. Hello, J-Fad. Good afternoon. J-Fad, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. And once again, I appreciate you every day, every time I listen to you. I really appreciate you. Your programs or your podcast is always an eye opener for me. I have a friend in. I have a friend in Ghana. We play chess online. I haven't actually met him. We play chess online. We play Scrabble online. So I asked him about the situation. Actually, I wanted to confirm from him what he thinks about what is going on, if it is true or not. And what he told me was that what I'm even seeing online is just like they are suppressing it. He said what the Igbos are doing in Ghana, that initially they felt they couldn't distinguish between it's a particular they felt it's a whole of the Nigerians that are doing what they are doing. He said Igbos do. Sorry, he said Nigerians. He started by saying Nigerians do a lot of bad things in Ghana. He talked about drugs. He talked about Yahoo. Then he talked about this kind of. There's a way they said he said a lot of negative things about Nigeria. He said it was recently they started saying that some set of people, especially say the Hausas, they behave differently than the Igbos. According to him, it's like they have Hausas in Ghana. So they're able to see the difference between the Hausas and the Igbos. I think from then on, I think they did some kind of investigation. They discovered that the majority of that problem comes from a particular set of people. You understand? That has been an issue for them. Then the Igbo kingdom started coming out. He said what this set of people were doing was that they buy land like in group. For example, now they can gather a lot of money and give to one person. The person will buy land or buy a vast area, and then the person will share it to his people. Do you understand? For example, now probably they can buy a complex. Now one person will come, like maybe rent a whole complex with a huge amount of money, and then he will now rent it out to others, but not Ghanaians, not other set, but only Igbos. So that is how Igbos were expanding. And while doing that, a lot of them are now intimidating the Ghanaians. Do you understand? They are now intimidating them. Like, now we get this place, we will take over. Given the way they do things in Nigeria, that's the way they are doing there. He said it is very, very true. It is very, very true. He said if the government do not do anything about it, like do not address it, that it can become something more like a program, kind of targeting of Igbos and attacking them. He said it's already happening, but it's not viral. It's not viral like it was, like it's supposed to be. But if the government not do anything about it, that's going to be very, very brutal. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And it's actually getting brutal, sadly. Please mute, J-Fad. It's getting...
Okay, I'll mute now.
Please. It's actually getting brutal now because folks are going to the market, destroying shops, destroying stores, things that should not happen, by the way. But guess what? What exactly do you expect people to do when they try to speak to you like like a regular human being, and then you tell them, shut up, we own your space. The other clown was saying that they own UBA, and they own Zenith, and they own Access. And if they pull those banks out of Ghanaian economy, you of what you are saying, all they hear is how profound it is. They are more concerned about the profundity of the word rather than the stupidity in it. Like, it's stupid, but it's profound. And so for them, because of that profundity, they then spread that news. Before you know it, they begin to... I know the crazy part. The folks that will suffer for this thing may not even be the ones shouting on social media. But guess what? The ones on the ground as well, at least the one who bought land did not buy the land on social media. He bought it on ground. So people are telling you how to behave. You are insulting them. Ghanaians are this. But how is everybody wrong? I mean, to be honest, people can be wrong, but Ghana is wrong, South Africa is wrong, Mozambique is wrong, Pakistan is wrong, Bangladesh is wrong, India is wrong, Singapore is wrong, Indonesia is wrong. There are thousands of people from a particular place in Nigeria in Indonesian prisons, but it's not your problem. Okay. Everybody else is wrong. Okay. Thank you very much. Kenya, I feel sorry for Kenya now, Seth. Even Dubai. I feel sorry for Kenya now because Kenya is doing, I think they come up with this policy a couple of days ago where make una no touch anybody. We beg una get why. Why would I want anybody to be touched? See, human life means something regardless of where that person is from. So what you're writing here is a no-brainer. Of course. But do you really think that... Let me tell you what makes this really sad. What makes it, I've said it several times, what makes it really sad is that it's a repeat. It's a repeat. It happened in the 60s. It's a repeat. You've learned nothing because nobody has ever shown you a mirror. You know, if you're from a place where your elders buy you telescopes, you are in trouble. Folks grew up with telescopes of different sizes in the Southeast. Their job is to be occupied with what other people are doing wrong. So you're always looking out your window, just be checking. This one is dirty. This one, they have a goosey, Ofe Manu, Aboki, all these people, they don't have sense. We are better than all of them. You're just looking at everybody, making yourself happy in your ignorance. What you need is actually mirrors. You need to get mirrors and just look at yourself. Introspect a little bit. It will not kill you. I was saying, I feel very sorry for Kenya. They are doing visa-free for Africans now, which is perfect, which is good. Those videos you saw people destroying shops is in Zongo. I don't know where Zongo is. I don't know what country that is. And if it hasn't happened, I can assure you it's going to happen if you continue on this trajectory. Zongo is in Ghana. Oh, okay. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. I didn't know. After Kumasi and Accra, Takoradi, I don't try it now. Ga, I don't try. I don't know past that one. So, okay, Zongo is a place in Ghana. I don't want this thing to continue. I want people to live with Nigerians in peace. Tema, I know those ones. The general one, especially where those Ogomosho people used to tell us back then. That one I remember. Those further places will come out. Zongo Lane is in Ghana. Oh, okay. Let me say something. You know that Alassane Dantata, the same Dantata, the richest man in West Africa, he used to be a trader in Ghana in the 1890s. 1890s. This was in the late 19th century. He returned to Ghana, to Bebeji, because of the railway that was constructed at the time. That's one of the things that attracted him back to Kano, rather. Returned to Kano from Ghana, but still maintained business interests all over West Africa, and then he became the richest man in West Africa. The Yoruba people have been there for centuries. But no, you get there after 1 decade, scatter everywhere. Tell them you have rights. Well done. All right. Let's have the last speaker for today, Mr. Babajide. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Busui. Yeah, so happy to be here. Usually I prefer to listen. But today I said, let me put in something that has been bothering my mind. I do not understand the logic behind a migrant tribe that comes to settle in another ethnic group space and feels that because you buy a plot of land or you buy an acre of land, you immediately get indigenous rights. Now, it appears that no matter how you try to tell these people, and by these people I mean the Igbo folks, because no other tribe does this in Nigeria or even outside of Nigeria, okay, that you buying a property or you living in a space does not give you automatic indigenous rights. Is this so difficult to understand? Is it that they purposely do this in order to provoke, bad sentiments, or provoke the indigenous people into conflict with them so that they can achieve an aim? I don't understand it. I want you to throw some clarity into it, because when I think of it, I cannot find a logical reason. This is my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babajide. Why is this being done? Are they doing it intentionally to provoke people? To be honest, in all honesty, that's not why they're doing it. They're not trying to provoke you. They are not trying to look for trouble. It's the expression of where they are in the one second. They're not doing it because they hate you. They're not doing it because they're angry. It's an expression of where they are in their cultural evolution. What you see, because you see it everywhere, it's an expression of it shows you where they are as far as evolution is concerned, as a people and as a culture. And this is not an insult, it is just a fact. If you listen to the so-called king who was talking a few days ago, he said he was going to name streets in the Igbo community wants to be. He was going to name streets after ancient Igbo men. And then he mentioned Sam Mbakwe, and he mentioned Nnamdi Azikiwe. Now, people were like, how can that be ancient? You are speaking from your perspective of it as a Yoruba person. That is ancient to them. Sorry, guys. I think this one's, as of our state, is welcome. The idea is when they use the word ancient and it says Sambakwe, former governor of Imo State, me, I was shocked, but after a while I recovered. And the idea is this. Let me say what I say to Yoruba people especially. It is unfair for you as a Yoruba man to judge another ethnic group or many ethnic groups in Nigeria, particularly this one we're talking about, to judge them based on where you are. It is unfair. It's unfair to them, and it's unfair that you would do that. When I hear the word ancient, I'm thinking, anything, maybe 200 years at least. 200, 300, 500, 600, 1,000 years. But let me even shock you guys. Do you know, when you use the word ancient, when I saw Yoruba history, Oduduwa has never been ancient to me. I don't know if you've ever thought about it, but for me, Oduduwa has never been ancient. You know why? It feels like he's still here. but that's another topic. The point is, the idea of ancient to me, so when you say ancient city of Ibadan, the Ibadan as it is right now was established in 1830. Was established. I'm saying as it is right now, this modern Ibadan was established in 1830 by Yoruba people. They established a city. The first, I'm going to say this with all sense of humility. I'm not trying to insult anybody, but it's important for you people to understand this because I'm trying to answer the question. The first Igbo city, not even city like that, town that was created by the British in the 20th century. That's Enugu. This is not one is good, one is bad, one is better. That's not the point. The point is that how on earth, now I said Ibadan, and as in Abeokuta was created, was Egba. Abeokuta is it Abeokuta go, not Egba people, but Abeokuta because they moved from Egba or moved from different places to Abeokuta. Abeokuta was created in 1829. Ibadan 1830. I'm using those ones. I'm not going to mention Ogbomoso. I'm not going to mention Oyo. I'm not going to mention Ejigbo. I'm not going to mention Ife. I'm not going to mention Akpomo. I'm not going to mention any of those. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones that they chose. No, I'm not Ilesha. No, I won't mention Ilesha. I won't even mention Lagos. That Eko that you're looking at is older than Abeokuta. In terms of establishment, not identity, not the people. Egba people are older than Abeokuta. As a matter of fact, they moved in there. They were already Egba before they moved to Abeokuta. But that's another topic. Under this topic, the point is that if Ibadan, to 1830, to our youngest, you know what we call Ibadan? The ancient city of Ibadan is one of the youngest cities. If it was created by your people in the 19th century, and you are talking about another in the early 19th century, and you're talking about the people who had Oyibo create a city for them in the 20th century, you cannot expect that the way they will be able to be the same thing. Meanwhile, the Ibadan people are also a conglomeration of different people groups who are from different cities. In Ibadan, you find Ife, you find Oyo, you find Ijebu, you find Egba. Even at the creation of the city, Lagelu and Ibadan man, Oliole has connections to Oyo, even has some connections to Bariba. You have all these people come together to form a new city, coming from different cities on their own. Why do you think they created what they created in Ibadan? The kind of rulership, the kind of system they had, of leadership model they have. They did that. No, Ogedengbe is in Ilesha, not Ibadan. No, Ogedengbe. No, Ogedengbe is not Ibadan. Ogedengbe is Ilesha. The one in Ibadan is how did I forget that man's name? Odeinlo. Odeinlo is one from Ibadan, not Ogedengbe. Ogedengbe is Ilesha. Odeinlo is Ibadan. Yeah, Ogumola is also Ibadan. Now the point is, these people were coming from different cities in Yoruba land, gathered together and formed a city, created a structure that was different from whatever you find elsewhere, and you. Oh no, it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair because we assume that because we are all in Nigeria, all of us are the same. It's not fair. Whatever makes a person move the same way over time in different spaces tells you something. It's not that the man is a bad man. This action that you see that makes you look at it and say, what kind of nonsense is this? That action is not doing it because he's a bad person. That is a manifestation of where they are in cultural evolution. They have not developed. And with all due respect, why is this important? Because sometimes you need to be told exactly. Until develop. And with all due respect, why is this important? Because sometimes you need to be told exactly who you are so that you can fix up. It's not that they are not bad people. They just have not evolved past a certain level. For instance, I was saying the other day, When I was growing up, even now, you see here the concept of autonomous communities in certain parts of Nigeria. I'm not going to mention anything. Autonomous communities. We are all, everybody has his own kidney. I'm like, with due respect, that's what you want. That's okay. Then you read Yoruba history. People of God, we ended, not began, no, we ended the concept of autonomous communities in Ife and started building city-states more than 1,000 years ago. One day, I think it was last year, I was doing a study on this concept of city-state and centralization, and for some reason I decided to study Sparta and Athens. You know, I'm proud as a Yoruba man. Study Athens, study Sparta, study the Greek states, and study Yoruba history alone, you'll be proud. We have the concept of city-states, not autonomous communities. We used to be autonomous. We used to have autonomous communities. Everybody grew through that phase. By the way, our autonomous communities had kings. Some people's autonomous communities have no kings. I'm not saying we are better. I'm just saying we are different. So it's not like, oh, I'm better than you. That's not the point. I'm not better than anybody. It's not. Number one, what am I even comparing myself with? Like, it's disrespectful to myself and the memory of my ancestors. That's why you hear me say Greek. You hear me talk about Greece. I talk about China. I talk about England. And I do that intentionally because when you really get deep into your history, after a while in your life, you just know that, oh boy, I'm going to Sintosi. Into Sumegbe in Nigeria, Hausa. To Sumo, Hausa ati Kanuri. To wa Hausa, to Kanuri, to Ware. O fe da bin pe esi ni ikanle tele jo sepo. Our Hausa manja o. Hausas and Yoruba, we fight. We've had several issues. But you know why you don't have this? It's like when people come, I was listening to one of the recordings that we posted earlier today, where people come around and say things like, but I've never conquered anywhere. I'm like, that's because you could not do it. You didn't have the capacity to do it. If a person conquered another person, doesn't mean tomorrow they will not be friends. Rome conquered England. Many of the places in England today were named by Rome. Manchester is not a native name. London is not a native name. Many places, by the way, is Londonium. These are Roman names. But the point is that just because it happened, and by the way, they were colonized for 400 years by Rome, doesn't mean that Britain will not become the empire where the sun never sets. The empire where the sun never sets. You will evolve past that thing now and you become great. But see, the problem is that now only people who I can compare myself with be that. Sorry, they're insulting me on YouTube. I say everywhere I look is insult, but everywhere I look is also blessings, by the way. And will be drowned in the sound. The noise of the insults will be drowned in the sound of the blessings. So I'm going to send you to the naughty corner now. Richard, take care of yourself and your toys. All right. Where were we? The real issue is an issue of culture. Now, if you are going to evolve as a culture, the first thing is that you have to acknowledge something is not right. So I'll give an example. No, I won't give an example like that. But see, Yoruba people, we don't have a perfect culture. And there's no culture on earth that is perfect. But what do? You see, if we see something nice, we can copy it. We can learn from somebody. And we have history that goes back. I have history of what happened in the 11th century when certain elders in Ife sent some people to Mali to go study something that they were introducing to Yoruba land at the time. No, 12th century, 1100s, in the 12th century. You have to look at yourself and say, okay, maybe if I add this thing to this, but then you can acknowledge the source. Anybody who copies something and finds it very difficult to acknowledge the source of that thing is from an underdeveloped culture. That's why you see people trying to spell or change the spelling of egusi and call it egunzi and gunzi and say what they are changing that stuff because it makes an underdeveloped person feel happy. The goal is not to develop. The goal is to steal. But you see, the thing about stealing from smart people is that they will steal and then tell you that I stole from you. They will tell the whole world, listen, no, the word orange is not English. It has Arabic roots. Does that mean the Arabs will go to England and say, stop saying orange, stop saying limes? By the way, this word, orange, lime, lemon, those three words are Arabic, have Arabic origin. Algebra is Arabic. Algorithm is Arabic. Does that change the fact that they can use it? Psychology is Greek. Most of what you see in English language is not even local. Is Greek plus Latin and even Arabic. Now Yoruba. But you will, that's why you check your dictionary, whether it's Oxford or Cambridge. You see the ORG, origin. They'll write the ORG of the word, the origin of the word. They'll tell you that Jakpa is from Kinekon. They'll write Eba. They'll write Yoruba. They'll write it there. But guess what? And stay with me for a second. They will acknowledge the fact that the word Eba is from Yoruba and they'll write it the origin. But guess what? When you come to us as Yoruba people, we also acknowledge the fact that that thing that we used to make that Eba is not even from us. E.g., by the way, I mean Ege. We have about 3 words for that particular thing, but it's not even indigenous to our space. Ege, Paki, Gbaguda, cassava is not originally ours. And I've said it jokingly several times. Oduduwa never ate Eba. Because there was no cassava in Nigeria, in Yoruba land at that time. In fact, in Nigeria, period. There are many things that. So why can I say this? Because I am secure in what I contribute. I don't have to steal what other people like. Oh, just to make myself feel good. The same way people give me credit, I also give credit to where the ege came from, where the cocoa came from. These things, anybody who cannot acknowledge the source of what they are using, they're not just trying to appropriate that stuff. They are showing you that they are from an underdeveloped culture. How on earth have you ever heard anybody say, and I know the answer to this question, I'm just trying to, this is the softer way of answering the question. The harder way is not for this platform. If going forward, I won't mention the name of any ethnic group apart from Yoruba or any other one I'm not actually addressing. So I don't want it to look like I'm insulting any group. Okay? Deal. All right. If you look around Nigeria, several ethnic groups, and you see a group, I'm not mentioning any name, please don't write it in the comment section, just know it in your heart. Mosenu, Mosekun. You look around Nigeria and only one ethnic group practices caste system. Then you now start to ask, did it happen elsewhere? That's one. Number 2, if it's happening here, don't write in the comment section, say. There's a reason I'm saying that, please. I mean this. I want people to actually get without feeling that they have been attacked. If you check let me say, one day, let me finish that thought first. If you look at that system and you ask yourself, why has it not changed? The answer to that question is a reflection of the state of a culture. If Nigerian courts are the ones telling you about the right of a girl child to inheritance in the family in the 21st century, you really think we are the same? When my dad passed, and by the way, the people who insulted me with it, my dad passed as an old, nobody's too old for their family. I thought he was too young, but he was over 70. So he had a blast. So people that insult me, somebody insulted me, say, your father, I'm like, if your father ever gets to my age, let alone my father's age, that means that your family has hit lottery. But that's another thing. We'll just stay with this one. When my dad passed, every single person got a share. My sisters, everybody. It wasn't even something to debate. There are people who have to go all the way to the Supreme Court to even have a chance at getting the spoke of a bicycle from their father's inheritance. You are the one. Now, to expect that person is going to see things as you do, it's to you, it's not fair. It's not the person's fault now, it's Yoruba's fault. It is unfair. The concept of ownership for us, let me give another example. When the Ghanaians speak, you hear people say things like, but we bought the land and we own it. You see, for ancient cultures, ownership doesn't come from purchase. It usually comes from allocation. Sit down, just think about what I just said for a second. In ancient cultures, ownership of the land does not come from purchase. It comes from, I'm talking about in Yoruba land. Let me say Yoruba. Ownership comes from allocation, not from purchase. When iyi to wan le Yoruba ni pe won pala láti bí síbẹ̀ yẹn títí ẹ. If you are here and your family plot, this is a very good example. If you are here, you're a Yoruba person, your family farm, your farm, oko yin oko to wà lẹ́gàn, oko wájú nílùú yín tẹ́ bá nírú ẹ̀ àwa nílé Ifẹ̀, tẹ́ bá lóko wájú mi tẹ́ ti wá, mélòó nú ẹ̀ ni lẹ́ra àbí ni bàbá yín rà. No, I'm even serious. If you have, okay, let me add it this way. If your grandparents bought the farmland that you call your family farmland today, please write in the comment section. Just say, yes, we bought it. No, we didn't buy it. If you tell me you bought it, it means that you are not from that place. We don't, why would me, I could buy how? And guess what? It is, now you can't see the end of some people's lands. You know, if you go to the farmland, you can't see the end of your, in most cases, you don't even know where the thing going. Just don't say, just they go like hectares. That is actually the sign that you are from that place. Nobody will sell it to you. How would they sell it? It was allocated to your great-great-great-grandfather. They just pass it on. And that's what tobacco, well, boy, man, say a lot of because I lost oko. Now, those of us from this kind of culture, we then go to different parts of Yoruba land or different parts of Nigeria or different parts of West Africa, different parts of the world, or we buy properties. But not once do we ever think, or have we ever thought, that we have now become indigenous to that place because we bought the land. Why? Because we understand the concept of ownership from whence we came. We know the connection to land has nothing to do with purchase. If a person's civilization depends on Nigeria, how exactly am I supposed to be able to communicate with that person? That's the issue. A person buys a plot of land. Nobody can rest. I come from a place where land and water, literally. Do you know what? Let me give you one flex as a Yoruba person. It's from our myth. Do you know? This is our myth, by the way. It's not history. This is a myth, but it's a myth that we've believed for centuries. When Oduduwa needed land, he didn't buy it. He poured it out of his pouch on the water. He created it. That's from our myth. That's where we are coming from, guys. In other words, Oduduwa created. He got to the earth. Everywhere was waterlogged. It was water everywhere. What did he do? He looked into his pouch. It's a myth, I know, but it says something deeper. He looks into his pouch, gets the sand, pours it on that water, gets the let's say put that one there. That one spread the kidney. That was how we got land. We didn't buy it. In other words, my fathers created it. What are we talking about? Seriously, I like what I can use myth to flex, because even whether it's the history or the myth, I'm flexing on all sides. The point is that, and this is why they brought out those myths, by the way, is to tell you your connection to the land. The idea of identity. It's not something you got because Nigeria happened. It's not something you got because you purchased it. Who would Oduduwa purchase the land from? Even the historical one, from whom would they purchase it? If we don't have land, let me tell you what that puts in your head as a Yoruba person. If I go somewhere I don't have land, I can create it. They're literally doing this in Lagos today. We just sandfield the place. Oh, what? That's... Don't worry, I was going to say something based on that. Like, if we need land, we create it. If ocean takes part of our land, we reclaim it. That's what Tinubu did. Don't go around crying for land. We reclaim it from the sea and say, oh God, our land is this place. We call forth land out of water. I'm Yoruba for a reason. You have a culture that's so... Everywhere you turn, from the seashores all the way to the savannah, Yoruba is everywhere. There's Yoruba land that is by the sea. There's Yoruba land in the mangrove forest. There's Yoruba land that's savannah. It was around the time when America was fighting their war. One of the reasons Britain got so interested in Egba land was because of cotton. What kind of land can produce that kind of thing? That's the question. So in Yoruba land, you can find a Ekpokupa, you can find a Ge, you can find Owu. With all due respect to every other group, God, but I like to talk about what God has done for me. The problem we have in Nigeria, number one, is that we assume we're all the same. We are not. There's an archaeological exercise. This is not today's topic, but it is well. There was an archaeological exercise carried out last year, actually. I think I have some videos on that. And Kai, I saw something on YouTube right now, and I feel like crying. You know, my dad, when we're having the wake keep, I'm not going to mention the number, but a number of people came out and talked about daddy giving them this and that, talked about land. Most of them land. Then I come on, not just social media, even in real life, people are shouting, we've bought all your land. I'm like, we give land. And I'm not talking about Odudu, I'm talking about my own, I'm talking about my family. Whatever you cannot give, whatever you cannot give is bigger than you. If your joy is in the fact that you'll be able to acquire it, not that you can allocate it, you have acquired it, but you cannot allocate it, you are poor. Oh, I bought, number one, they've not bought any land like that. All the things, if you pack all the land that they have bought in Lagos together, all of them no fit into Equatorial Atlantic. And Equatorial Atlantic is just twice the size of VI. Everything no fit into Equatorial Atlantic, let alone Dangote's refinery. But more than that, you see, the Bible says so no. The beauty of life is not in so much of what you can acquire, it's about what you can give. If it's about what I've acquired and you cannot mention what you have allocated as a people, you are very small people. You are a very underdeveloped culture. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. The problem is that, number one, there's an assumption we are the same, which is not true. Number two, there is a reluctance to say the truth. To be honest, most of us don't even know it. You are comparing yourself with somebody saying Buhari is from God bless you, Jerry. You know, when I listened, I was going to say something earlier, I'm going to back with Tabaron said your question in the comment section. I listened to the other gentleman talking about how they told them that Azikiwe took Mami water and put it inside a bottle. Do you know what that is, guys? Do you know it's a myth? Do you know what it takes to create a myth in the 20th century? all these myths that we talk about in Yoruba land, none of them is, I mean, most of them are centuries old. But you know what it is to be creating the myth of Azikiwe bottling up Mami water in the 20th century? Let me tell you something. There are many. You know why I don't talk about them? Because they are making up for this stuff and they're not comparing themselves. And I know them and I never insult them. I never talk about. I remember what I was going to talk about clothing. Let me give an example. There's a group, I won't mention the ethnic group. There's a group somewhere in the hills in the north. It was in the 90s. We're watching Saturday Special on BCOS in Ibadan. And I saw the report of this group. They had no clothes on. They were in a particular, if I mention the hills, you will know the place, so I won't mention it. But you know what? They don't even mind, because those ones, that's the funny thing. They are more developed than some people. And they didn't have, many of them were not wearing clothes in 94. But they are more developed. You know why? They own it. It's part of their story. They own it. Was NYC guys, NCCF, by the way, I was in NCCF, shout out to NCCF, Nigeria Christian Corpus Fellowship. They went to those places, you know, rural rugged, and then of course, it's Coma Hill. People are graduating there. Went there, it was old Gongola State. Went there and then told the people. When I see those people, when I talk to those people, of course they are Nigerians. I don't look at them and say, oh, what, it doesn't really matter. Because they are not trying to tell you that they are better than you. The problem with Nigeria is that the person who is least is the one who says is the best. And what makes you least is not that you don't have money. Money is not everything. It's about the value system. It's about the cultural expressions. And I'm really trying not to mention anything. I was going to say something earlier. There was an archaeological exercise that was carried out in Ife. Just this last year. Maybe they're even still there, I don't know. But I have some videos, you know, from the stuff. They found cotton seed from the 10th century. And we're talking about, if there was cotton seed here, that means that these guys have had, they have fabrics, they had clothing industry and everything. Then I read there are certain books. There was a whole clothing manufacturing industry in the 12th century Ife. In other words, they can harvest the cotton, sell it amongst themselves, weave it, spin the yarn, and then create materials and fabric and clothing. And that's where I am from. Okay? And from the people who, when Igbo got to Nigeria, they were able to sell clothes to Igbo, who then sold that same thing to Ghanaians. And we don't have to fight with Ghanaians that Kente is from us. Ghanaians know. Ijo used to buy it from the people, they know. The Asholono, low inspire Kotonse, with the tortoise motive. Everybody knows, or be tortoise motive, then, whether it's in Ghana or in Ijo. But there's one group that will say it started from them. Meanwhile, they were not even wearing clothes at the time. The reason I will not mention any group, and please don't write anything. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just trying to explain to you why we cannot see the same thing at the same time. There's a book here. I say I won't mention it, so I won't mention the name of the person. There's a book here of the leader of government in that area in 1963, putting out an edict saying that if you come to the market naked, you'll be arrested. 1963. My father was in his 20s. This is not a century ago. This is just, I have cousins who were born in the 50s. I have cousins who were born in the 1950s. So it's important for me to repeat that my aunt was born in the 1930s. I have cousins who were born in the 1950s. People are being told to wear clothes in 1963. You really don't know that there will be this thing to make up for stuff. Let me tell you the problem. The problem is Shakin Shebiora What that means basically is that if everybody knows their place, we can all live happily ever after. It will not even matter. Everybody can do well. You can succeed. You can. But once you all this, what me I hate in my life is this thing. But you see, what I even hate most is not just that you are proud, is that you are proud on top of nothing. And I've said this several times in Nigeria. You can be proud to anybody. You know, when this thing started, I always say, the day Timama she will come on your con, you can be proud if you like. But see, when you say Yoruba man, nah, just chill out. He doesn't talk. Oh, by the way, even if you notice that I'm not saying anything, we don't talk. But nah, don't come close. Don't come close. Don't come close. If you have people, for instance, who are shouting, we must unite, and I go to your state and I see that one town is superior to another town in the 21st century, and you're teaching me about unity. This is me not answering that question directly. I hope you understand. But let me just end by saying this. The real issue is this. If God has blessed you with the advent of the British, be grateful to God. Count your blessings, name them one by one, and it will surprise you what the Lord has done. God has been faithful to every group in Nigeria. God has tried for us. Just be happy with it and move on. And then you now look around. What are these people doing that if I do it, it will help? Have you guys ever thought about it? How did we come to using onions in our food when it is not indigenous to us? You have trading. People will bring things from different places. That's how spice was introduced to Europe. You see what they're doing. You ask yourself, if I add this thing to this thing, maybe to make it better, then you say it. And even in the name that we call it today, we say acknowledge how that thing got to us. If you see something that is not working in your culture, look at another culture and be humble enough to acknowledge the fact that you are not all that. And then you see it from that place, then you copy it. This is my solution, by the way. You copy it, and you can even say, oh, I copied it from that person. Pasta today in Italy was noodles. Absolutely. You are very correct, method man. When we hear the word pasta, we don't think of China, we think of Italy. But when you get to Italy, Italy will tell you that they have pasta because China introduced noodles to them. Pasta is a direct descendant of noodles. And Italy doesn't feel less for acknowledging the fact that it has Chinese roots. But no, China will not even say that they own pasta. That's another people's innovation on what they have done. That's how developed people think. Development, when you say underdeveloped country, is not about how much money or GDP or long. It's about sense. It's about sense. The China one paper, I thought that was Egypt now. Was that not Egypt? That was Egypt. Method my paper is Egypt though. Let's not let our Egyptology people get angry with us. Some papyrus. Paper is Egypt. Some papyrus. But gunpowder is from China. And the people who use gunpowder to terrorize everybody were Europeans. Today, that's why the fact that now have AK-47, AK-49, all those things that they've done, they still acknowledge the fact that the gunpowder is from China. Please talk about 2000 BC iron smelting site. Paper was Egypt and China independently. Oh, okay. No, I think it's both. Because I was papyrus in Egypt, though, that's well. So, to I get it. What did China do? China went back to China. Oh, it is well. Somebody said something I was going to read out. Iron smelting. To be fair, there was also iron smelting in Sukao. There was iron smelting in a part of Enugu, actually. Let me say, part of Enugu. The only point is that the people who did it, that's where the issue is. the day the Igbo man begins to acknowledge Igala is when Igbo will start Igala, Bini, Yoruba. That's when Igbos will make a headway as far as development is concerned. I'm not talking about physical development though. I'm talking mental development. There's iron smelting, which is ancient, by the way, in the eastern region. The only wala na we are going to give credit for that. It's not my job. I won't talk about it. But let me talk about iron smelting in Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, we got to Iron Age. So Europe had Ice Age, Stone Age, Bronze Age, and then Iron Age. We didn't have to know, of course. We went straight from Stone Age to Iron. We didn't have any Bronze Age in between. Our brass even came much later. But Igala, no, but seriously, this Igala thing. No, one day I spoke to my friend and I said, you guys, do you even know your own history? Because if you know what you don't do. Ata of Igala was a god to some people, no. Not just Nigeria happen, no. And Igala, the language is heavily, I'm putting emphasis on the H, heavily influenced by Yoruba language. Heavily. Listen to them speak, you think they are talking Yoruba. But of course, it's not Yoruba. It's not a dialect of Yoruba. It's a separate language, but it's influenced by Yoruba. And guess what? They don't mind. They don't fight it. If you start hearing Olane, Ebi Pami, nobody would tell you. It was not religious colonization. No. It was fighting colonization. No, method man. No, religious came in much later. When you conquer a people and then you move in there, you bring your religion. That's how religion got there. But they fought and colonized the places. And it is easy to colonize. It will be easy. Why? If you have autonomous communities, we also had that issue in Yoruba land, by the way, and there's no shame in there. We had a lot of autonomous communities, small, KJ, everybody was doing Oga, until we saw the need for city-states. But we evolved into that about 1,000 years ago. People are still shouting autonomous community in 2025. Why do you think, I'm going to end with this, I said this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. Why do you think Iransi will be so, not just Iransi, by the way, the Igbo State Union was saying this, Azikiwe was saying this, Iransi implemented it, the very idea of a unitary system in a complex nation like Nigeria. Why would a person think of that? Why? Because he woke up late. You know what's happening in Nigeria? It's like everybody's writing an exam. Exam starts at 9 a.m. You can't wake up at 9 p.m. You're now telling all of us that we must recite the exam. That's the problem of Nigeria. Or that's one of the problems. Everybody wakes up at 9 a.m. You woke up at 9 p.m. See, when you wake up, that's your morning. It's fine. The mistake you are making now is to tell all of us to come and recite the exam because it will make you feel comfortable. That means make you not wake up early. He woke up late. What he was trying to do in 66 was exactly with difference. I'll tell you the difference. Exactly what Oduduwa was doing in the 11th century, in the 1000s. What did he do? He put together different kingdoms and formed one state. But guess what? He was doing it in the midst of a people that already had had the same identity. Even Oduduwa did not do it with different identities. He did it with one identity. It was his grandson who did it with people with different identities. And even then, his own Yoruba group were the major group, like Singapore. If you look at Yoruba history and you study the history of the world, you just be laughing, you just be happy. What was done in Singapore was what Oromio did. In other words, the major identity of Singapore is Chinese, just like Oyo. There were smaller groups, but the major group was Yoruba. In other words, the major identity of Singapore is Chinese, just like the one for Oyo back in the day was Yoruba, and of course took over everything. Oduduwa, with his own power and grace and might and wisdom and strategy, did not bring Hausa, Bini. Well, there was no Bini at the time like that, to be honest, but you get the point. It didn't bring different groups together and say all of us are now Ife. No, he stayed amongst his people. They were Yoruba people in different kingdoms. He combined them and had a state. You came in 1966. You are not combining people in your state? No. In your town? No. In your state? No. In your region? No. Now Nigeria, you come down. We go put together about 200 and something different people's sense. Just all of us are the same. That's why I say people woke up late. I see, anytime you wake up is your morning. It's not your fault. Maybe you overslept, whatever is fine. But whenever you wake up, just... And that's what Osadebe, sorry, not Osadebe, that was what Michael Okpara was doing. He woke up, he looked around, he saw who was doing better, and Michael Okpara got the seed, cocoa seeds, in Yoruba land. Because we had it. It traveled to Yoruba land, worked with our researchers, got the seed. When he took the seed, he didn't go back to Eastern, to Yoruba, to Igbo land. No, he went to Ogoja and created a cocoa plantation there. Whenever he woke up was his morning, well, when he woke up, he wasn't trying to tell Yoruba people, what do you mean that you have cocoa? We took he needed it. He needed the help. And we're gracious enough to say, okay, we have it, you can have it. That's how you grow. Not all this competition with air. You are competing with Fuji. There's no need to compete. So Yoruba people, again, let's be fair. When it comes to all these things, it's better to, if you meet your friends, let's sit ourselves, Oga, where you are is fine. But there is a way you move. And the reason you are moving like this is because you have not evolved. And I'm trying not to tell the people's history. You have not evolved past that stage. There is nah. No, I'm not going to say that. It's not necessary. How can you go everywhere and everybody's complaining about you? You think it's about them? No. If I go everywhere as a Yoruba man and everywhere I go they're insulting me, they insult Yoruba in Lagos, they insult Yoruba people in Ghana, insult Yoruba people in Togo, I'll be like, there's something is up here. You look inwards, you get the mirror, you throw the telescopes away. You don't need telescopes to develop at this point. All you need is a mirror. Look into the mirror. What is wrong with me? What's wrong with the man in the mirror? And the way, this is not to bring you to now feel bad, like I have nothing good. There's something good in there. Maybe if you look at the mirror, you find it, then you can bring it out. You are too concerned with what's happening everywhere else with telescopes all over the place. Buy mirrors. By the way, that's my advice to folks in the Southeast. Please buy mirrors. By now, should be creating a mirror industry in the Southeast. Please buy mirrors. Telescopes are so expensive. Mirrors are cheaper. Buy mirrors, look inwards, fix up. Everybody cannot be complaining about you. You own Lagos, you own Akure, you own Ibadan, you own everywhere. That woman was even saying it. They bought all the land. Which land? Which land? Are there Igbos who have land in Yoruba land? Yes. Have they bought all the land? How now? Oh, they have used their money to do party. Let me tell you something. If I like, let me use my money to do party. I don't do parties. I'm not a party person, but let me even speak up for our Molili Arinwa. Because someone task my gun. Let me speak up for our Molili Arinwa. Tomba fiowo ye mo ton se party, and so what? Ilẹ̀ tó ra gan, Ìbàdàn káre. Ta ló mọ̀ bí Ìbàdàn ṣe máa ń talẹ̀ n'Ìbàdàn? Ta ló mọ̀ bí Ìbàdàn ṣe máa ń talẹ̀? Ìbàdàn káre. Although ìwà pààlẹ́ náà wà ń bẹ̀ ọ́, ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tó bá ti yé ó ti yé. If you know, you know. Ìbàdàn àtàlẹ̀ fún àwọn fún Ìbàdàn kó tira lẹ̀ tán. Tí ẹ bẹ ẹ pẹ̀ kóòtù. Is there any Ibadan person? I grew up in Ibadan. My father used to do lots of land business in Ibadan. Ibadan person will sell land to you. Ibadan family will sell land to you. You now go back and tell them that you have bought all the land. Okay. Come and build on that land. Let me tell you the worst you can do. The worst you can do is go to court and you will be there. Shebi, land is land. It will not leave that place now. They talk about Lagos, Sobonile. Ibadan doesn't draw money less. That's not where they have their own issues. Their own issue is that you want to be stupid, Abi. Yeah, build on that land now. Sherry, wọ́n sọ pé gbogbo ìlú ló lárùn tiwọn, ìjà ìgboro ní àrùn Ìbàdàn. Tí Ìbàdàn bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ tiwọn, ẹ̀rù á bá àwọn ènìyàn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa wòran. I hope I answered that question without necessarily answering it directly. And that was intentional because the answer is actually deeper than that. Everything I just said right now is just me skirting around the real issue. But that's part of the answer. So I hope I answered the question. It is well. It is well. But as a Yoruba person, it's time to actually wake up. Let's not be doing all those things like we're all together. We're not. For instance, the Hausa man doesn't say he's the same thing as myself. That is why Ibadan is not developed. Really, if they put together the best places in your state, Lord Percy, fit Alalubosa. Don't mute him. Let me explain something. In fact, let me speak of it. I was born and bred in Ibadan, by the way. I'm proud of that city. I'm from Ife. Somebody say Ibadan is not developed. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's not developed yet. VAT from Ibadan for this quarter, the first quarter of this year, is ×2. What am I saying? It's 2.5 the time. Guys, I'll calm down and say it. Let me answer this clown. The VAT from Oyo State is 2.5 times the VAT from the entire Southeast, the 5 states of the Southeast. Think about it for a second. And most of that VAT is from Ibadan. Or much of it, let me not say most. Much of that VAT is from Ibadan. Ibadan has 11 local government areas. Bayelsa has 8. Bayelsa State. Some of the local governments in Ibadan be like state, like Ido, for instance. That place is so big. Let me tell you why people think Ibadan is not developed. Because when they are traveling to some of the dilapidated corners of the earth, having sold gala in Lagos, I will answer you. You will not like this answer to help your destiny. Having sold gala on the express in hold ups at the toll gate. Having sold out the gala finish, you can't enter bus. Say they travel to your dilapidated part of the world. You can't go through a particular part of Ibadan. You can't see brown roof to the left. Meanwhile, there's nothing to be ashamed of as far as those brown roofs are concerned, though. Brown roof to the left, brown roof to the right, and you see it just goes all the way. Then you are like, see these people, they are living inside brown roof. Ibadan is brown roof. Ibadan is brown roof. You are daft. The brown roof you are seeing, let me first start by answering this way. See those brown roofs you are looking at? We like that. Well, I'll explain in 2 ways. Number 1, when they were putting up the corrugated sheets that became brown, where you are from, you were living under leaves up until the 20th century. Thatch roofs, the Ingbe, when you see brown roofs here, is that enough to justify brown roofs? No, I'll tell you what really have to do this, but let's first make something very clear. Whenever you see corrugated sheets in old buildings in Ilialamo, it's a sign that you are looking at a very, very, very developed space, because it means that they got exposed to that kind of civilization a long time ago, and that's why it's brown. That's one. Number 2, you see Ibadan is, by the way, it used to be the largest city on the continent. It became the second, but it's the largest in West Africa. Because I grew up there, I usually say this about Ibadan. Ibadan is an elastic city. It's like a city of concentric circles. Let me give an example of where I grew up. In my dad's house, the tenants, when they moved out, they didn't have to destroy the streets to build. They just have to move to the undeveloped part of the city. So let's say you are here, for instance, right? And then you are living at the center, which is where you always drive to when you're going from your gala place to your other place. That is the city center. Àwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ òjé ara sókà àgbà àwọn bí inú gbòòrò Ìbàdàn àwọn yẹn náà àwọn people yẹn burú náà ṣá wọn burú but àwọn area yẹn burú like but it's what you have when you're living in ancient spaces. When you want houses, you don't pull down the structure in those places. Why? Because there is land elsewhere. The reason those brown roofs are there is actually because there is land elsewhere. On a normal day, they're supposed to have destroyed everything and built something new. But the reason they're not building anything is because there is land elsewhere. Why would you destroy this one? Where you could literally just go, get land, and build something else. And when you see the spread and you see brown roofs, it's to show you the spread of the city. But you see the people in that place, the generation after them, are the ones you will see in Okeado, Okebola, about 7 days into Bodija. That generation after. Bodija, by the way, was the first estate in this Nigeria. Bodija estate is in Ibadan. There's old Bodija, there's new Bodija. That's the first estate in the country. After that one, then you have another set. Of course, people will build into outside the Onopoli, Igboho, LLA area. But then another set of estates will now develop after Bodija. You see them in Ikolaba, in Agodi. You see it in Alalubosa. You see it in Iyagoku.
Then after that one, you see a new set.
I'm from Ibadan, so I can't tell you. Iyagoku. Then after that one, you see a new set. See, the point is that each of these estates and GRs, aerodrome that I'm mentioning, they could fit some people's towns inside one of them. It's just that you will not believe if we tell you, Oluyole, God bless you, Onireke, thank you. Jericho, 4 sets. Jericho was the same set as Jericho was older than Bodija. Onireke and Bodija. Onireke came after Bodija or something like that. Anyway, the point is that those people are there. The issue is this: when you drive from your gala selling ministry to your hometown, you assume that the brown roofs you are going through is Ibadan. Well, it's Ibadan, but it's not all of Ibadan. You know why? Because although it is true that the brown roofs you are seeing will be the size of your state, but that's just a neighborhood in Ibadan. Okay, so it's true. I mean, you can insult Ibadan, but the reason you are doing that is because your entire state is the size of the brown roofs you are looking at. But the brown roof you are looking at is just a tiny bit of the city. And anybody who has the time can visit. Just go to different parts of Ibadan. There's nothing, the only thing Lagos has that Ibadan doesn't have, let me even say it. Well, you know, guys, you realize that until the 1970s, Ibadan was the Lagos of Nigeria. The only thing Lagos has that Ibadan doesn't have is the ocean. No. Ibadan has no beaches. That's all. That is all. The only thing that Lagos, I'm not even talking about seaport, because if Ibadan doesn't have seaport, the government has created inland dry port. This is how sensible people think. Not to be shouting, come and dredge it for us, come and give us seaport, come and give us fishing. Sensible people will create dry inland port, which is what the governor of Oyo State has done. The only thing Lagos has that Ibadan does not have, beach. And it's not a minus. You know why? Because Ibadan has something Lagos doesn't have. What is it? Hills. Lagos has no mountains. Lagos has no hills. Lagos has no mountains. Ibadan has no beaches. 2G4. You don't see one crying over the other. Come and give me beach. Come and give me hills. No. Oshodi-oke. JB Oshodi-oke. Tell me go read bridge kini. Oshodi-oke is not a mountain, no, it's the hill. But even that hill is even really kind of really see the hill. But there is no mountain in Lagos. Jokes apart, there are no mountains in Lagos, and there are no beaches in Oyo State or in Ibadan, which is fine. Ibadan is surrounded. You know the anthem of Ibadan? Ibadan, Ilu Ori Oke. Ilu Ori Oke. Ilu Ibukun Oluwa. Oluwa ṣe oni ibukun fún onílé àtàlejò. mo ti ń kọ anthem Ìbàdàn already. Ho ẹyọ kẹsì. Ekiti name Gogon is okay. Ekiti is ill. So Ibadan people don't complain about not having Oshodoke is the bridge. But okay, mountain. Do you know there was a time we're doing one project in one part of Lagos I will not mention. They had to go to Ogun State to go and get sand because they have to feed that place. They have to go because there's no hill, there's no mountain in Lagos they're going to use. I was listening to Professor Toyin Falola 2 days ago. Let me tell you something. Till today, what's today's date? 15th July 2025. Till today, Ibadan is the intellectual capital of Nigeria. And I'm from Ife, by the way. Although Ife, let's just say Ife and Ife, might not go through my people under the bus because of OAU, but because of UI. But the spread, the kind of energy generated intellectually in Ibadan can sustain. That's why we've got to do better, to be honest, as Yoruba people. We've got to do better. Explain what you mean. I'm talking about the amount of data, research, especially between, to be fair, between, I'm not even saying because I'm from Ife, but between UI and OAU. OAU because OAU intentionally focused more on indigenous stuff, much more than even UI. But the kind of research between those two places is not to light up the entire space called Yoruba land, even Africa. But at least let's start from home. We've got a lot of work to do, by the way. Got a lot of work to do as Yoruba people. I'm not saying this to make us feel like we are better than anybody. I'm just challenging us that there is comparative advantage. But just to answer that clown who was saying Ibadan is so developed that if your entire ethnic group wants jobs in Ibadan, they will have jobs. Last, you wash plates, but there will be their jobs, whether I want to be a doctor or something, or whatever. So no, Malo is up quick, Ibadan has buildings for days, estates for weeks, everywhere you look. But yes, there are brown roofs in Ibadan as well. The institute in Ibadan besides UI. Oh yes. By the way, I hope we can get to this topic. In Ibadan alone, let me tell you something. Because of the land, right? There's FRIN, Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria. There's FRIN. Then there is NIOT, Nigeria Horticultural Kiniko. Then there is there's Forestry Institute Gogofunare. Then there's of course IITA. Then there's CRIN, Cocoa Research Institute. Then there's Cereal Research Institute. Then there's IR&T connected to OAU. Then there is there are monotechnics and polytechnics and nursing schools. Oh boy, if you have of course there's CRIN. There's CRIN, Cereal. Then there's the other one, Cocoa. You enter IIT, you think another part of the world. There's forestry, there's fishery, there's people. I think your people need to speak up a bit more, especially for the sake of our children, because they shouldn't go around the world hearing this thing about, oh, Kinecon is not developing, inferior to the person who should not even be able to lace your shoes, who cannot even lace your shoes in real fact. Like, guys, I'm not insulting anybody. If not before Nigeria, you can't even lace my shoes, but now you are insulting me and saying we are not developed. Ibadan. Mo like my man so wani ìlú tó gbọ́ nílé tó gbàlejò. Ẹ wo, ẹ kúlà kúrò lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀kọ́lá. I took my time to drive around Ibadan many times and got lost. The fact I even drove around Ibadan is shocking to me. There are some states in this country. Oyo State, one day I went to do something, well, not one day. I used to travel to Shaki for things. 3 hours from Ibadan to Shaki. I first went to, I did some schooling in Shaki once in the 90s. Traveled to Shaki. 3 hours, you are still on the road. It's the same state. From Shaki, you can easily just, Okiogun area, you are in Benin Republic. Just because we are all laughing in this country does not mean that Not all Ibadan. You go and enter. One day, I went visiting. I went with my family. So I took my children, got into the car. We drove to we drove to Akbete. And I said, let's even go further. There are some villages in that place. Now, some people are going to buy estates in those lands in those places to create estates like Adron and stuff. Kiloma Kuruko will be now after Akbete. My brother was here, that reminded me. Akufo. But you know what? Akufo also has other abule after Akufo. And that place was Ja. Side Bikoni no Akbete to Ja Ajibode ni UI. I'm like, this Ibadan is something else. So, but you go through that road eating your gala because you just finished selling gala in traffic. You think that is what you have seen. Okay. First TV station in Africa is, of course, the first TV station in Africa is in Ibadan. The tallest building in the country at the time is in Ibadan. The biggest stadium in West Africa at the time is in Ibadan. But I like the fact that a lot of those things, we're not just saying in the past. Today, the university is working. Today, there are universities all over the place. Private universities, lead cities, technical universities, all kinds of schools. There are industries thriving. Whenever you eat biscuit that you see YALE on it, YALE, or you see chewing gum, SUMAL, Yale or Yale and Sumal. That's from Ibadan. Go to the north. That biscuit is in the north. Whenever you see fan milk, if you ever drank fan milk in your life, the original Kini Go is in Ibadan. People usually just think that because everybody's in Nigeria, everybody has beer manufacturing. By the way, there's beer too in Ibadan. Nigerian breweries, Maltina, Oga, Star, all those things that you guys drink. Many of those things. The books, why did Ibadan become so important as far as intellectual prowess is concerned? Apart from the university, publishing was developed around that school. So you go to Jericho, you see Heinemann, you see Evans. Later on, you see Spectrum, you see all this Oxford Press. It's in Ibadan. Listen, there are people in Ibadan who don't even bother going to Lagos. Someone writes Aromala on publishers. Thank you. Onibon Oje. How many people use books by Onibon Oje? Someone said I forgot the ring road. Thank you. We've not mentioned anything about ring road apart from Oluyole. And that ring road, what is share Selebu, what is share C or Noakala Express. When people laugh at it, but I just laugh. Like, you must be very ignorant. But guess what? There's a particular gentleman. He comes here often. We're talking about, say, just leave them. We'll let them be insulting us like that too. Let's just let them be insulted. And you know the funny thing? In Kote Kugba, Ibadogba, Ibadan Oraye, Odushote bookstores. My primary school used to buy books. My parents used to buy books at Odushote. All the books we needed, Odushote. I mean, I know the beautiful thing really is that all these things are not just, let's tell you history. Today, you still see those things happening. Is it the clubs, which I don't go, but they are there and it shows you something. There's a reason for that. Say the clubs or the churches. We have all the mosques, all the shrines. Everything you're looking for is there. No, but seriously, all the event centers, all the shows. Of course, there are certain things that have shifted to Lagos for obvious reasons. Like I said, Ibadan used to be what Lagos was. But that's not to say it has lost everything. There's still golf club in Ibadan. There's a golf club in No, not a. There are 2 golf clubs in Ibadan. There's one in Onireke. There's another one at Ojo. There's polo in Ibadan. all of this because somebody said it's brown roof. I hate when I hear that thing. There are golf courses in Ibadan. These are people. Yes, I noticed, sir. These are people who your entire local government will fit into one golf course in Ibadan. If you enter the barracks, you know, they have like, how many barracks they have? They have one Apata area, they have one Mokola Ilele side, and they have Odogbolu cantonment. That one, if you know Ibadan, you know the one in Ojo Odogbo cantonment, you know that thing links with Akobo. Who link ilẹ̀ táwọn people yẹn ni àwọn sójà ilẹ̀ tán ní Ìbàdàn yẹn. States àwọn kan ni. Mi ìdárúkọ àwọn kan ṣùgbọ́n ti yẹn. This is me not even trying to read anything, but I hope everybody is fine. Like we don't talk, but it's not because we have nothing to say. It's just because we choose to be quiet. Like certain neighborhoods in Yoruba land will literally become some people's towns, and I'm not joking. Do you know how big that place is? Oko Badagan ìlú mi ni. Kó lọ sí Do. Tó lọ bá ń sìn ṣá, wọ́n ti lọ bá tí wọ́n sìn. Àwọn aláìmọ̀kan máa pè Ibadan is developed. Anyway, I hope I answered that question. So, Mr. Babajide, the real issue is a cultural issue. They are going to be like that everywhere they go until they evolve. And until that time happens, it is well. Akobo that has expanded. Akobo to lost so no long that. Oh boy, Ibadan there no, I'm not try. Even Akobo now, and that's one. I can't call it a minus. It's a minus, but it's a huge plus that Ibadan has. Ibadan never stays where you leave it. If you travel, you go back, you see new neighborhoods. And if you're asking why do we have brown roofs in Ibadan, sincerely, all jokes apart, the reason we have brown roofs, the primary reason, there are other reasons, but the primary reason is that there's a lot of land to build, so you don't have to pull down the structure. And by the way, remember this, every house you see, every single house you see, ní Igboho Ìbàdàn, bóyá lọ́jà Aba, ní Eleko, ní Bẹ̀rẹ̀, Mọ̀pó, Oje, Ìrẹ̀fín, all those places, all the houses you see there, they all have farms. Gbogbo wọn ló lóko. Oko nínú wọn, if you drive and you are fast, you get there after 1 hour, but you're still in Ibadan. They always move out to go build. It's not like everybody's not fighting over family house to put it down. So, and those brown roofs, every time you talk about brown roof, what I think they should do is to retain the brown roof, but just ensure that the structure is properly done and then they have layouts so people can drive, which is done in some parts. I visited last year. When I went to some areas, I intentionally went into some places to check where I went to J, because I wanted to buy some things, and those things I could only get them there. So in some places they had created pavements and roads where there was no way. They had made ways in those places, or places that there was way, but of course there was a road there, but they've made it better. And then, of course, we're within our Agbole and choke. But the reason all these things happens, of course, was because back in the day when they were building, they didn't build thinking of cars. They built thinking of esse. Right. And we tend to judge the past with our present realities. But generally speaking, there's land everywhere in Ibadan. But if you move mad, There's something about the people used to do. I don't want to say it. Came out of Tasawara, away on me. Ilẹ̀ tó pé ntí ẹ̀ gan ayé lẹ́nu. Àmà sunkún àmà wálẹ̀ kì í na pé ibo nílẹ̀ wà. Have you looked for that like you're looking for pin before? Àmà wà bẹ carpet. Ibo nílẹ̀ yìí wà. Ilẹ̀ ẹ̀ dá. Ó ní. Káṣá máa dúpẹ́. All right. Ìbàdàn mèsì ọgọ. Ọmọ àjẹgbìn yóò ọmọ àjẹgbìn jẹ́ kára wọn máa fi kára wọn fòrè mu. Ìbàdàn mòró sùn. Ọmọ àjòrò sùn. I think I succeeded what I was good to do. I wanted to move that thing away from a particular ethnic group and talk about Yoruba people, which worked. So I succeeded, thank God. Somebody said I should talk their history. One day I will, by the way. One day I will. But the reason I've not said it is because I'm looking for a way to say it that will be respectful, because it will be very difficult. And this is not me trying to focus on the negativity in certain people. I'm just saying, when you just talk about this, it's like when you talk about Yoruba history, for instance, you know, if you get to a point, you're going to talk about Kiriji War, how we're fighting ourselves, how a kingdom would want to terrorize other kingdoms, because that was the fight at the time. You know, everybody wanted to, well, if you're growing, you wanted to expand. And then you saw other people expand, you also wanted to expand. You know, if you look at it today, it will look funny, like, why would Ibadan do that? Why would Oyo do that? And that's why I say that as a Yoruba person, let me say this before I move on. Let me say this. We're going back to this book very soon. We're going to start reading very soon. It's 4. What? It's 5. Oh, shoot. It's 5. My watch is not... no. I go to a king set that. Okay. Let me say something before we move on. We're exposed to different things from different places. Years ago, I read a book, historical book, written by a black American. To be honest, from that day I told myself I would never do it again. Unless they are telling their own history, how they got where they are. The guy was trying to make up for things and saying stuff. And then I noticed a particular pattern. And I'm noticing it in Yoruba people too. This penchant for saying is Yoruba's fault, is Kini comfort, you were colonized. That is why. I still read black American books, by the way, but I just don't read the ones that have to do with, like, so there's always this projections, like they're always trying to make up for the past by writing something that did not happen. But I don't go deep into it. Interesting, I still read that book too. It's not like it's bad. It's just that I'm going somewhere with my, let me say it this way. It's bad that there was colonization. But as a Yoruba person, that should not be the reason for anything, or the excuse for anything. You may not know this, but you did some colonizing as well. Your fathers did. If you ask me, I'm very proud of them. Very insanely proud of them. I'm very proud of what they did. Broke the borders, boundaries, just expanded left and right. I don't know why they didn't go eastward. They should have gone. Just let that place through. Igala people should have gone, take those places. But get the point. The point is that we did it. Okay? And I always say England itself was colonized. Not for 1 year. England was colonized much longer than we were colonized by England. 400 years. 4. King Ibedu says they were cowards. That's why they couldn't move forward. Thank you very much. Guys, I may not get into today's topic, but I'm going to tell you some history today. Thank you very much, King Ibedu, for what you just wrote in the comment section. Let me finish what I'm saying. But King Ibedu, what your parents did not tell you in your life, they've never told you, you will hear it today. The only reason I will not say it is if I just feel I shouldn't, but you will hear things. That cowardice that you mentioned there, that is the badge of honor that your leaders wear. That's the defining, for a person to be called a leader in your region, they have to be cowards. It's not just a rite of passage, it's the badge of honor. I watched this morning, seeing somebody shouting, "Let my people go." Ojukwu himself, at his age, was he shouting, "Let my people go," after running away several times? Your leaders are reckless, or let me say where. I don't want to insult the ones who are there right now, because they didn't send you to be this stupid. You are like this because of the people that raised you, and they were like the way they were because of the people that raised them, and those ones raised them based on propaganda from Ojukwu. You see that there's no way it can really be well with your land, because you don't build on truth, you build on lies. What they didn't tell you is that before the British, they used to pick you guys as slaves and just sell you at will. They didn't fight you. It wasn't like there was no need for war. You were conquered. You were a conquered race. Guys, if everybody ever asks me, why am I speaking like this? Any time I see that word, see, just say it. What you have not heard before, you will hear it. You were for the picking. You were like point and kill or point and pick. You just go there. Which one should we pick today? They'll pick. Why do you think that the definition of ancient to your people is in 1970s? Somebody died in 1996, it's called ancient. You have no history of bravery, you have no history of empire building, no history of statecraft, no history of anything, that you can even be proud of. You are leeches. Your clothes is borrowed, your food is borrowed, your mind is borrowed, your brains are borrowed. Your concept of leadership that you refuse to borrow is why you are where you are. By the way, you made a mistake today, but you're going to get a full one. But I'm coming back to that. Where was I? You have a people in 2025 looking for kingdoms in other people's land. Because when everybody was building land, they were building it on your backs. You're the one carrying the cement. It's funny when they call people cowards. Benjamin Adekunle alone is causing grief for your parents, your grandparents' descendants. Just one. By the way, someone you should be proud of as a Yoruba person. There's no space for victim mindset as a Yoruba man. Nah. When my fathers were expanding, your fathers were looking for their roots. Meanwhile, they didn't find it. Because the way life works is that you've got to find your roots before you expand. When my ancestors were expanding, those who gave birth to you were looking for their roots. And sadly, they never found it. You don't know your roots either. May God bless you. My only prayer for you is that at some point, you will find your roots. I'll stop there. Say one more thing, and then I might even change today's topic. Which one is it, Chima? Do you know how many people they call the ancestors? How can the people be telling they are from China, they are from England, they are from Japan, they are from US, they are from Israel, they formed Europe. Now they are from Ife. No roots. Even Israelites will say the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I can mention my own. These guys don't have a common identity. Still don't. Let's read. It's past 5 already. Somebody asked question. Our question will take us far like this. And I was saying something before I even stopped. I said I wonder why they didn't go east. Let me tell you the reason they didn't go east. The reason they didn't go east. We Igbos will conquer Africa, yes. When you finish conquering your mind, the space between your ears, you have not conquered it. You want to conquer Africa. With what is in your Korofo skull. Who lies to you guys? You have 2 ears. The space between your ears is as wide as the continent, and you think you want to conquer a place. What time do I start my program? We don't always do this. It's 1 p.m. for a time, Mondays to Fridays. But seriously, people need to even work on their minds first. I was lying to you. You are like children who were told that there was a fairy that, you know, puts the coin under their pillows every time the tooth fall out. That's what you are still believing. Even in fairy tales. Better work on your mind. Where was I? I will finish what I was saying. I will finish it. The reason Yoruba did not go eastward, there was only one reason. Who knows the reason? It's the name of a town. There's a reason Yoruba did not go eastward. Who can? It's the name of a city or a town. If you know it's just simple. It's the name of one town. And the answer is Benin. Benin is the reason we did not go eastward. We gave them that place to deal with everybody on that side. Benin is the reason we did not go eastward. It's not because of anything. Because you see, up until the 1950s, and then of course became really loud in the 1970s, as far as we were concerned, Benin was part of us. And even till today, I still believe so, to be honest, especially their king. They are part of us. So, you know, they're already there. Let them take care of. And that's why the greatest city in the East, their pride has always been that they are connected to Benin. Onitsha, I'm talking about Onitsha. The greatest is Onitsha, and that Onitsha is connected to Benin. It is well. Let's get to today's topic. Why do some Benin people deny this? Because it's not every Benin person that is connected to Yoruba people, to be honest. The connection that Benin has with Yoruba is in their monarchy, their chiefs, and some of the people in the land, not all of Benin. Their king is definitely connected. Everybody knows. Some of the chiefs and the nobles are connected. Then a few of the families, but very small family, are connected. The rest of them are not. So if the people say they are not, they are not. But the kings cannot say that. Yet many Benin people here consider themselves as Yoruba as well. Yes, now. Ijalode Lorindo way. Ijalode Lorindo way. We are. Whatever Benin was doing there, up until 1937, when we had Yoruba Council of Chiefs, the of Benin was there now. There was no Southwest at the time, and there was no Western region at the time. There was no Western region until 1939. And the Yoruba Council of Chiefs was in 1937. So it wasn't a Western region meeting. It was a Yoruba descendants, Yoruba leaders, Yoruba Obas meeting. And the Oba of Benin was there. And he had a right to be there, by the way. He's a direct descendant of Oduduwa. And by the way, what Yoruba did not do in the East, the Benin did though. The Benin did. Benin and Ishekiri, may God forgive them. And Ijo and Calabar, even Ikwere, Ondon Kanwo, Ondon Mewa wo, Ondon Kanwo. It just points like this, oh yeah. I just do the point and pick. And to bat is one of borrow. And for you to write what you wrote in the comment section, I'm just stopping myself. The reason, let me tell you guys, the reason I don't say something is not even because of these clowns. It's because of myself. People move mad because they never taught them as children, and their elders are not better. With all due respect. But you should be reminded. Don't. When you hear you couldn't even come close to Yoruba. You couldn't even come close to Benin. How do you want to die? Benin. Meaning that even the people that insult me on this comment section, their parents were known as Oba slaves.
The people that are from the place, they are seen as.
It's not Nigeria that gave everybody rights. See, you'll be talking. The people that are from the place, they are seen as. They are seen as Ovien. Let alone Igbos. Oga, respect ourselves and God will respect us. I don't know if that's how they say it. Sure, call on sure. You are the third largest group of people that were treated as slaves to the new world and have. Who is talking? So I will know how to respond though. Yoruba people were 8.3%. I used to think it was 9 until I read some other book. The person was writing about 9. We were actually 8.3% of slaves taken to the new world. 8.3. In numbers, we did not come close to the Igbos. But in influence, go and verify. I've talked about it here before. Oh, okay. I've talked about it here before. No, please don't mute him. Concilium is Yoruba. Our Columbus, or please unmute Concilius. Everywhere you check, it was so huge they had to conduct a study in the 1800s, 1864. We have the document, by the way. So I just want all of us to live in peace and harmony. We are all brothers after all. But if you move mad, I'll tell you that the brotherhood is not actually by blood. We just met somewhere, and then I can explain to you. If a Benin man is seen that way, how do you think they saw? Do you know how the Benin man, not the Benin king, do you know how the Benin man saw the Igbo man? What am I saying? Do you know how the Onitsha man, the Benin, Onitsha man, do you know how he saw the Igbo man? Tabakeru ni ọ̀rọ̀ àbàjẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ ni ọ̀tọ̀ náà la jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó máa sọ pé ẹ mọ̀ pé Yorùbá náà sọ pé àìlè sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ orí burúkú. Just because everybody keeps quiet and Oga, the best of you is under my shoes. God bless you. Where were we? Thank you very much, Mr. Baba Jide, for coming up, and JFAD. I won't say more than that because I'm about to say things I don't want to say. And Ghanaians, don't worry, Ghanaians will get the message very soon. But when they get it, and the crazy thing about people like that is that when they get messages like that, oh man, get a sodini. JFAD, are you there? Okay. All right. Everybody will be fine. Please don't hold back for these inglorious elements. No, you have to hold back. I don't hold back because of them. Oh. I hold back because of myself. I hold back because of myself, not because some people are not worth anything. Not all. I'm not mentioning any ethnic group, but some people, it's not because of them. You just choose like, nah, you're not worth it. Like if I'm going to exert so much energy, let it be for people that matter. That kind of thing. So just respectfully, let just leave that. Meanwhile, also, to also be honest, they are good people, so you want to also consider those ones. May not be like I say, but we see how to. Don't mute Great Ashi. Is Yoruba. Tiwa, you're just music. Or mute the person. you may not agree what he says sometimes, but even some people can also speak sometimes. But unless they are insulting me, don't mute anybody or insulting Yoruba people. The time will come to expand. So even if I'm going to expand, sincerely, if you notice, I expand it. I just tried. I try not to go too deep because two things. Number one, I don't think Yoruba ní tá bá ka ẹrú inú ẹrú á bàjẹ́. In this matter, it's actually literal. It's not metaphorical. It's literal. Tó bá ka ẹrú inú ẹrú á bàjẹ́. That's one. Number two, so lọ́kàn tiẹ̀ fún ara ẹ̀ wá pé òkè àwọn pàtó mi ní ṣe mi fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan láti bà náà yàn jẹ́. Then number two, àwọn kan náà wà lára wọn tí òun wà ìwà pàǹlẹ̀ yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n there's a part of history that I think should still be told. For instance, nobody shies away from the fact that part of France was enslaved by the Romans. And they were used for sports in the arena in the Colosseum in Rome. You can't say that because you don't want people to feel bad, you won't talk about it. Even France will talk about that history. Because of course, France is developed. When you research and you see this word, G-A-U-L, Gaul, those were the ancestors of the French. And there was a time Napoleon was trying to rouse the people up in France, and he had to appeal to that identity as Gauls. But they were taken as slaves by the Romans, Germans as well, some of them. It's history. Nobody cries about it, unless of course you're not developed. If we get to this topic, it will be a miracle. Down from that word coward that I saw earlier. You know why? Because the more you study Nigerian history, the more you discover that the most cowardly ethnic group in Nigeria is actually is Southeasterners, and with all due respect. And the reason may not even be because it may not even be their fault. Maybe because of the circumstances. So I'm trying to really calm myself down. So I will not say stuff. But it's true, Sha. Olubayo Majaro, you are still talking about Igbo and Igbo. What is this? The Igbos are not Igbo. Bro, it is IGBO. No, it is IBWO. It is IBWO, but I respectfully spell it as IBO. So folks from the Southeast, the pronunciation of their ethnic identity, the name, the pronunciation is Igbo. Guys, I'm not insulting. This is not even a joke. This is the pronunciation. I told you guys, I'm not lying. I learned Igbo in school. Igbo is pronounced IBWO. That is actually the pronunciation. That's the correct pronunciation of the name. Igbo. The B in the B that we call B in Yoruba is not like that. They do their own. It's not that heavy, and I'm not even playing around. They don't say B. It's Bo. Bo. So Igbo. I prefer to spell it as IBO for two reasons. Number one, it helps me. It's closer to Igbo than IGBO. That's number one. Number two, it also removes that confusion that they're somehow connected with Ife. Because I heard Waneze and Igbo say it. They are not. The Igbo, who are, by the way, I'm answering somebody on YouTube. The Igbo who are connected to Ife, they are Igbos in Ife. We also call them Ugbo. It's the same thing. It's just dialectal differences. Igbo, Ugbo, just like Ife, Ufe, Ilesha, Ulesha, Ile, Ule, Ishu, Ushu, Igbo, Ugbo. They are the ones in Ondo State today. They are Ilaje people. The remnants are still in Ife, by the way. But they are not Igbo. Igbo is another different kettle of fish. We love them, but we're not connected like that. So that it's Igbo. We great Igbo own Ile-Ife. Yes, you own everywhere but your mind, because you've lost your mind. But I don't like when people say it's Ugbo. It's not Igbo. It's Ugbo and Igbo. It depends on who is calling it. Northern Yoruba we call U-I. Central and Eastern Yoruba we call I-U. So the Oyo man will not call Ulesha, will call it Ilesha. But the Central Yoruba will call it Ulesha. All of us call it Ilesha because of the influence of orthography and writing and stuff. So it's Igbo. It is still Ugbo, but it is not Igbo. And the one who said they own everything, I agree with you. Once you somehow are able to regain ownership of your senses, let's talk again. At that point, at this point, you've lost your mind. You own America. Thank you. You own America. You own Israel. You own Europe. You own this. All right. I didn't open this live sessions because of you clowns who are insulting me. Yeah. So, by the way, anybody that says coward, just look at the person. Anything in your life as a Yoruba person, once you hear the word coward, try and make sure you have a mirror in your bag. Just take a mirror and give it to the person. Just show the person. Now they own Ghana. Ghanaians are getting crazy right now. And let me tell you something about quiet people. Don't get them angry, because you will regret, your entire ethnic group will regret that you got them angry. We're only praying now that it won't affect Yoruba people. Udoka, how are you going to send Ogun to me? I'm a descendant of Ogun. I am a descendant of Ogun. You are Aaron Ogun. If not for the fact that no, life is what it is right now. What is his name again? Udoka. I am Omo Ogun. You are Aaron Ogun. So how will Ogun kill me? Think about it now. You know what? I'm not even reading anything. Let me just have fun. Don't mute them. Say they want to disturb me. Let me even give them time. It's a big show. No, it's serious though. Aaron Ogun, they my jet now. But they say kill it version like Ogun. Baba wa tawa logun. Aaron Ogun la won ele. Tí gbori ki Ogun rí. Ogun onire Ogun Makinde. Ó ti dogun ẹ̀yìn odi. Tí ó bá gba kíní kan, tí ó bá gba yẹn gba nǹkan kan, mi fẹ́ dárúkọ àwọn nǹkan tó ń gbà. Ẹni tó bá mọ orí kí Ogun ti mọ̀ yẹn. Aaron Ogun la won ele. Ẹnu ẹgbọ̀ngbọ̀n yẹn. You know, Ogun is international. That's why we're watching one the other day. The person said Ogun kill. A Ghanaian saying Ogun kill. I was like, correct. Ogun has gone international. Ogun has gone international. So Ogun no fit kill me. I'm Ogun's son, literally. Like not literally, I'm Ogun's son. But you are Ogun Smith. May God give you understanding. But Ogun ò ní fẹ́ jẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ṣá, àdúrà ẹ̀kọ́ tó máa gbà fún ẹni Ogun ò ní fẹ́ jẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀. Ogun ò ní fẹ́ jẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀. Torí òun tiẹ̀ ó máa ń romi lé fẹ́ jẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ni, aláṣọ lè fi mọ̀ kí mọ̀ bóra. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó fẹ́ jẹ ẹ̀wẹ̀ o. Àkọ́rin pé pásọ̀ ń kí Ogun ni. Where were we? By the way, Ogun was a fantastic innovator. He was a technologist by excellence. You know, when I discuss this this Orisha, maybe because of my own personal kidney, I acknowledge the spiritual part, but I also like to look at the human side and the things they did as human beings, and the things they did, fantastic stuff. You know, Ricky Migambe. No, Ricky Migambe. So I'm not one of those people you can be telling you're going to kill. Ogun doesn't kill his children. But if you're not careful, let him not finish it. May God have mercy on your soul. Where were we? I'm just wondering where I'm going to start this thing from and finish it today. Oguntoye Ogunonire. One day, I'll do something on some of these orishas and just talk about, the things they did. Some of these orishas, they're fantastic innovators, fantastic humans. And that's why Ifa says, Eyan Londo Risha. But when they were Eyan, àwọn kan tó ń ṣe yẹn gangan, tá bá jókòó táwọn kan tó ń ṣe, a máa tún lẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe o. This is not the place for where's Ogun Town. That's the funny thing. If you guys actually know the different, sometimes what people don't understand with this Ogun that I say in the comment section is more about his manifestations than his personality. His manifestations. I need to remember. 1 second. I won't read it though because Nnamdi Kanu. What was Nnamdi Kanu doing here? Ogun is from Shak. Omoyele Yinka, please, not here. Not here, please. Don't do that here. Let's not start doing. No, please. Ejo. And you back man Pamela and Grammy. Ben you can also comment is not pay I wrote some things down yesterday. Yes, sir. Yes, I've done it. What I wrote down is the video from Anyoma. Mambo. Yes, I found it. Ugunlaka Yoshimole. Yoruba is sweet. It's just that something that you start teaching now. We've never said that. I've not said more than one thing. People are already saying it's from Ere, it's from Jackie, it's from Ekiti. And I got them having back walking on Jay live. Imagine me tell someone gun. We thought you back in him. I told man that ordinary video I put on yesterday on YouTube. People who are absolutely ignorant are telling me, whenever you hear people say things like, I have books that will tell you exactly what this is. I'm like, you have books. If you are actually a knowledgeable person, what you will do is that you will quote what you are using as your argument. I'm against this based on this. Not, you will talk 1 hour of nonsense. All right, yeah, I have books to support what I'm saying. You have pamphlets. You have tracts. By the way, if that sounds arrogant, it's because I don't think. See, the things that we read there, it's they're not made up. They are, so you collect it from the primary sources, okay, and then you do a lot of research, and then they now print it out. So that book is not just it's just a book you are reading. It's not a book. That's sometimes there's a book I have. That book is a product of 20-year research. The man wrote it there. Some of the books that we read, you know that sometimes some of those books could be 10 years in the making, 15 years in the making, 50 years in the making. And sometimes you have to, and I've done field work before, where you have to go and research and interview. Sometimes you come, put all those things. So people don't just write. It's from, and then of course, even after you have written one book, so after I've read one book, you also don't start talking based on one book alone. You want to read this and that and this and that. But the person who picks something from a poster will tell you that, let us talk about the town of a particular Orisha. I'm like, okay. All right. Carries events. Jabs. I didn't throw jabs, so me, I don't like fighting. I'm a peaceful person. Apparently, myself, I'm a peaceful person. But it is well, everybody is fine. Nigeria is well. Every ethnic group has some good things to contribute, but none of those good things involve arrogance. And that's what I don't like. Especially when, after you're arrogant, and I go and check, like, let me even find the basis of your arrogance, and I discover that there's nothing there. I'm like, that kind of arrogance, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Biafran pounds. Biafran pounds had nothing supporting it. It's not based on anything. It's not based on gold. It's not based on crude oil. It's just based on somebody's whims and caprices. Just say, okay, that's the value. That's how the arrogance is. Just arrogant. Based on what? Nothing. Anyway, that question actually changed the topic for today, but we're going to go back to that topic. Even if we are going to do only 20 minutes, we'll get back to the book. So we've been discussing, finally, the Owl on State Creation, and we'll be using Papa's book, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Obafemi Awolowo. We've done 2 sessions. Today will be very short, apparently, because it is well. What I've learned so far, Papa was explaining the concept of Jesus Christ. I fear who no fear you. I'm sorry, guys. I got something crazy. The person said Biafran pounds is based on victimhood. What? That's heavy. That's heavy. That's heavy. May God forgive you. May God forgive you. All right. Let us tiptoe to the book. That thing is stuck in my head. I'm trying to get it out. So we're just going to tiptoe around it and get to the... That was bad. You're a bad person. Ask God for forgiveness. God bless you. Now let us go back to the book. All right, so we've been talking about our one state creation. Papa was talking about the idea of federalism. And I've said it several times that when it comes to federal system in Nigeria, the person to actually study is Awolowo. When it comes to victimhood, you can study other people. But when it comes to federalism as a structure of government, of system of government, it's Awo that you study. And I will mention 5 different ways of explaining the concept of federalism. One was linguistic or ethnic. The other one was partly linguistic, partly geographical. The third one was provincial. The fourth one was based on agriculture, which I consider to be a very dumb idea, with all due respect. And then the fifth one, of course, is based on the contiguity of the minority linguistic units. Everybody seems to like the idea of state creation based on any of the last 4, or any of the 4, what's the English word I'm going to use now? Any of the latter options, right? From 2 to 5, but 1. And when you talk about 1, in other words, have state creation based on linguistic and ethnic lines or divides, then you are called a tribalist. Now, in 2025, we still have people throw that word at us, and they also combine it with another word, bigot. They say that because, number 1, that's who they are. Number 2, they are trying to get you to think you are them in order for you not to do what you want to do, which will be a threat to what they really want to do. I know that's a mouthful. I'm going to explain. You see, if a person wants to steal your space, he has his own agenda. He then calls you himself because you're a thief. While you are setting yourself to, and then you are trying to prove to that person that you are not a thief. He then gets his boys to take stuff from you because your attention is now divided. You are no longer keeping watch over what's yours. You're not preserving it. You are spending your energy proving. You are expending your energy proving to the thief that you are not a thief, thereby allowing for his goons to steal from you. So by the time you're done proving your point, you have lost what you should have been holding dearly to. So what you should have been preserving, essentially. Now, what that says to us is that when people use the word tribalist, they say it, but it's not because you are a tribalist, it's because they are. And then, of course, they say it to you because they want you to spend your time, which I see as the preoccupation of many people in obedient movement who are Yoruba, or the Yoruba who they think, by the way, I don't like extremes. I don't like Yoruba extremes also cursing people out every time. I don't think it's necessary. But I also don't like when Yoruba pander and try to explain themselves. So you are busy trying to prove to a person you are not a bigot. Meanwhile, the person you are talking to is a trigot, if there's any word like that. Now, having said that, let's get into some of the things that Papa said. So he said when they talk about tribalism, they're talking about people who are loyal to their region, to the exclusion and prejudice of others. And then he also talks about people who practice discriminatory things or actions against other groups, people who incite other regions. And Papa said, if that's the definition of tribalism, then that is bad. But you see, if you go by the original meaning of regionalism, and if you call regionalism tribalism, then it means that all the great men who have lived, and who have practiced this system, then you're going to say they are all bigots and tribalists. So people like George Washington would be a bigot. People like people like Lenin would be bigots. People like Mao Zedong would be bigots. Joseph Tito would be bigots. The Indians will be full of, India as a nation was led by bigots. That's what you're trying to say. But it says here, we know that they are not tribalists, they are not regionalists, based on the things that they say. You're buying a shirt and writing tribalist on the... No, you won't write tribalist because by the time we are done, you will not even like to use the word tribalist. Papa then said that the use of the word tribalist itself is problematic. And we spent some time on that on Friday, and we spent some time on that yesterday as well, when we talked about the fact that to use tribe in describing a group like Yoruba is insulting. Because no one of us will call Scotland or Scottish tribe. We don't have a Scottish tribe, we have a Scottish nation. Scotland. What they do in Scotland, you know what we call it? We call it nationalism. A Yoruba person speaks, then you call it tribalism. Now, the word tribe has different interpretations. One is like a group of barbarous people without structure and order. That's not Yoruba people. And even the good part that has to do with the structure still falls short because he doesn't explain Yoruba. Yoruba is a nation. And let me just say this, because I know some people are angry with me, by the way. Yoruba people are now getting angry with me because I said I don't believe that Yoruba land cannot work unless you break. And by the way, all of you that always say these things, are you building anything Yoruba land? The answer is always no. Somebody called me. Let me even say it now. Somebody called me. Reached out to me, an elderly person, having a conversation, and he said something about Yoruba land. And I said, it would be nice to have a nation, but, there's a lot that can be done. He said, no, nothing can work. This thing against us is Fulani people. Is out. Okay. Then he said something. Which is what I want to say. I'm not mentioning anybody's name. I just want to say something. He said his children wanted to travel home to invest. That he was the one who discouraged them from investing. So I asked him a question. Would that act develop Yoruba land or is that the way to develop Yoruba land? In other words, you will not invest in Yoruba land until we have a nation. Meanwhile, I didn't read this today. Dangote has started work on the port in Ogun State. I didn't read the news, but I'll read it tomorrow. There's a refinery in Lagos State. There's a port going on, port project that started in Ogun State now. You don't worry. Don't invest anything until you have your own El Dorado. We don't know you are shooting ourselves. So that's why some people are against me, sending me messages. So I already know that people... See, let me tell you something. I'm not here to be liked. That's the truth. I mean, I would love to be liked, but I have love in my life. I'm not starved of love. So if people love me or like me, that's beautiful. Like, I would love it. If people don't, it doesn't take anything from me. So people are building and investing in your land, taking advantage of whether it's the mineral resources or the people there. You say no until it's perfect. I see how wise you are. All right. So back to what I was saying. When you speak of nationhood, it doesn't necessarily have to be sovereignty. It doesn't have to be sovereignty. Scotland is not sovereign. England is not sovereign. Wales is not sovereign. But all of them are nations. Northern Ireland is not sovereign, but they're all nations. And I think when you begin to see from that perspective, it changes everything. You're not looking at yourself like one small group in Nigeria. Well, no. Because even amongst them, like Papa said in his book, when they play football matches amongst themselves, it's called international matches because they're different nations. The reason we are like this is, we don't want to acknowledge the fact that we're different because we assume that that's how to build a united nation, which is quite dumb, considering the fact that the people who actually put you together, they are divided, quote unquote, in their own country. This is the crazy thing about Nigeria. The UK that put you together, they know there are 4 different nations within one sovereign state. You that was put together, you that were put together, let me not speak back in English, you that were put together and you have like 50, 60, 70 groups amongst yourself, you are now telling yourself that you are one. So how many nations can we actually become? It's not that you're asking the wrong questions. It's not the nations to become, it's the nations that you are. Nation doesn't mean you have a passport. Nationhood doesn't mean that you have an army. But it could mean that as well. But that's not the definition we're even working with. The point is that when you ask the question, how many nations are we now looking at? How many nations are we? It's a question you can easily answer yourself. How many ethnic groups do you have in Nigeria? All those ethnic groups are nations. And don't tell me there are thousands of them. Listen, some of the ethnic groups that you think are small in Nigeria will be nations in Europe. How many people did Luxembourg? Luxembourg is just over 1 million. But we're not even talking about breaking this, just to be clear, because I think some people are not hearing properly. I'm talking specifically to you, Bina. I'm not talking about breaking Nigeria into nations. I'm talking about acknowledging that there are nations within Nigeria, like in the UK. This is not about let's break into many nations. That's not the point, though, because I think you're not getting my point, Obina. That's not the point. The point is that you've got to first acknowledge the fact that within Nigeria, just like within UK, there are many nations. That acknowledgement doesn't necessarily have to lead to secession. It could, but it doesn't have to. It helps you understand how to, let me say it this way, the nations within Nigeria doesn't have to lead to secession, but it will change the administration of the nation. In other words, you administer it differently, knowing that these people are different nations. They have different goals, different views, different visions, different dreams. The dream of a Yoruba man is totally different from the dream of other groups. And it doesn't make the Yoruba man better or worse. It just makes him different. That's it. So let's read a little from what we read yesterday. We all know only too well that a man who is a native of England or Scotland or Wales, to confine ourselves to familiar grounds, has no inhibition in introducing or describing himself as English, Scottish or Welsh. And he will never imagine that he will never imagine that an unpatriotic act or a sacrilege has been committed by him thereby. In fact, he is proud of his Englishness, Scottishness, and Welshness as he is of his Britishness. Here in Nigeria, however, when a man introduces or describes himself as Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, he is besmeared as a tribalist and a doubtful patriot. He must be a Nigerian first and last and nothing else. And I say that is stupid. Meet a Scottish and tell the person you are British. He will be the one to tell you that you don't know what you're talking about. He's Scottish and he's British. And him being Scottish doesn't mean he's no longer British. But he knows that the reason you are using British is because you want him to lose his Scottishness. That's why he will affirm and assert his Scottish identity. You see it on TikTok. Somebody does something, they say it's Yoruba, everybody's angry. Why can't you just say Nigeria? Why can't you just say we are one? What does oneness have to do with anything? That is like, say, for instance, you mention my surname, and then or you mention my name. Say Bushi did something. Or just say Yoruba people did it. Just say a Yoruba man did it. See, he's Yoruba, but he has a name. He's Nigerian, but he's Yoruba. And to be honest, his Yoruba identity trumps that of Nigerian, to be honest. A lot of what we achieve sincerely. I've said this every time. What I'm doing right now, I'm doing it because I'm Yoruba, not because I'm Nigerian. That's the truth. But I'm also doing it because I'm doing it because I'm Nigerian as well. I'm not, and I cannot deny my Nigerianness. But let's ask this question this way, and I'm going to try as much as possible to be respectful about this. How many ethnic groups in Nigeria have people gathered around books on a daily basis? I'm not saying how many can know, everybody can do it. But how many, where would you expect it? And where do you find it? I've thought about it over and over. And the things I actually thought about, I can't even say it here because, of course, you have to be respectful about these things. But the idea that you carry a book, I'm surrounded by books. You have a number of people on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. We are sitting down and we are discussing books. Where do you find that in Nigeria? This is not even about jabs. Go to people, it's just insult you, fight. Then they come with somebody put Mami water inside a bottle. We are here, all of us are sitting around books. You might as well be in one room or one hall, seated around, just discussing. That kind of intellectual engagement, you don't find it in different parts of Nigeria. It's almost peculiar to Yoruba land. I'm using the word almost to show humility somewhat, but you get the point. So when we do these things and we now achieve something, and then we say it's Yoruba, it makes no sense for you to now feel so inferior to the point where you must make it Nigerian. It's Nigerian, but Yoruba. If, for instance, I hear leather works, I know Yoruba people do leather works, but the first place I'm going to think about is Kano. There's leather works in Yoruba land, just like there are intellectuals in the north. But the place I would expect to see leather works, I mean, the sale of it will be in Lagos, definitely, because that's the market. But the tannery, the processing, all those things, I won't think of Ede, I'll think of Kano. I don't have to say it's in Nigeria, it's in Kano. And Kano owns that, which is why I support what's happening right now with the leather production, and everybody's knowing now that most of what you call made in Italy is actually made in Kano. Does that now mean that I'm saying Kano is not Nigeria? Kano is. But that's something that Kano itself is contributing to the Nigerianness, and you can't take that away from Kano in order to feel comfortable. You have to allow Kano to be uniquely Kano. Does that mean there's no leather in different parts of Yoruba land? Of course there's leather, but we're not known for that. If I hear trading and business, I'll think of Ijebu, I'll think of Ijesha. Maybe that's what you want to hear, Obina. Back to the book. Here in Nigeria, however, when a man introduces or describes himself as Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, he is besmeared as, I know what you are trying to do, and that's why I gave you the answer that I gave you. You know the funny thing, on a serious note, when I think about trading or business, I don't think Igbo. What makes me think about Igbo in terms of trading is actually the apprenticeship system. But, by the way, Yoruba has apprenticeship system, but the way you have it is different from the way we do our own. You do 7 years stretch of the person working there. We don't do our own like that. But that's something unique to your people. It's not, again, it's the difference. So, for instance, when a group in Harvard studied the apprenticeship system in Igbo land and considered it good, I don't have to say it's from Nigeria. I don't have to. But to be honest, would I want to have the apprenticeship system in Yoruba land? No. Why? Because we have our own, and it works. And also, understanding the circumstances surrounding that innovation. You know, like they say, necessity is the mother of invention. What made it necessary for the Igbos to come up with that doesn't exist in my space. Therefore, I don't have to go that route. But can I acknowledge if I see something good? Of course. Do I have to appropriate that thing and say it's Nigerian? Of course not. It's something that Igbo people created for themselves based on their own situation. Maybe they had it before the war, but it became really pronounced after the war. And they created something for themselves. But it's not a Nigerian thing, it's an Igbo thing. If you hear soup, by the way, there is a lot of soup in Yoruba land, loads and loads of soups. But if you hear soups, and I'm using soups intentionally, generally speaking, not like, I'm not saying that, by the way, the first time I had Miankuka is a Hausa delicacy. I was given by a dear friend. Oh boy. I can still feel that thing in my taste bud, and it's been almost 20 years. Oh boy, it was sweet. It was sweet. It was sweet. I remember. But if you hear soup, even if you have not eaten it before, because of the hype, you first think of Calabar. Okay, don't write in the comment section. Bad people are in this place. If you hear Akwa Ibom, Calabar, there's anything that comes to your mind. Food is the one I can say here. The other one, be thinking it's in your mind, but don't type it. But the point is that it's the Calabar. Let me give an example. Calabar women are intentionally taught to be homemakers. They have an institution to teach their women to be homemakers in everything, whether it's in cooking, in sex, in motherhood, in everything. That is, no, not house apple. No. But they are intentionally taught. That intentionality, I don't see it in any other group in Nigeria. It's a fact. I'm not saying other groups don't do it though. I'm saying the ones who are known for it. Now, I cannot now say that thing that they do belongs to all of us. It's what is theirs. All I'm trying to say is that these things do not change unity, the idea of unity. It just means you're acknowledging the uniqueness of each individual, each ethnic group. By the way, that doesn't mean that there are no intellectuals who are from Calabar, or there are no people are not being taught how to marry in Yoruba land. You stereotypes is saying English in the comment section. Ẹkáàbọ. But to be honest, it's also true. Me, I no lie. I lived amongst them. I didn't do anything in that direction, but I don't know you, Misha. Anyway, Emma Kajoko Tin, Ekama bury Aniolo. How long you me? Not once, not twice, but we thank God. We thank God for safety. Glory to God. But they cook well. That they do well. All right. So it says, I'll read that part again, then I'll continue. We all know only too well that a man who is a native of England or Scotland or Wales, to confine ourselves to familiar grounds, has no inhibition in introducing or describing himself as English, Scottish, or Welsh, and he would never imagine that an unpatriotic act or a sacrilege has been committed by him thereby. In fact, he is as proud of his Englishness, Scottishness, and Welshness as he is of his Britishness. Here in Nigeria, however, when a man introduces or describes himself as Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, he is besmeared as a tribalist and a doubtful patriot. He must be a Nigerian first and last, and nothing else. But then, we are far from being consistent in our judgment and attitude. Unless, which amounts to the same thing, we are prepared to confess to holding contradictory attitudes to tribalism at home and to tribalism abroad. One or two instances of what we mean, let me take that again. One or two instances of what we mean may be given. We never, for instance, see anything wrong in a Briton being English, Scottish, or Welsh. In fact, we always describe them as such. We rarely refer to them as British. We give full publicity to England, Scotland, or Wales's international soccer teams, and to soccer contests between England, Scotland, and Wales as international football matches. What would that look like in Nigeria, by the way? If you hear that a team in Yoruba land is playing a team, let's say Kano Pillars, and call it international match, people will say, you don't like Nigeria, you don't want Nigeria. But they are different nations. Hausa is a different nation, but we are all in the same nation. This mindset, sincerely, this is my opinion, and it's the opinion of the smartest people on earth, e.g. Awo. The opinion is that we need this kind of mindset to build Nigeria. There's a fulfillment you get in the fact that this is who I am, and I'm not ashamed about it. This is who you are, but together we are building something. There's nothing bad with it. Why can't you have a Yoruba team, but you can have a Scottish team? Yoruba versus Steve, international match, but we're in the same country. We have to really ask questions. Why? Let me ask you a question. I'm going to come back to this book. How many people know that the World Series in the US is only played by one country? Mr. Lubayo Majaro, thank you, sir. Have you ever thought about it? World Series in the US is only played by one country, but it's called World Series. America is a budget, no? Does anybody have interest in baseball? America will play in America and be calling it World Series. So Nigeria that has so many groups, even NBA is world champion. Within one nation, they are calling themselves World Series. Used to play baseball. I've never seen America play baseball with any other country in this world. Maybe I'm too young. I've never seen it. All I see is teams within America playing themselves, but they'll be having World Series. Whether they're making themselves happy or now small thing I know every day. Now small thing. Just learn small thing. How you go call yourself World Series, but you say inside one nation? NFL now inside there, then they play. Even the basketball center, apart from Olympics, I don't know when they play basketball with another country. But they'll be telling you they are world champion. The point I'm trying to make is that even if you say they're just saying it to make themselves happy, why can't you do the same thing for yourselves, knowing that this is actually real? That within Nigeria are many nations. And let me say this, the reason I speak like this is because if we don't think like this, we have only two options. Number one, we'll maintain the status quo of just complaining and crying and giving this to our next generation. Number two is it might lead to people now trying to break up to have sovereignty, which is what you see with all this. I want Guinea nation, I want my own nation. Because, listen, Scotland will even get its own national identity. It's trying to pull out. But see how long it has taken for them to even think of, for them to even have the referendum. Why not try that? If everybody is a nation within a bigger nation, maybe the agitation will reduce. But you see, it's not so much about even having state boundaries and calling national king. It's even a mindset thing as a Yoruba person. Your mindset, you can't be thinking, hey, I'm Yoruba, a tribe. How can you even call yourself? Are you not ashamed? Your hometown is some people's tribe, let alone your group. You know, it should be even difficult to call Ife a town. You can't even call Ife a tribe because Ife has other groups attached to it. Like Oyo has other groups attached to it. Like we've done this exercise last week. Like Egba, like Okun, like Ekiti, like Igomino, like Awori, like Ketu. Everybody has all this group, and even look at them. Say you can't even call Ketu tribe in some cases. Sure, you that you cannot call Ketu tribe will now call Yoruba a tribe. That mindset has to first change, and you also have to be comfortable in being Yoruba and being Nigerian. Just like you can be Scottish and British. As a matter of fact, and this is true, the Scottish man considers himself Scottish maybe like 100 times before he even thinks of his British identity. And that is the truth. Don't believe me, research or listen or travel or ask them. You think of being Scottish many times before he even gets to, okay, I'm actually British. But does that mean he doesn't carry the passport? He's still British. We need to be comfortable with this thing. We need to be comfortable. And I say, if we don't do this, we have only two outcomes that I see. Maybe there are more, but the ones I see, it's either we maintain the status quo where people are just deceiving themselves, or people assert their nationhood or through, but they will have to do it through secession, not to have sovereignty. But I don't think that we need to go that route. Like, let's just start it. They've been talking about this since the 60s. Let's try it. But first, let's try it in our minds. If you think that way, then it will not become easy for people to just gaslight you and say, you're a tribalist. If you're going to call me anything, at least call me a nationalist. How about that? Because I don't see why you call a Scottish nationalist a nationalist, but then you call me a tribalist. It's even insulting considering that I'm Yoruba. Let's read a bit more. So he says here, we never, for instance, see anything wrong in a Briton being English, Scottish, or Welsh. In fact, we always describe them as such. We rarely refer to them as British. We give full publicity to England's, Scotland's, and Wales's international soccer teams, and to soccer contests between England, Scotland, and Wales as international football matches. Whenever England plays cricket matches with Australia or India, it is great news here in Nigeria. At home, however, we resent and decry with all the bitterness that our spleens can manufacture the formation of football teams on linguistic or ethnic basis on the grounds that they are tribalistic and inimical to Nigerian unity. The English people, the Scottish people, and the Welsh people celebrate annually and with great fanfare and glee their respective patron saints' day of St. George, St. Andrew, and St. David. In the United States, American citizens of Irish origin or whose In the United States, American citizens of Irish origin or whose great-grandparents were of Irish origin continue to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with unparalleled public jollity. Here in Nigeria, we cheerfully accept invitations to functions arranged in connection with these annual events. Yet, we regard it as a crime against Nigerian unity for a linguistic group to celebrate its own national day. What harm, may we respectfully ask, the members of the other groups by the mere celebration with festivity and pomp of the national day? I'll say something here. It is the people who don't celebrate their own national day in their home who call me a tribalist for celebrating my national day in my home.
You celebrate your national day at home.
Think about that for a second. Not only you celebrate your national day at home, but you celebrate it in my home. But you call me a tribalist for celebrating mine in my home, but you're celebrating yours in my home, and I don't see any problem with that. But I'm the tribalist. We are inclined to think that a good deal of the unreasoning resentments, I'll tell you that again. We are inclined to think that a good deal of the unreasoning resentments to which we have referred are due to the, listen, psychological mechanism known as projection. There is in fact abundant evidence, which we will refrain from stating here, that many of those who see regionalism and tribalism in the derogatory sense in every harmless activity are themselves the worst offenders. Projection will go. Before we pass on to the next point, we would like to say that the word tribe has a scientific meaning, which is in no way derogatory. A clan consists of a group or two or more families. I think I should explain this thing, but let me read. A clan consists of a group of two or more families who are related by blood. A tribe comprises a group of clans, whilst a national or ethnic or linguistic group is composed of a group of tribes. What is this saying? Everything starts with Ebi, families, right? You have families. When you put the families together, that's a clan. That may be similar to what we call Agbole in Yoruba land. That's a clan. When you put the clans together, you have a tribe. When you put the tribes together, you have a nation. That's why Yoruba cannot be a tribe. So he says, for instance, the Meshe people are a clan in Ikene. The Ikene people themselves constitute a phratry in Ijebu Remo. The latter is a moiety in Ijebu, which in turn is a tribe within the Yoruba national, ethnic or linguistic group. In other words, Ijebu will be the tribe, not Yoruba. Egba will be the tribe. Oyo will be the tribe, although it was actually very big. Ife will be the tribe. Ekiti will be a tribe. Okun will be a tribe. But they are all part of a national group known as Yoruba. For reasons which we have failed to grasp, those who advocate a unitary constitution for Nigeria look upon themselves as the true Nigerian patriots, who sincerely desire and conscientiously work for the unity of Nigeria, whilst the Federalists are the enemies of that unity and are therefore not true patriots. As convinced and avowed Federalists, we are constrained to describe this attitude of the Unitarians as errantly impudent, intolerant, and unkind. Like I said, they describe obedient movement. The making of a constitution for Nigeria, as we have said before, is a weighty and momentous undertaking. Every qualified Nigerian citizen is entitled and in duty bound to make his contributions on the matter before a final decision is taken. And it should not be called names for discharging a civic responsibility. One day I'm going to read some things about how they actually did this thing. Those who arrogate to themselves monopoly of patriotism, emergency lovers of Nigeria, their fathers are the one we are talking about now, but the spirit is still the same. Because they're pause. Those who arrogate to themselves monopoly of patriotism and wisdom in the execution of this solemn undertaking must be told in no uncertain terms that they are not the agents of the country's disruption and doom. We must tell them in no uncertain terms that they are the agents of the country's disruption and doom and not its builders. What they are talking about will not build Nigeria. It is what would destroy the country. Look at us now. This book is 59 years old. Be like the same thing like what happened back in the day. That's a shame. And like Albert Einstein said, if you do the same thing over and over and you expect a different result, that's the definition of insanity. So perhaps we should ask, are we insane? Why are we doing the same thing? So what Papa said, like the people who are shouting that they are the patriots, they are the ones who want Nigerian unity, they're actually the ones destroying Nigeria. We have taken some space to deal with this issue of regionalism and tribalism and the superstitious attitude of the Unitarians because the former have been and are still being mischievously, I'll take that again, because the former have been and are still being used mischievously to becloud and bedevil matters of vital interest to our nation. And the latter is becoming a real cancer in our body politic. A piece of advice is opposite here we must rigorously discipline ourselves into realizing before it is too late that we will never succeed in building a truly united, prosperous, and happy nation if we persist in the obnoxious habit of rashly and thoughtlessly tagging on to the social phenomena and maladies, nomenclature which do not in any semantic sense correctly describe their true nature. For one thing, I'm trying to read very fast because we talked about these things yesterday. For one thing, among others, our analysis, however able, of such phenomena and maladies as described will be wrong ab initio and in toto, and the resulting solutions will be awfully and fantastically wide of the mark. So I'm going to jump very quickly to the part where we stopped yesterday. So he says people have a problem with linguistic used as the basis of creating states in Nigeria. As we have already seen, this is the formula that has been used with supreme and enviable success in advanced multilingual countries. We do realize that a few knotty problems will arise in applying this principle, but it is better to look these consequential problems straight in the face now and find solutions to them than to invent easy-looking but defective principles, the application of which, as we have noted, will bring more problems in its train. Those problems are what we are dealing with in Nigeria today. One second, I need to drink water. And also switch the audio source because of, I think this battery is going down. So please, let me switch the audio source to another device. Thank you. All right, hope you can hear me. Let's go on. So what he's saying basically is it should have been better in 66 to take on this linguistic basis of creating states, just like every other multilingual country in the world, at least the successful ones have done. Now, I remember yesterday somebody asked me, how about Turkey? And I said, with Turkey, you don't have chicken. With Turkey, you have a group that's like the vast majority, and you also have a strong man who enforced. It wasn't a democratic process. What happened in Turkey? What Ataturk did was to enforce a common identity on the people, made them change their names, even though they were Greeks and they were Cypriots. All of those people were changing their names to Turkish or Turk-sounding names. And that happened. And I've said it, and I said yesterday, I'm going to say it again. For those who like the idea of all of us being one, I agree with you, as long as the oneness will be Yoruba identity. That's when you know that we're all joking. We don't really want it. We're just being lazy. It's important to acknowledge that we are different and that we can build stuff, that would actually work. So he was saying that it's better for us to look at that problem right in the face in 66 and fix it, rather than inventing easy-looking but defective principles. And I think Nigeria is built on easy-looking, well, at the time, but defective principles, and we can fix it. And how do we start? By knowing these things, and then we can. And I said several times, we have to be educated. One of the things Papa always talked about, and by the way, one of the primary reasons for free education policy of 1955 was that he said that it's important for the people to be educated in order for the government to work. I'm paraphrasing. The idea basically is that you need an educated populace for this kind of system to work. and we are educating ourselves so that we can make it work. And like I always say, just in case, who knows, you might be in the room where conversations like this have been had. You have something to contribute, or you might be sitting at the table, being a discussant, being one of the people actually formulating policies. Please remember these things that we're discussing. Thank you. Let's go on. The linguistic principle was enunciated in paragraph 5 of the last chapter, but it can bear repetition here. It is the organization of the country into constituent states, which should be based on a linguistic basis, provided, however, that number one, no one or two states shall be so large in size and population as to be able to overrule the other states and bend the will of the federal government to their own. And number two, no state shall be so small as to be unable to maintain its independence within the sphere of functions allotted to it. One or two observations are now called for. We have chosen the linguistic to the exclusion of the ethnic principle with conscious deliberation. Firstly, whilst there are worthy and reliable precedents for the linguistic principle, there is none, so far as our research goes, for the ethnic principle. Let me tell you what I've noticed about Papa. I think I said yesterday, I say it every day. He never tried to reinvent the wheel. What is the name of the book? The book is Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution by Obafemi Awolowo. You find the book in Redomi Books on Telegram. Redomi Books. By the way, let me write it. If you're on Telegram, sorry, on TikTok, please help me write it. I want to write it on YouTube. Redomi Books. If you want to join the community on Telegram, that will be Redomi Global. So that will be t.me. Shoot. Somebody said, God bless Awolowo. Absolutely. God bless Baba. Tonire si o ba fingba mo. Baba no bawi. So if Ojukwu had won the civil war, I would have been born Chukwemeka. That's funny, actually. That's funny. Oh shoot, I typed it with another device. Anyway, it's there, you can see. Thank you. So let's continue. So he's saying that we're going to use linguistic instead of ethnic, because for him, he has seen the linguistic being used and has worked, but he doesn't have any example of the ethnic being used. I was saying that Papa had this thing of they will study different nations, and if you were here when we discussed something similar, we talked about, what they studied almost all the nations in the world. Studied Canada, studied Belgium, studied Switzerland, studied Germany, studied Italy, studied the UK, studied United States, studied many nations before they now came up with this. So I think what they're trying to do is let's not try and create anything just out of thin air. Let's look at what has worked and then build on it. And then as you build on it, then make it, you focus on what makes it uniquely yours. You focus on your idiosyncrasies, your peculiarities, and then you make it yours. But you're not starting from scratch, essentially. All right, let's continue. So it says here, one or two observations are now called for. We have chosen the linguistic to the exclusion of the ethnic principle with conscious deliberation. Firstly, whilst there are worthy and reliable precedents for the linguistic principle, there is none, so far as our research goes, for the ethnic principle. Thank you. Secondly, whilst every Nigerian citizen, whatever the level of his intelligence, knows to which linguistic group he belongs, it requires a certain level of education to be able to identify his ethnic group. For it is possible for two or more linguistic groups to belong to the same ethnic group. It's a bit easier for us in 2025, by the way, more than in 1966. Thirdly, whilst areas occupied by a linguistic group are invariably contiguous and easily definable, it is possible that people belonging to the same ethnic group are widely separated from one another geographically. Fourthly, whilst it can be assumed with a large measure of safety that people who speak the same language have a lot in common and find it comparatively easier to get along with one another, it is very unsafe to make a similar assumption in respect of different linguistic groups belonging to the same ethnic unit. Let me give an example. You know, Oyo was like an ethnicity or a nation, but there are different linguistic groups within Oyo. I'm just saying that as an example. There are different linguistic groups within Oyo. Western region also have different linguistic groups within the region. But Papa is saying that it's better to use language because all of us people that speak the same language, it's easier for them to work together. All right. And I know some things, like I always say, you may have to tweak some things from things that have changed. Like today, people will tell you that even if they speak the language that sound like a particular group in Nigeria, they are not from that group. That was not as loud at this time. So it means that if you are going to apply it, you're going to have to tweak it a little bit. But if anything I'm trying to accomplish with this thing is to awaken in us the conscience of nationality, especially as Nigerians generally, but particularly as Yoruba people, that you are nations and that whatever you want to do should be based on that. And that nationhood is not necessarily synonymous with sovereignty, although it might include it. But in many cases, it doesn't really mean that you have to secede. But if you want to, that's another topic. Let's continue. Ethnographers may intervene at this stage and point out the line of demarcation between linguistic and ethnic groups as aggregation of diverse units or stocks is not as sharp as we have tried to make it appear. They may point out that just as the Yorubas, Hausas, and Igbos belong to the same ethnic groups known as the Sudan Negroes, so do the Yoruba, Igbo, and Edo linguistic units belong to the Kwa linguistic group. Admitted, in fact, we ourselves have been using linguistic and ethnic as synonymous. But in regard to the matter now in hand, which is one of strictly practical politics, excursions into the larger ethnic or linguistic grouping will not interest the average Nigerian, nor will it advance our search for a practical and effective formula. What they're saying basically is that if you start going to the academic space where you're saying things like, oh, we're all part of the Kwa group, it's part of Niger-Congo languages, nobody really cares. I'm not going to say because Yoruba, Edo, Igbo, we are all part of the Kwa group, therefore we are one linguistic group. Of course we are not. We are not. If you speak Igbo now, if I don't understand, if I didn't learn it, I won't understand. But a shaman can speak to me and I'll get it. And a Ekiti man can speak and I'll understand because we're speaking the same languages. What we just have is different dialects of one language. But with Igbo and Yoruba, it may be the same linguistic family, but they are different languages. But again, this is about complicating. I don't want us to get complicated. I don't want the matter to get too complicated anyway, but let's continue. So lest we forget, when it comes to applying the linguistic formula or any other formula for that matter, it is the views of the majority of the average Nigerians that will prevail. And what the average Nigerian knows only too well is his linguistic group. Of his ethnic group, he knows nothing or very little. Well, today it's easier, like I said. We all know what ethnic groups now mean. I mean, the definition may have evolved, but what it means basically is that you know that you are Yoruba. We all speak Yoruba. We are Yoruba. To be honest, in Nigeria today, ethnicity. But let me say something which is quite important. I think maybe this is why Papa is doing what he's doing. What a Yoruba man can say, many ethnic groups cannot say it in Nigeria. There are ethnic groups who even speak the same language, but they tell you they are not the same. Whatever their reason, it's not my business to tell you you are together. They say they are not together, especially in the South. And let them know what their eye don't see. We'll discuss some of them later, Sha, but so far so good. The point is, when they tell you they are not, they know what they are saying. And it is not my place to tell them that they are. If you hear the Asagba telling you that Anioma is in South, not the other place, they know waiting at the talk. That even if they have Anioma state, they want it in South. It's going to be part of South geopolitical zone. They know what they are saying. That's why I said some things have evolved. Yoruba, Isoko, or Efik, Anang. Those are different groups now. Okay, you are putting yes, Yoruba and Isoko. You didn't write Ando. Yoruba and Isoko, yes, could be one. But what I also noticed about this thing also is that the way you're going to treat the minorities will be definitely different from the way you're going to treat a group like Yoruba or Hausa or Kanuri. Where Mablono? It says, again, we have ignored in their entirety factors such as differences in origin, political institution, religion, geographical features, and dialects as between the communities which compose a linguistic group for 5 reasons. First, these factors have never formed the basis for the demand for the creation of more states in Nigeria. Specifically, demands for the creation of more states had been confined in the past to minority linguistic groups, like the one you mentioned, Yoruba, Isoko, Efik. We must not allow the occasion for organizing the country into states to be used for demands, which on all counts can only be opportunist and unwarranted. We hasten to add, however, that a number of well-meaning Nigerians have demanded that each of the 3 major ethnic groups should be broken into smaller states in order partly to strengthen the federal government and partly to allay the fears of the minority linguistic groups. On these, we would like to comment that under our arrangements, the federal government is as strong as anyone could reasonably wish in a democracy, and the fears of the minorities are fully met. Second, whatever pronounced differences there were, as between communities in a linguistic group, have now been reduced almost to the point of extinction. It is common knowledge that leaders within each linguistic group have, with considerable measure of success, spent the past 20 or more years in an effort to unify the various communities within the group. Third, the recognition of these factors in the present context will be without precedent since the beginning of this century. Fourth, these factors will unnecessarily complicate and even frustrate our earnest search for solution to our problem. Indeed, they will irresistibly transport us to a desert of vast and endless disputations, where petty but deep-seated prejudices and allegiances for one's tribe or clan, fierce struggles for the advancement of personal ambitions and selfish interests, and brilliant display of polished ignorance, Jesus will reign supreme. This man knows how to use words, so polished ignorance, be speaking English but no sense. Anyway, let's continue. In such a desert land, objectivity will be recklessly suppressed and crowded out, and passion will take the place of reason. Fifth, the Fulanis have become so this is the part I was going to slow down to read. The Fulanis have become so assimilated linguistically with the Hausas that any attempt to separate one from the other is bound to lead to insoluble complications. Besides, the Fulani as a distinct ethnic group do not occupy a continuous territory or contiguous territories to the exclusion of the Hausas. In other words, he's not asking for a Fulani state, because it's not Papa's job to change their history of 200 years. I have something to say, but I think you already get it. The idea is not to have a separate Fulani state. They are already embedded. Let me say one funny thing about Fulani. Fulani assimilate too. I don't think there's any group that assimilates as much as the Fulani. Fulani will assimilate you, you'll be afraid. The original person. Fulani and Igbo are 2 sides of the same coin. Fulani will assimilate you. You'll not be like, kilo de. Igbos also don't assimilate officially, but Fulani they will assimilate. But both of them they have the same, almost the same goal, but they have different ways of getting it. Fulani will assimilate to the point where he will drop his language. President Buhari is being buried today. Do you know that he doesn't know how to speak his own native language? His first language is Hausa. Fulani's eyes are on something bigger. This country is a theater, is a stage play. Fulani will enter you, become one with you, speak your language, marry you, then they will hyphenize your identity. You know what's called to have hyphenated identity? You have hyphenated identity, Hausa Fulani. But you see, let me tell you something. You have to respect that kind of mind. Do you know what it takes to plan that kind of thing? And let me tell you something about Fulani people. They play the long game. They play the long game. Hierarchy? No. They create the hierarchy before they hyphenate your identity. Before they give you an hyphenated identity. The hierarchy will be created before the identity is formed. Fulani will not create identity before they create hierarchy. No. But for me, I don't like it, but I respect it. Do you know what it takes to think like that? And then to be willing to play the long game. Anybody that thinks like that, I respect them more. You plan not for now. You plan long game. That's why your Bible have to be. The reason we speak about Lagos is because we are playing a very long game. I've said it several times. When people are talking about Igbos, Lagos, is not because. So, are you even from Lagos? It's not just because of Lagos. It's because of Yoruba land. If you allow some people to have a foothold, just give them one step. 180 kilometers. That means they partially erase their culture. They don't mind. Vote this copy. They don't mind. Partially erase culture. Yes. And it's intentional and it's strategic. Why I respect the Fulani sincerely is because they are very, very strategic. I don't necessarily like what they're trying to do with their strategy, but I appreciate the fact that people actually sat down, came up with a plan, and decided to work it, and they don't mind if they have to transfer that dream to their children. But it's a long game. And in doing it, they are going to, oh boy, these guys are smart. They are going to pander to your ego by dropping what's theirs for yours. I mean, now we know exactly what that is, so it's not going to work again. But the East, those ones, they will not pander to anything. But we own this place. They will be coming from afar. You already know that. It's like, imagine a spy wearing purple suit. That's their own style. He's a spy. He's supposed to be a covert operative. Wears purple suit. Who no go see him? Did you see that guy with purple suit? That's a covert operative. No sense of kini kokon, just reading like this. Purple suit, green suit, biegun, orange suit, blue shoe, green bag. We are trying to blend in. It's blending in. Blending. Then you put pink hat. Once they see you from afar, they know you have already blended in. Then you use red belt. Kobale complete. Color blocking. Say I'm a spy. I'm a covert operative. I work with the CIA. Okay. CIA. Once somebody you look come back, what's the real Ogagun? That's the difference. But that's the difference. But the reason why the Fulani why they succeeded was those guys strategic. Someone is talking about Afonja. You know what happened to Afonja? What happened to Afonja? Did never start with the person who defeated Afonja. It started with his father. Started with Alimi. They are willing to play. That's why also we to our week. So once I hear Lagos Igbo, oh boy, there's nothing like that though. You know why? Once you allow that, you also have to think deep. Once you allow that, you're going to hear Ibadan Igbo, Akure Igbo. And what they are saying is not Igbo living in Ibadan. They are saying Ajonibini. That's why we speak up. It's not because we hate anybody. It's because we can tell. No, it's not about religion. Religion is just a tool in the hands of the Fulani. It's not about religion. They can use anything as a tool. Religion is just a tool. Anything can be a tool. But I'll say this, and I think this is why I don't think the way to talk about Fulani is just be shouting. They are very, very strategic. If you want to combat Fulani, or somebody called me the other day talking to me about is Fulani. The way to handle that is different from. See, let me tell you something. I'll get back to this. With Fulani, you understand how they move, but you may not be able to do anything about it. Your leaders are the ones who can do something about it. And that's why you notice state government talking about no grazing. That's the reason they are doing it. You can't do it as an individual. With the Igbos, you don't need the states, you need you. Why? The Igbos primarily work on your mind. It's a psy-op kind of thing, and it's full of propaganda and lies. And the idea is to weaken your resolve by repeating certain things to contaminate the culture. Fulani will enter the culture and be one with you. Igbos will stand outside the culture and contaminate it. That one is what you as an individual must do something about. The one that will enter into you, that one is what your leadership has to do something about. The strategies are different. All this one, people just making noise. Say, why can't you not talk about this? I'm like, the one you have been talking about this one, what have you gotten from it? You've not even thought about it. People think, some people are like carpenters. To them, every problem is a nail. Now, hammer, then just using hammer. Even when you need to cut, even when you need to, I don't know, whatever it's you have to do, just be thinking that every answer is hammer. We have to sensitize our people to do what? To carry guns, to go to the bushes, to go and fight Fulani in the bushes. Will you go? So we must fight, we must talk. What are you going to do about it? If you're talking about Fulani people, your direction is government. Government, Amotekun, arm Amotekun. Government gets involved. That's the kind of thing you can be saying. I'll be saying our culture is tradition to Fulani man. Fulani man doesn't care. He will join your culture, he will join your tradition. He will so enter you. Even you will be like, even go motole yi. Fulani is not a threat as far as your culture is concerned in terms of assimilation. He doesn't mind. He will join you. He will join you. So you gonna become like say, wait though. What to do? I be Osman your brother. Like you'll be wondering how they connect. But the one that is using person who wants to muddle up the waters, change your history, a full animal will never say they were occupiers of Ife. Never. You know why? He's too strategic for that kind of low thinking. It's a very low vibrational energy kind of thing. A full animal would never say that. That a full animal will tell you your history exactly the way it is. It doesn't change your history. It doesn't fight you on what is yours. He will be doing like, but he knows what he's doing. If you want to fight that kind of person, say we are going to find a loud mouth. You are the one who will lose now. So for those of you who send me messages and call and take and maybe you get disappointed, it's because maybe you need to think about this thing again. And let me tell you something about Fulani as well. Let me tell you what I love about these guys. The same way I respect them, they also respect Yoruba people. Why they respect us, we'll talk about that some other time. But there's mutual respect. And then when people move mad, you know that the people to resort to would not be individual carrying gun and say, well, shut up. Just becoming, I said it. No, not now. I'm just saying that they know the way to fix it up is just go through government. when you get to that particular level, you know, we've been having issues. We've had issues. We've fought, we've settled. It's not about 1 century, so we've been at it for a long time. So you know, you get to a point where where everybody respects each other. So when you have issues with and don't do all this, we're going to have live to discuss it because our people must know. When your people know, what will you now do? And I'm stopping to say this because there are folks, especially from outside Nigeria, who, you know, want this thing to be about Fulani. And so I asked him, I said, so if I say what you're asking me to say, what would you do then? What exactly are you going to do? Arm the people, put guns out, do ESN. I've never said this in public, but I thought I should, without going into any, you know, details or anything. But please, let's just be careful. You have to know you want to hear my viewpoint now, not now, another time. I promise. Let's get back to this. So he says here, ethnographers may intervene at this stage and point. By the way, sorry, somebody sent me a message yesterday and mentioned professor something. Are you saying they are wrong? I did not answer the person. I want to say it here, please. It doesn't really make sense. If you ask me for my opinion and I tell you, then you now ask me, is professor this, professor that, are they wrong? That question, I did not answer it. Somebody actually asked me. That one I used Bakare to answer. But let me say something. It doesn't make sense. Just because Professor this said this, guess what? Even things I say, it's not everything I say that is right. Let me tell you something. Papa's books, if you read his books, you discover that after the policies, like I always say, the ideology is the same. But the way that will be implemented will change from time to time. It will change. You cannot just be saying, you cannot be acting as if that thing, it's just that thing. Just be after, even when it's not working, just be doing it. You have to sometimes find the way around it. It doesn't mean you are compromising. It just means that you are learning and you are flowing with the tide in some instances, or else. Guys, I've done businesses. I know what it took to. I know what it is to fail. I know what it is to succeed, and I don't mean bullshit talk. But like, if this is not going to work, you've tried it. It's not going to work. Say Professor Kinikon said something, and so what? You've tried it. It's not working. There's a way around it. And please, I'm just begging everybody, don't be using that Professor Kinikon said something. Therefore, what Professor said is based on what Professor has thought about. And I respect the Professor, and I'm not mentioning anybody's name. I respect the Professors. And I said to someone, I said, some of these groups you are talking about, I have a cousin who is at the top echelon of some of these groups. But I don't agree with him on that thing. Does that mean we are no longer family? Of course we are still family. Don't agree. Oh, Kinikon is Professor Kinikon. He says you are saying no. Okay, my dad will have conversations and I'll say this is my opinion. He will say this is his opinion. And then I remember one day we're having a conversation. I had my first husband at the time. This was many years ago. He came visiting and then he said something about what I'd done as a teenager. And I said to him, I said, these are the reasons I did it, this, and that. And then I'll say, what if your son does this thing? And I said, my son cannot do it because of this, and that. He did not know the reason I did what I did as a teenager. So I now had to explain everything. He now got it. The point I'm trying to make is that even my father, we can disagree on stuff. You cannot be dumb enough to say, because he's your father, he must be right. Like, of course, in many cases, it was to change his mind and say, okay. Respectfully, because Sherry, as we grow older, and if you have teenagers or you have kids in their 20s, you will know this. As you grow older, if you are younger, you must be humble to learn from the elders. But you know what I've noticed? The professor that the person was talking about, I read the professor's books. As a matter of fact, my decision is even based on some of the things that the professor wrote in his books. It's just that I came to a different conclusion. Why? Because I'm looking at what the professor said, but I'm also looking at what's happening today. As you grow older, you have to look up to people and learn from them. But also, don't forget those who are behind. You may have forgotten what it feels like to be a youth, or to be a teenager, or to be in your 20s or in your 30s. Even if you did not forget, we are living in a different era. Look at our children. The way they operate stuff, like me, I keep myself like, I'm always like this. When it comes to AI, tech and stuff, I mean, that's just me personally. But you have to know what's up. So sometimes I'm driving and then my son is probably singing a song. I'm asking, okay, what song is that? Then he tells me, I go on and I find it. I want to try and also get what they are saying. This idea that because, I mean, Awo is my father, right? Awo tells you we look up to him. He's older, but we also look to the younger one and learn. So we have to be very careful with somebody said, just throw out names and somebody said this. If I ask you, what was the thought process that led to that conclusion? If you cannot tell me, then you should not even be using that name as a weapon. It doesn't make sense. Okay? The reason something is true is not because Awo said it. Although Awo saying it is enough, it could be enough, but in real fact, even Awo didn't think like that. Awo said it because Awo researched, Awo studied, Awo compared, and then Awo now wrote down his thoughts. I read that, I study it, I compare it to what is. That's why I said that some of the things that Papa said, some of those things, times have changed on some of those things. So you have to evolve with it. But again, the ideology is constant. I did not go specific. It was intentional. But I hope you got the point. Everybody will be fine. What are the failure that nini erongba fún le Yorùbá? Ọlọ́run jẹ́ gbogbo wa ṣe mo ṣe. Ṣé rí ọ̀nà t'Ọlọ́run máa gbé gbangba mi a lè má mọ̀. Ọdẹ mi kò fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn. Ọ̀nà t'Ọlọ́run máa gbé gbà a lè má mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n kò túmọ̀ sí pé ọ̀nà kan wọ́jà bí àwọn àgbà ṣe máa sọ tó dàbí òwe o. Ọ̀nà kan wọ́jà oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà Ọlọ́run lè gbé gbà. And lastly, before I finish, so just one is not better than the other as far as on YouTube. It's not like one group is better, leave the other group. We can chew and walk at the same time. So I know what the Fulani can be, but I know that the way to handle that matter is not the same way you are going to handle. No, Dangote is Hausa. Dangote is not Fulani. Dangote is a Hausa man from Kano. Oh, you're afraid? I saw somebody put something on Twitter this morning. I was just laughing. He said, they bought he's going to Ogun State. He wants. You know, British Airways is not owned by British government. And the large percentage of the stocks is, I think it's Qatari. I think Qatari government or, I think it's Qatari government. About 30% or so. I'm not really sure. Or British Airways. As a matter of fact, British government owns nothing in British Airways. Nothing. Like British government or British Airways. Sometimes, Sherry, we have to be careful with this. The same way you have emergency patriots in Nigeria, you also have this emergency conservator. What's that word now? Conservatives. My ex handle is Busui Oris Works. Don't worry, I don't really write it there. I just put the video and leave. They will ask questions. Most of you that ask questions want to insult. So I don't really care. I just put the video and leave. But it's Pusui Oris works on. But you can find short videos from some of these things. Just as we have emergency patriots, emergency Nigerians who are shouting, we are the best Nigerians. We also have emergency conservatives. And there are two sides of the same coin. Both are extremists. People have to calm down. Oh, Dangote. Who will work in that company? Where would the taxes go? Why would you be angry that Dangote has a refinery in Lagos? It must be Yoruba man. Why did you and your family members and your friends put money together and build a refinery? Like we say things, it just makes me laugh. Say, oh, they are buying everything. What? So when people also say things like, why Yoruba people not invest in it? I'm like, are you not Yoruba? Why are you not investing in it? Are you not Yoruba? Are you saying that you cannot invest in it? Are you saying that this is actually too big for you? It's like looking at Glow and not believing that Yoruba man could pull that off. Do you know how much they paid that they even lost, by the way, when they were trying, when Mike Adenuga first tried to set up his communications company in Nigeria, paid license of over $100 million. That money is not refundable. Oh. They lost that money. Oh. Baba was traveling over the world looking for money. If I'm so passionate about this idea, okay, why not? Let's start something. And by the way, guys, also I think we should also let's respect ourselves. Like we are not small. Oh. Forget that. You know, some of us, maybe your work you're doing, you're collecting such and such amount monthly. Don't think of yourself as small. Oh. If you get so passionate about something in Yoruba land, sincerely, I'm telling you, if you're passionate enough to a particular point, you can do something about it. Jokes apart. You can start a company. You can get into manufacturing. You can. You can. There's nothing like, why are Yoruba people not investing? You are Yoruba. Why are you not? Why am I not investing in it? Choose a sector. Maybe it's manufacturing, maybe it's tech, maybe it's trade, maybe it's business, maybe it's couldn't be refinery. Who cares? There's nothing that all they say you see Sir Okeowo, you see Macadamia, you see Femetodola, you see, and these are the known ones. Many other ones may not be very popular, but they I want to share on them Nigeria turn your buruku okpo you show leo. My point is they started somewhere now. So if this Nkotoman Jawala Rajetomai comment on Twitter, that thing is not something the government cannot stop a person from investing in your space, especially when the person is not a thief. If he's a thief, you know those ones that want to steal your land, that's a different matter. But you know the funny thing, the people who want to steal your land don't invest in that kind of business. Those who want to steal, those who want to own your land, they don't think in that direction. They don't think in that direction. Let me tell you why. It takes a selfish person to want to appropriate what belongs to other people. And a selfish person cannot create businesses that will employ other people because that will make him selfless. That will make him altruistic. That will make him, especially in that land, that is not going to be about his own people. That means no longer selfish. Therefore, he can't do it. What I'm saying basically is this. We have, thank you, Eleganza. We have Eleganza. We have many, Razak Okoya. We have many people. If you are passionate about something, sit down, write a proposal, come up with an idea, meet certain people. By the time you talk to all these people that we are all meeting all ourselves on social media, we're all meeting on social media right now. There are people here, for instance, who are making 6 figures in the US. Some of you are making 7 figures in the US. You are passionate about Nigeria. At some point, this thing about Yoruba land, this passion that we have, and this is why I don't like all this. If we don't break up, nothing will happen. I usually ask them one question: what are you doing now? No, Yoruba land. Apart from just, preaching doom. Okay. The person is not in Nigeria. So I ask, okay, so is there anything, even if he's selling recharge card, is there anything or POS that you are doing? So please, I'm just saying that all these things that make us angry, about wọ́n ti fẹ́ gbalẹ̀ wa, wọ́n ti fẹ́ ṣe kíní kan, wọ́n ṣe business, wọ́n ṣe kíní kan. Ẹ kí tara yẹn, let it produce action. Let it produce action like, okay, at this point, okay. Imagine we are not doing movies. Imagine there's no Anikulapo, there's no Kunle Afolayan, there's no Funke Akindele, there's no Toyin Maku, none of these people are not there. There's no Odunlade Adekola. We're just complaining about what's the film industry, sha? We will not even shoot film. Film is not there. Going on àti àwọn tó wà Ìbàdàn. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ti gbà. Wọ́n ṣàn shoot film ni. Kò dẹ̀ sí Yorùbá film mọ́. How would that sound to you? The reason we can talk like this is because we have people making the movies. Tí ó bá sówó Itarama, no. You want to tell me now that the money that they used to start Glo, that Makadenuga kept it somewhere and saved it for many years and now use that money to start Glo? Don't worry, let's not go into entrepreneurship. But no, it's not. I mean, money is important. Make no mistakes. Money is important. But if it's about them, it's not about the money. Thank you, just becoming. Majority who are complaining, they don't. It's not about the money. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. Oh, they are coming, they are investing. They are investing. Why are you angry? By the way, we are going to invest in just as we are doing in movies and in music, we can invest in everything. And by the way, to be fair, that you also invest in these things. It's like imagining what Davido's father is doing in energy. That man got $2 billion last year. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing inactivity. Please, on TikTok, kindly power tap. Thank you. We have to do some. Okay. He got $2 billion invested in energy. Then there's this gentleman who is also working on, is it Geregu? People are doing things so. But the beautiful thing is that all of us, we can also be part of it. Nigeria is virgin. Nigeria is virgin. The business on bank loans, let me tell you something. Most of the bank loans you are seeing is not even money from Nigeria. Bank loans. Most of that money is not. Some people have access to finance abroad. Invest in Nigerian business. Don't just be angry, please. If you do now, you'll be able to and say, oh, but it may not work. The person that is putting all that money, what if it doesn't work? By the way, Dangote has done businesses that did not work, sha. He did noodles, it didn't work. Tomato, it didn't work. Juice, it didn't work. Water, it didn't work. You know, Dangote has invested in businesses that did not work. Indomie showed in pepper. People talk about the things that work. I say, oh, what if I put money and it doesn't work? Well, Dangote has tried and it didn't work in some things, and then he tried some things and it worked. So, the most money are not from Nigeria. We want the nation to grow, but people home want to ruin it all. Oh, if bad as it bad, there will be some people that you can trust. They may not be your family members. And there's no law that says you must work with family members. I'm sorry, guys. I stopped because I want to talk about that thing because I feel that we complain, and by the way, when people get angry like that, that's the height of their, that's it. It has not filled the gap, and the government will not stop Dangote from. Again, Dangote is not some people who are trying to become kings in your land anyway. That man has been in VI for many years. Many people don't even know. He lives in Lagos. They're not trying to buy your land. Say, we have bought refinery, now we're going to make it Dangote Kingdom. It's now King Sarki Aliko Dangote. It will become SAD. SAD. Sarki Aliko Dangote. That's not what he's doing. Person starting a business in your land and celebrate it. When they collect taxes, it will get to you. And please, lastly, there is no business that anybody is doing that you cannot, if that's where your mind is at. So please help us build something, and then we can have a better Yoruba land. Today, We spent more time on the news, therefore, we did not cover as much as we were supposed to. We're going to continue from here tomorrow. We need to give our people the tools to do better. Nobody gave anybody tools to do anything. It's ready. Who are the we that will give our people the tools? Who gave Adenga tools when we were selling stereo? Stereo for cars. It's ready. When I hear we need to give our people the, who are the we? How are we going to give people tools? Are we having a meeting where we're going to put money together and begin to share it to people? Because you know we say these things, it makes us feel good. When we say it, now we're like, oh, at least, yes, that's something. But okay, so what does it mean? It's like consumption to production. What does it mean? We need to give our people the tools. How? Are we going to start a fund? Are we going to start like, what's this thing called? Venture capital firm? Are we going to have a venture capital firm? Maybe we're going to become venture capitalists, loaning people money. Are we going to connect them with venture capitalists in the US or in Europe? What does it mean to give our people the tools? What does it mean? By the way, I know not everybody is an entrepreneur. I know that. By the way, that entrepreneurship thing can fail. But when you succeed, you succeed. And everybody is not caught out for it. It's the truth, but there are opportunities. And that's why those who are not in it, invest in it. In other words, you are not playing. You're not an entrepreneur. You're not there, but you are investing in it. And then you're also a part owner of some of these businesses. By the way, I think Dangote said he's going to sell shares of the refinery very soon. So that's also an opportunity. Being in business is stressful, very. Be working 16 hours a day or 20 hours a day. But tí ṣe bá ta náà, ẹni tó ṣe wàhálà náà ló máa jẹ, kò ní báyọ̀ pín. Tí ó bá dẹ̀ ta náà, it will lick his wounds. That licking of wounds is not sweet, but the point I'm trying to say is that there are opportunities in Nigeria, there are opportunities in Yoruba land, and many of us either have money or we have connections or we know people. It's time to use those things to better our land. All right. The reward is exponential, absolutely. Babangida gave the widow father oil well. That's not the point. It's like somebody saying now that Fanfa oil, Olushola Kija, got an oil well from Babangida. That's why she became rich. That's not why she became rich. She became rich because she was a tailor. And she was connected until she was making clothes for Miriam Babangida. We can't jump from where people grew and just go to the point where somebody gave them something and say that is the reason. Before Babangida met Davido's father, what was Dr. Adedeji? What was he doing? He had them. What's of this company? Clinical Atlantic. It was building. Shall we be talking about things? Not to marry him. Okay, what I'm going to tell them, we can't go straight to if not for Babangida, will not have money. No, I mean, well, you have to acknowledge that, but that's not where it started. It started by doing stuff and building stuff and meeting people and doing stuff, and it's a lot better than Tabacos also pay. That's why I like the Nigerian movie industry. When the Igbos were doing their own, were pirating everything, you better not stop making movies. And I'm not saying Igbo as an ethnic group pirated things. So I'm just saying there was a time like that when the VHS market just. But those times, people never stopped. But you see, we are more used to theater and film more than VHS movies. But we switched. I was listening to an interview for Mama Wero. The interview where she was talking about preferring stage to movie. But see, regardless of what happened, they kept doing it. Today, Netflix or Amazon Prime or cinema or anywhere. But imagine we abdicated. We just left everything. We just sat down complaining. I want to get on. I want the lower film. I want to go. We be at them. We to roll gun self. We go at them. We to roll. But thank God now we can talk about the film industry and be proud. So let's do the same thing in other industries. It's not that easy, I know. It's not. Nobody promised that it's going to be easy. Just that it has to be done. Okay. Thank you very much for being part of this session today. I'm from Lagos, Portland in Lagos, and I can't get your vote. Government needs support one way or the other. It is well. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. We didn't bring anybody up. Okay, let's do this in the next few minutes. So if you'd like to come up, please send your request. We're not going to finish this today, apparently. So we're going to continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Every day, I'm not saying government has no role. I'm saying this is not about government. Government has their own role. No, government can give you an enabling environment and you still not take advantage of it. Do you know how many businesses have started in the Southwest in the last 3 years? In Ibadan, in Abeokuta. People are waiting for government. There's a scripture, it's in Ecclesiastes. Anyone who waits for the rain will not sow. He who waits for the wind will not harvest. If you're waiting for perfect conditions, nothing will happen. But anyway, we'll continue from here tomorrow, discussing how we are discussing state creation before we get into all of this thing. Please mute once you get up. Yoruba, NBA, please mute. Yoruba and NBA, thank you. All right, so we're going to continue on this tomorrow, hour on state creation, then we'll get into other things. Government patronage and support is not walkover. You are not building alone. Those who build don't start building based on government patronage. You build. See, you can look for every reason not to do something and you will have 1,000 excuses. There will always be reasons. There's no government patronage, they're not helping us, there's no structure, there's no infrastructure. I remember 2004, or was it 4 or 5? We're having a conversation. We're talking to people in the UK, invest in Nigeria, they say there's no light. There's no 24-hour power supply. It's in the middle of that thing that Dangote started though. I'm not saying there's no government involvement. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying government is not going to be part of it. I'm just saying that in this kind of atmosphere, it's not so much about, let me tell you all the reasons why this thing will not work. It's about telling you why it can work. Not that there will not be challenges. There will be challenges, but shit is when you're even that's my own issue. Nobody needs government patronage to start. But of course, you need government patronage to scale, especially in the things we're talking about. No, I'm not talking about all. Imagine telling me that you need government patronage in film industry. Do you need government support? Of course you need. Let's say you want to shoot airport scenes, for instance. But if that's what you are thinking about to not get into the movie industry, there are many reasons now. They will give you many reasons why it will never work. So think about it. The people who are doing that stuff right now, was that what they were listening to when they got into the movie industry, or they went after what will make it work? Many industries take more than one generation to go international. It is well. All right, let's have people on stage speak, and then we'll be ending the session. Many industries take more than one generation. Of course, they are supposed to. It is well. All right, Yoruba Nation, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, I want to say I'm going to have to disagree with you there with regards that you don't need government patronage because...
I didn't say that. No. Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't need government patronage. I'm saying you don't need government patronage to begin. Everybody who built something did not start, just say, okay, I'm going to wait until I have government patronage to start. You start. There are things, if we waited for government patronage in the movie industry, there will be no movie industry in Nigeria today. That is a fact. Whatever government didn't even get involved in the movie industry until Jonathan. So imagine we were waiting for government. There will be no movies in Nigeria. There will be none. Is government patronage important? Yes. Is government support important? Yes. Do you need government support to start everything you have to do in Yoruba land? No. I mean, I don't. You may disagree, but the truth is, people be.
I'm not, maybe because from where I am from, you get.
No, don't use UK to judge Nigeria.
I'm looking at. That's why I'm saying that.
Like you can. I remember somebody sending. We were having a conversation. Was like, in the UK, you're going to get some grants and you get this. I'm like, okay, which would be peachy, right? But you think there was a grant for coded tunes, ID Kabasa? And I'm mentioning him specifically, I'm not even mentioning EME before people say, oh, at least Banky W was in the US. ID Kabasa, what was the grant they got? They built it. The Yoruba movie industry is at least 2 generations. Let's be looking for all the reasons why it will not work. The Yoruba technical industry is more than 3 generations. The Yoruba manufacturing industry is more than 5 generations. Don't worry, that's my opinion. I hope people do something and just stop. I said all of this because of what's happening on Twitter. Say, oh, Dangote is investing on Ogun State. They're taking our land. I'm like, so what? Nature abhors a vacuum. And if it's not a threat to you, and I don't see him as a threat, by the way, if it's not a threat to you, why are you worried? And if you are worried, why don't you do something about it? But that's just me thinking. Who knows? Maybe someone has a better idea, Sha. As well. Yoruba Nation, please go on, and then we'll move to Perism.
Now, my submission today is based on your narration that you can be Yoruba, obviously Yoruba first, Nigerian last. And I listened to your extracts from Awolowo, which I thought was really nice. But we need to be practical here. In Awolowo's free world, maybe it could have worked, but we need to look at the nature of humans that we are surrounded with. I'm sorry, their agenda is different from that of the Yoruba. The makeup is totally different. So yes, maybe in a what's the word? In a utopia world, that kind of that kind of setup would be nice. But we all know
what kind of setup?
Well, like what he was saying about, correct me if I'm wrong, that we should all be, it should be divided by linguistic makeup.
What do you mean divided by linguistics? What does that mean?
I mean that we should all be within our linguistic compositions. I think that is what he was saying, and then but we should all remain just like what England is, basically. But that's not the point of this conversation, no. Maybe you got it wrong. Like I said, it's first a mindset where you see yourself. So if you notice, I've not jumped to let's divide Nigeria and have different ethnic groups and have different ethnic groups. It's not, the action is not the first thing. The first thing is a mindset of, listen, I know where you're going, but even where you're going will not work without a mindset shift. A shift in the mindset where people are able to appreciate the fact that they are a nation within a nation. And that they will not become a nation because of secession. Yeah. This is the point I'm trying to, that's why I'm glad that you clarified what you said. The mind of the Yoruba is way. That's in a utopian world. We can do it. We can suggest it.
How?
They are thinking is totally different.
What are they thinking?
Are we not seeing it? Conquest, occupation, taking what is not theirs.
Why are they able to have that? Like, why are they able to move the way they do?
Look, you're talking about a race that has already built empires. So we're way ahead. We've already built empires already.
hold on. I'm not against what you said. We built empires and all of that. I'm saying that. What's your suggestion?
To be honest,
let's undo this in a minute.
okay. My suggestion is we restructure towards final disintegration.
That's not restructuring.
That is what I would suggest. That is the way I can see this thing, because you cannot pretend.
All right, thank you. I said earlier that I know where you're going. But that's not restructuring. That's breakup. But let me say something. I'm not against the idea of a separate state. It's just that everybody who says it never tells you how it's going to happen or the steps to take. That's an issue for me. And I'm sure you're not going to be able to tell me how it's going to happen.
No, we will talk in the back room.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem at all. We'll talk. We'll talk. See, so for me, I think the first thing really is an awakening of national consciousness. That's the first thing. You see,
your idea of national consciousness.
No. I thought you were done, no?
I know. Sorry, I just.
Okay.
We'll come back. You've only given me 2 minutes.
Okay. No, you are taking by 5. Don't worry, we had a great run. So,
all right.
I think the first thing is the Yoruba man should appreciate his identity and be conscious of who he is, and to understand that, and Nigerians as well should also appreciate the fact that to have the idea of different nations does not in any way tamper with the concept of unity. Let me say something. You see, people have dreams, right? What they would like to have in Nigeria, what they would like to have in Yoruba land. But they have a mindset of a sprint. And because they have a sprint mindset, there's no space for long-term thinking and then the process that has to be followed in order to get what they want. So what you discover is that if we're not careful, we might repeat the dream in terms of saying it, repeating the dream, and that will be the only thing. And also maybe getting angry and agitating with people who are, doing things the way we don't like. But if we actually, if it's something that is going to be birth, there's going to have to be something like, okay, the process that's going to go through. And this is the job that, I'll tell you the truth, nobody likes that job. It's tedious. It's thankless. Nobody's going to thank you for it. It's boring. It's tiring. It depletes you of energy. And you'll be doing that. Nobody will think you are doing anything. That one is the real work. And I tell you the truth, when people talk about their dreams, I can tell if they've done that one. And I'll say this, generally speaking, most of the people that are saying, we must break it now, they've not done that work. And I will tell you, it is not easy work. And I don't blame anybody who hasn't done it. It's a very slow thing. Like, you have to pore over books, you have to sit down, you have to think, you have to consult. It's a very tiring and dull and boring job. But that's actually the foundation for the things that we're now going to say. This book is a product of that kind of process. Oh, but it didn't work. Well, generations are trying to work it. If it's just about, like, what people do is like, if we go, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. And I always tell them, it is true, everything you're saying. But how do you get it? This work of how to get it, sincerely, I have done it on, the part where I've done it is the part where I can talk. The one where I've not done, I don't feel talk. So the ones I have not, so I can't say, oh, can break Nigeria and get this done, because that's hard work, and I don't want to do it because I'm not drawn to that. The one I'm drawn to, sincerely, I do that one. I try to understand, and it's a continuous work. So when we speak, I'm like, okay, able to. For instance, then we're talking about, and let me say this before we move to Persian, because it's going to be our final speaker. Just one advice. Yoruba people who want Yoruba nation, just one advice. While you are talking about it, please, in the name of God, ask yourself, what does the TV man want? What does the Duma man want? What does the Hausa man want? What does the Igbo man want? What does the Bibiu man want? How will they get what they want in me getting what I want? Nation building is a very crazy job. So how will all these people get what they want that also make me get? And it's not impossible. Sincerely, if you answer that question, many of the things that I've talked about, like the process and everything will start showing up. How will they get what they want in me getting what I want? I don't think we really care that much, but the truth is, if we don't care about what they want, they're not going to care about what we want. Then we're going to be in this circle and be blaming ourselves. Why should we Yoruba concern ourselves with what the others want? It's called negotiation. We've done business before. It's win-win. If it's about what you want, oh yeah, tell me what you want, I'll tell you what I want. All of us will tell you tell me what you want, I will tell you what I want. And tell me what you want, I will tell you what I want. You will tell me what he wants, she will tell me what she wants. Otherwise, we're all telling ourselves what we want, and then we'll go and sleep. Say we are done. How will my getting what I want get him what he wants? Because if I don't think that way, he will not get me what I want. See, in a way, it's even selfish, but to be honest, altruism is the best way. Like, okay, so there's a way they want to organize themselves. Okay. Based on that, what kind of structure can we do that will allow him get what he wants and get me get what I want? Because where we are right now, if both of us don't get what we want, we will be where we are. Ìgbà míì gan ìgbà tó yẹ pé ṣáàjẹ kó ṣàtẹ ká ṣàtẹ ṣe tó máa ṣe kó tiẹ̀ bá tẹ̀ lọ kémi lè ráyè ṣe tèmi. Ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n sọ pé ọ̀nà tẹ́mi fẹ́ gbà lélẹ̀ nǹkan tẹ́mi fẹ́ lélẹ̀. That is what leads people to become ESN. This is it. Before you know it, you are insulting everybody, you are cursing everybody out, then you are arming people, then you have ESN, and then you have insecurity. That's what happens eventually. Because who cares what any other person wants? It's about what I want. But you're in a complex space. And you don't have sovereignty. By the way, it's just a reality. It's difficult, but it's possible. It is possible. Kí mo lè fáwọn eléyìí? Kí náà tiẹ̀ sọ pé àwọn fẹ́? And nǹkan tẹ́mi fẹ́ yìí, kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ló dáa jù. But what the Igbos want is my Yoruba motherland, that I can't give. That's not what they want. That means you don't know what they want. Igbos don't want Yoruba land. Igbos, how do I explain? When you say Igbos want Yoruba land, people want many things. The question is about the fundamentals of their choices or their desires. What are the fundamentals? What do they want? Now, that doesn't mean you're going to give them what they want, but it means you have to understand what they want, and then you find the way you're going to compromise, and then everybody will compromise eventually. No sane Igbo person, Igbo leader, will go out and say they want Yoruba land. They want representation of Yoruba land, but they cannot get it because Yoruba people have their own way of doing things. But the way to, if you want to, no, I'm not trying to even push their own agenda. I'm just saying you have your agenda, but you know what they want. So let's use it as an example. What does the Igbo man want, for instance? Igbo man wants to become, let me tell you something, he wants to become president. That's what he wants. He wants to become president. Okay. Now, to be honest, and with all due respect, I'm online, but with all due respect, No, let me not say it because it's been recorded. Let me tell you something. The person in the way of you not getting what you want is not even Igbo. The person in the way of you not getting what you want as a Yoruba person is not Igbo. All this one that Igbo is shouting, what they want is presidency. That's what they want. But I will say something, and I'll say it as respectful as I can. What they want is not a threat to what you want. They are not a threat to what you want as in terms of restructuring. They're not a threat. Their own threat is not governmental, it's interpersonal. Someone says, Busui, this is what you call game theory in international relationship and politics. I thought I say geopolitics in Kobai. But thank you very much for that. The Igbo problem is not governmental, it's interpersonal. The people that you should really be thinking, what do they want? They're not Igbos. And everybody knows what everybody wants. Everybody knows. What does the South want, for instance? The South, really, what South wants is resource control. Let me tell you something. I think the way Bakare can get what they want is that just give everybody what they want. The South want resource control. It's not today's topic, it's already past 7. Everybody get what they want, but the Igbos, as far as governmental issues are concerned, they don't carry the kind of weight you think they do. That's the truth. And it's a shame, considering their numbers, but say Igbos will get what they want if they work to be trusted by others in Nigeria. I can't. Oh, what makes you think? Say Igbos will get what they want. What makes you think? Dimana is already saying some things like that in the comment section. Sherry, nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ yẹn máa sọ yóò bá àwọn máa dẹ̀ parí ẹ̀. Nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ tí wọ́n ṣe máa dí pẹ̀lú nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ kì í ọ̀rọ̀ báyọ̀ bá máa ń pe ìtì ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ kò tó nǹkan àyàdá sí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tiwọn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Torí ẹni tó bá máa sọ pé òun kò báyìí lóun fẹ́ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tá a sọ gbọ́ngàn nǹkan tí mi sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ yẹn, ẹni tó bá fẹ́ sọ pé báyìí mo gbọ́dọ̀ gbà á, ó máa ní nǹkan tó lè fi sórí tábìlì pé nǹkan báyìí lèmi mú wá, nǹkan báyìí yẹn ni àdá fún bàbá mi, nǹkan báyìí tí mo mú wá yìí o, based on this ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ fún mi ní nǹkan tí mo fẹ́. Kí iná máa mú wá tó jẹ́ pé tán bá mú wá yàtọ̀ sí pt, kí iná máa mú wá tó máa jẹ́ pé ẹ fún wọn o. Kí ni Yorùbá ní láti mú sórí tábìlì? What leverage? You have to think of leverages. You have to think of what each person has. So what we have as leverage is a plus. It drives the agenda, but you also have to know what the other person wants. And then sometimes you have to. People don't like when I say it, you have to think for your opponents, or else they won't let you run on law. And I think that's one of the mistakes that our parents made, and that is one of the things that Tinubu did that made him win. You have to think of what they want. How do you think Tinubu became president? He had leverage, but you also have to consider what they wanted. And by they, you know who the days are. There's some people when you mention them in the comment section, just make you feel like understand the kinigo. In Nigeria, some is Orwellian space in Nigeria. Orwellian space. You know Orwellian? You know what Orwellian is? What are the malams bringing? Structure in any Nigerian say, I want to gbèrò nìyẹn o. Kí ló dé rò pé ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa má jẹ́ ń sọ ní èdè kìíní ó jẹ́ pé ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè wa ó tú àwọn kìíní ológun ká ní òkè ọ̀yà ó mú àwọn kan ó fún wọn sí ó rí dájú wípé gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀yà àbí gbogbo àwọn ìyá ní nàìjíríà ló tú wọn ká sí tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ gbogbo wọn Kaduna gbogbo wọn wà Kaduna gbogbo ẹ̀ wà yàtọ̀ sí navy gbogbo ẹ̀ Kaduna gbogbo ẹ̀ wà wọ́n wá pín káwọn kan wà níbí káwọn kan wà ní south west káwọn kan wà ní south south káwọn kan wà níbí káwọn kan wà níbẹ̀ yẹn kí ló dé pọ́n fi ń tún gba àwọn kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ṣe. àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó máa kọ́ ṣe sílẹ̀ ó gba àwọn ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ fún wa ń sìn ní kíní kan now like okay ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ó ti yé yín ibi tí mo sọ díẹ̀ náà ó ti yé yín. Inú wọn ò bàjẹ́ tó nǹkan tó ṣe láàrin ọdún méjì yìí láwọn àrókè ọ̀yà ẹ̀tanú tó wà ló wà bẹ́ẹ̀ sìn yìí torí nǹkan tí Tinubu ń ṣe ni lórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó nígbà tẹ̀sán pé fẹ́ float náírà gbogbo pé ẹ máa mú owó kan sìn ẹ máa mú owó mo lè jókòó nílé báyìí sìn kí n gba lẹ́sẹ̀ mo gba dollars báyìí sìn máa dẹ̀ pa àwọn tó máa tà fáwọn ará ta ní black market máa dẹ̀ tà fáwọn yẹn láì gbé láì sọ lóòótọ́ yẹn mo lè make 50 million naira mo lè make 1 billion naira in a couple of weeks or months. ẹ̀kan wá tọwọ́ bọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kó tó lè tọwọ́ bọ̀ bó ṣe ń ṣe yẹn ó sọ kó ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kó ṣe kó tó lè débẹ̀ ṣé bí ìgbà tí wọ́n bá tẹ̀ débẹ̀ ló máa lè gbogbo àwọn máa dàrú nígbà tó wà ń bẹ̀ ṣé ẹ̀rọ kó báyìí wọ́n rò kó bóyá máa rí lélẹ́yìn ni àwọn tó yẹ kó ṣe rí ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́kọ́ fún mi máa dẹ̀ parí ìkọ́ tá à ń sọ yìí sí ṣe ó ní kọ́kọ́ tí bàbá ò ṣe pàpà àwò pàpà bá àwọn ará òkè ọ̀yà ṣiṣẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n kò bá àwọn tó jẹ́ ìjìnlẹ̀ gangan kò bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ tó pé kò fẹ́ràn ìyàtọ̀ kọ sí àwọn èèyàn wọn tó bá ti wọ́n pé àwọn eléyìí wọn ò fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wọn ga mi lè bá wọn ṣiṣẹ́ because Baba was very very ideological so ideologically we don't work together. I can't work with these people so he worked with those he felt he could work with but those people could not get him to the power kini Tinubu decided to play the other game wàá ṣe bí ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ mi wàá ṣe àgbà tọ́wọ́ ìbá ti wá tẹ ìkú ìdá ṣe rí second time máa bloody àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe confab tó fẹ́ ṣe 700 man confab tó fẹ́ ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ níjẹta níjẹrin yìí tó fẹ́ ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe é kó bí wọ́n dédé ń sọ̀rọ̀ ni ẹ máa kọ̀ gbọ́ kí wọ́n ti change structure Nàìjíríà ni ẹ máa wòran tí èmi tí mo rán jókòó rán sọ̀rọ̀ kí ẹ kọ́ mi. The point is that when you have that thing, even in the state, even within Nigeria, you must have a national mindset, a nationalistic mindset. What is happening with, are you not thinking about it, about the timing of this Patriot confab? Ṣé gbogbo aládé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ last week? Báwo ni Barrister Michael Zekome àti Ọ̀bọ̀n Victor Ata, ó jẹ́ pé àwọn méjì náà sọ̀rọ̀, Yorùbá kan ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀. Ṣé Yorùbá ọ̀kan tó bá wọn ṣe interview níbo ni Michael Zekome ti wá níbo ni Ọ̀bọ̀n Victor Ata ti wá wọn ṣe fi Yorùbá sórí channels àbí sórí TVC kó má bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ regionalism àti confab ẹ wo ó ní nǹkan tó máa ń sọ lórí Oòduà wọn ní ọjọ́ ọgbọ́n jagbára lọ gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń fẹ́ Ọlọ́run á ṣe fún wa Ọlọ́run á ṣe fún wa lágbára Ọlọ́run á ṣe fún wa Ọlọ́run á ṣe fún wa ọ̀nà tó máa gbà láàmú bóyá kí n rán wa létí nǹkan kan ṣe rí àwa tí a wà nílẹ̀ àwa tá à sínú agbára àwọn kan wà lágbára lọ́wọ́ ńsìn yìí àwa tá à lágbára lọ́wọ́ ńsìn tẹ́pọ̀ jẹ́ bí ọmọ ìlú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ọmọ Nàìjíríà gbẹ kì í ṣàwa nìkan ní onítara kìíní yìí o ṣàgbégbá mi ó máa ń ṣèyàn bí gbà pé kàn tẹ̀ ṣe báyìí sìn ṣẹ́ra àwọn kan wà ń bẹ̀yẹn tó jẹ́ tó ní mo máa sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé máa sọ conservative kìnnìkan independence some of the people in politics are not that dumb many of them are not dumb and if you think let me finish by saying it. If you think that because I hear people say our politicians don't have any ethnic consciousness they just think of ethnic consciousness Let me ask you a question. Tẹ́ bá wo bọ́yẹn ń ṣe àwọn kìíní sí ṣé ẹ rò pé bóyá kò sí ethnic consciousness nínú ìjọba tó wà l'Ábùjá lọ́wọ́ báyẹn sí? Ẹ rò pé kò sí ethnic consciousness nínú ẹ̀? Ẹ tó bá kò sí ń bẹ̀ kò wo dáadáa ni o. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣó loud kò loud, ṣó wà ń bẹ̀ ó wà ń bẹ̀, ṣó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ó ń ṣiṣẹ́, ṣáà ń rí báwọn ṣe ń pe result, ṣáà ń rí nǹkan tó ń fún wa à ń rí. Ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ẹni tó bá máa ṣerú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà máa kọ́kọ́ rò pé àwọn tí mo fẹ́ bá dì yìí kí làwọn pípì ìfẹ́ náà wọ́n fẹ́lẹ̀. Ok, ẹgbọ́n sì pé wọ́n lé ara èèyàn kan ò yá kò ní ṣe alága ẹgbẹ́ mọ́, wọ́n sọ lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá. Ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tuntun wọ́n sọ fún pé wọ́n ti sọ di alága fan Airport Authority, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria. Ẹni tí ò ń ṣe alága ẹgbẹ́ APC wọ́n ti sọ di alága fan. Ṣé ẹ̀rọ̀pọ̀ wọ́n kàn dé jíṣẹ́ yẹn ni? Ṣe ìkọ́tẹ́ máa sọ pé ẹ ká máa wo àwọn tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ṣáà máa mo ní nǹkan tèmi náà fẹ́ o bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ẹ ká máa wò pé òkè àwọn tó ń ṣe kí náà ń ṣe náà kákan tí ẹ̀kọ́ lára wọn kí ni Tinubu ń ṣe náà. Báwo ni gọ́vnọ̀ yìí báwo ṣe ń kúrò nínú ẹgbẹ́ wọn láti wá darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn tó wà ní APC? Kí ló ń ṣe? Nǹkan gbé lọ sí APC nǹkan tó kúrò ní chairman APC ó lára wọn ìyá. Ṣé lóòótọ́ ni ara ọ̀yá? Ṣé àpò Kánò ló ti wá? Àwọn àbíṣe chairman fan. Nǹkan tó máa ṣe APC àkókò mọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ máa fòye bá wọn lọ. Ẹ ṣáà máa wo nǹkan tó ń ṣe. Lójú tèmi o, tí n bá fẹ́ kọ́ nǹkan yàtọ̀ sí kéèyàn kan máa kàwé, èèyàn máa kọ́kọ́ wọlé pé òkè àwọn tó ti ń ṣe báwọn náà ṣe ń ṣe. Torí nǹkan tó lè ṣe bàbá yìí láti jẹ nǹkan tí awo ò rí jẹ, ó ní nǹkan kan tó fi kún. Kò sọ pé awo ò ṣe kíní nǹkan táwo sọ òótọ́ ni, ṣùgbọ́n láwọn nǹkan kan tí bàbá náà ò fojú sí, tí ò bá fojú sí kò ní débi tó dé yẹn. So you have to begin to think, is ideology enough? Papa is an ideological thinker. He doesn't change. But is it enough to win? Do you have to bend sometimes? What do these people want? And when people say things like, we're going to change Nigeria, we're going to turn Nigeria around, we're going to flush out all these old men, you will never get there. We will flush out all these old men. All these old men, they are corrupt. We are the young one who will take over. You will never get there. You will need at least one of those old men to even smell that place. So if it is when you get there that you're going to remove them, oh yeah, come and get there now. Come on, Sean. They are just watching. Oh, you want to get there? Oh yeah, come now, come. We will remove them. What you don't know is that there are some of them that want a change of guard. But they don't want a change of guard that will make them useless. But you assume that because they want to be useful, they also want to steal. Meanwhile, some of them can feed your entire generations, but they just like the fact that they are needed. Listen, let me tell you something before we go. There are some people that are close to the corridors of power. They are not there because of money. They're not there because of anything. They're just there because they just feel like. If you talk about the fact that you can call them, see what happened with the GAC in Lagos. You think those men want power? You think they want political power? I want GACs. You think they want political power? You really think those men want? What do they want to use it for? Did they realize the fact that in most countries, the most powerful people are not the ones turning posts. The most powerful people don't often have any posts. You don't even know them unless they want you to know them. But if you say, all of you, we're going to remove you because we want to have revolution. Okay. Come on, revolution now. GSC don't want money either. It's not about money. It's like, oh, let's kilo yo ambo de kuro loye. á dáa fún wa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ ẹ̀yin ara wa lórí YouTube àti Facebook á ti sọ̀rọ̀ dí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá báyìí sìn ẹ ṣe ń tẹ wá síbi ìpàdé òní o àtúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run tó jẹ́ ká rí ìparí ìpàdé òní Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká mọ̀ ẹ́ ṣe àníṣìlẹ̀tẹ̀ ìtara ló ń jẹ ló láàrin gbogbo ìwà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nu wa ìtara yìí ni pé kílẹ̀ wa bá fi dà ní kí n ṣe pé bóyá ẹnìkan ní ẹni sọ pé Yorùbá nation ẹni sọ pé ẹ̀ka ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ at the end of the day it's love for the land it's love for the people right Ọlọ́run àkọ́ àmọ́ ṣe kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀ ṣe Ọlọ́run àkọ́ àmọ́ ṣe àti apá tún àtàpá sí agbára Ọlọ́run àníṣìlẹ̀tẹ̀ èròǹgbà rẹ̀ tàdé ní fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó wá sí múṣẹ èròǹgbà rẹ̀ tàdé ní fúnlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó wá sí múṣẹ. Thank you very much for a fantastic session today. Today has been more of gist, well not gist to be honest, but fantastic conversations. Yoruba nation now. I see you. All right, we're going to continue this tomorrow, but tomorrow we'll try as much as possible to stick to the book, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. That will be 1 p.m. if it's in this series, but maybe we're going to switch at some point. Yeah, but it's going to be fantastic. Excuse me. Thank you very much for being here. Everyone in the comment section, thank you for typing and tapping, sharing and liking and commenting on YouTube as well. Thank you, Kubu, for engaging. Thank you so much. And everybody on YouTube, thank you for liking the live. Thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Yeah, you've only budget. And if you have any ideas to build something Yoruba, please pray about it, consult people, and don't be afraid. Somebody say, what if you fail? Well, what if you succeed? What if you win? What if you win? What if you build the next big thing? And they say, oh, but even if he fails, you'd have learned something that will make it work. The people that we celebrate today, they also failed, but they eventually succeeded. But let's play the long game. Let's learn from the Fulani, by the way. Play the long game. So thank you very much for being here. YouTube, Facebook, we're going to say our goodbyes now because we want to play the anthems. We usually play the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem at the end of every session. So we're about to play the anthems right now, but because of copyright issues, we're going to let folks on YouTube and Facebook go. So, by the way, guys, I apologize. When we started, music was playing. You were not hearing it, but that's not going to happen again. All right, we fixed the issue. Tomorrow, 1 p.m. I go concert. 1 p.m. if your time, West African time. We'll say again. Have a lovely evening on YouTube and Facebook. See you tomorrow. For those of us on TikTok, we're going to get into it. It's important. All right.